Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to the 272nd meeting of the Council. I'd like to begin this meeting with a land acknowledgement. We want to take this opportunity to respectfully acknowledge that the Council regularly meets and its staff office resides in Anchorage on Dena'ina homelands. The Council wants to honor the Dena'ina, the Indigenous peoples who have stewarded this land across generations and continue to do so. We are glad to be part of this community and to honor the culture, resilience, and tradition of the Dena'ina people. Thank you. Also, before I begin, I want to acknowledge and extend our condolences to the families and those grieving the loss of 5 crew aboard the fishing vessel, the Windwalker. The 52-foot vessel capsized in Southeast Alaska just after midnight on this past Sunday morning. First responders, including the Alaska Marine Highway Ferry Hubbard and U.S. Coast Guard assets, searched for the 5 crew members, covering over 108 square nautical miles over a 24-hour period in inclement weather. Unfortunately, the crew have not been found. Our thoughts are with the crew, their family, and all of those affected by this tragedy. We also appreciate the efforts of the Good Samaritan vessel that is coordinating with the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement to ensure that the Windwalker's fishing gear is safely recovered from the fishing grounds. Again, sincere condolences to the families of those lost. So our agenda for this meeting is available on the Council's e-agenda site. As always, we intend to go through the agenda in order. Some items may be taken up earlier or later than they're listed depending on where we're at in the schedule. Are there any objections or changes to the agenda? Seeing none, we have an agenda. So we're now ready to move on to B reports. We're scheduled to receive 8 agency reports under this section, mostly oral. As a reminder, the public will receive all of the B reports and then take public testimony. And please sign up on the e-agenda before the completion of the B8 U.S. State Department report. Thank you. Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start into the B1 report, I did want to note that we have a new administrative contractor, Kelsey Geary, that's helping us out with this meeting. Kelsey, there she is. I had the pleasure this morning of taking a picture with the other members of the analytical team for the Council from 1992 and 1993. This morning, Brent Payne, Marcus Hartley, Daryl Brannon, and Chris Oliver, and myself. So it's with Brent retiring, it's probably the last time that we'll all be in the same room together. So it's nice to get together and have a picture to document that for history. At this meeting, you'll review the nominations for SSC and AP members, and the chair will announce those appointments at the end of the meeting. I've put some information in the action memo to show what our vacancies are, who is looking for extended full 3-year terms for the advisory panel, and the nominations that we received. There is a site on our website that has all the nomination information, and I've highlighted that. Ms. Drobnica, Mr. Twite, Ms. Evans, and I represented the Council at the recent Council Coordination Committee in Arlington, Virginia. There were a number of topics that were discussed, including updates on NEPA and ESA, MSA, updates on IRA funding and the National Seafood Strategy, and you'll get a report under B2 on the National Seafood Strategy and the implementation plan from Mr. Mike Rubino. We heard about a white paper on flexible status determination criteria that really is going to be useful for other councils. We already have a flexible status determination, so we're one of the examples that they pointed out in that white paper. We had a proposal for an EEJ workshop from the work group, and we had updates on science, budget, and legislation and other items. And there will be a summary report posted shortly. I reviewed the draft last week, so I expect it will be posted in the next week or so. I brought forward one of the announcements from the National Marine Fisheries Service. NOAA Fisheries seeks nominations to fill 4 vacancies on the Marine Fisheries Advisory Committee. Those letters of interest and resumes are due by December 23rd, and I've put a link in there for those folks that wish to participate in that capacity. I typically report on our council comment policy, and no comments were removed. We had very few comments, in fact, overall for this council meeting. I also report on recent activities of council members that I'm aware of, as well as staff. And as far as I can see on the horizon, what committee meetings we have between now and our next full council meeting in April. Lastly, I did want to point out some other meetings that are being held this week. We have 2 executive sessions for the council. One tomorrow morning, very brief meeting with the SSC leadership to talk about the nominations and the expertise that they need on the SSC. And then we have a full executive session on Saturday afternoon, beginning at 2:30, to talk about make your AP SSC appointments and some other administrative actions. And I will share some background information with you all probably later today or tomorrow. There was a recreational fisheries roundtable here in the AP room on Monday, and a stock assessment review by Dr. Stewart last night, or Monday night, I guess, here in this room. There will be a information session being hosted by NMFS on the 2025 odd system tonight here in this room. Oh, I guess it's next door, and there's a flyer attached. And lastly, I didn't know if you wanted to mention that we might have U.S. Representative-elect Nick Begich come and address the council today, this afternoon. And that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Yes, I believe that Congressman-Elect Begich will be arriving around 2:30 today to provide a short introduction to the council. Are there any questions on Mr. Witherall's report or comments? Okay. We will move on to our B2 report, and I think Ms. Harrington will be giving us our introduction.
Good morning. I'm Gretchen Harrington, the Assistant Regional Administrator for Sustainable Fisheries in the NMFS Alaska region, and I'll be providing part of the NMFS B2 report, and we have a couple other speakers as well. So to start off, we have posted our B2 report online under the agenda item, and we've made some great progress on rulemaking. We published the proposed harvest specifications for the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. The Bering Sea harvest specifications published on December 4th, so they're not listed here, and the comment period for those end January 3rd. We also published a proposed rule on October 23rd to authorize hook and line catcher processors to use longline pot gear when directed fishing for Greenland turbot. We hope to respond to comments and publish a final rule in early 2025. On October 31st, we also published a proposed rule to require a charter halibut stamp for charter vessel anglers, and the funds from the purchase stamps would be transferred to the recreational quota entity to purchase halibut quota share issued under the Halibut and Sablefish IFQ program. The comment period closed on December 2nd, and we're in the process of summarizing and responding to comments. We also published on November 29th a cost recovery fee notice for the Western Alaska CDQ program, the Trawl Limited Access Privilege programs, including the American Fisheries Act Amendment 80 and Aleutian Islands Pollock for the 2024 fishing year. Cost recovery fees are due December 31st. And the percentages, we calculated a fee of 1.86% for the Amendment 80 program, 0.24% for the AFA inshore cooperatives, 0 for the Aleutian Islands Pollock, and then 1.38% for the CDQ program. And I'll pause if there are any questions on the status of our rulemaking projects.
Yes, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Ms. Harrington. And first, just a comment. It's a pretty impressive amount of rulemaking that you were able to do between now and October. And I think for several of these actions, the council really expressed a strong interest in timeliness and really appreciate that the agency was able to deliver on that. Both the RQE and also the use of long-line pot gear were pretty timely actions. I did have a bit of a question about the RQE one. Such a new structure. I think the council was really sort of hopeful that rulemaking would be as closely tied to the council process as possible. And I just wanted, I think we probably even had an informal sort of request along those lines. And I was just wondering, how did that work? Did that gum things up for you? Did that help? Because it was a little bit outside of the ordinary sort of council discussion about once we take final action, then we just do the formal deeming and all that. So, thanks.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite. So we, this is an unusual type of program, and I think everybody's learned a lot through the rulemaking process. But I think the discussions before the council were very helpful in informing the writing of the proposed rule and figuring out all the details involved in doing something like this. And then right now we received a number of comments. We did a lot of outreach prior to and then with the proposed rule. So we did receive, I think off the top of my head, well, over 100 comments, let me say that. And we're in the process of summarizing those and responding to them and reviewing the comments. And then we'll proceed through our normal process of either issuing a final rule or, in our normal rulemaking process. So.
Yes, and Ms. Baker.
Oh, thanks, Rudy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I also have a question about the RQE rulemaking and also express my appreciation for the agency's work on that. And I noted that, I know you can't say for sure, you have to go through your process, but if approved, NMFS expects a final rule to be published in early 2025. And so is the intent for the fee collection program to be in place for the 2025 halibut charter fishing season? Just trying to, I know you've been doing a lot of outreach, but just taking the opportunity here for folks that might be listening. Can you please tell us what you anticipate at this point anyway? Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think we would really like to be able to have it published and implemented for this fishing year. There are a number of things outside of our control. As we know, the administration's changing, and there may be, every time an administration changes, there may be delays in rulemaking that are outside of our control. So I think we are working towards that goal, and we intend to intend to do that, but we can't say for sure, given the things that are outside of our control.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to attend any of the outreach sessions that you've held. So sorry to ask a really basic question, but so are you essentially communicating to affected charter operators that it would be best to plan for this fee collection program to be in place for 2025 for planning purposes? I guess that's my real question.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, yes. Yes, we have been planning and doing the behind the scenes work, including the work with our e-fish system and things like that, to be able to implement it for this fishing year. If one, of course, pending our response to comments and pending the review process. That is our intent. All right, and then I'd like to just highlight, I have some documents that we have posted under the NIMS B2 report. And I won't go through all of our B2 report because we have a number of other presentations, but I will just highlight some of the documents that we have, and then I will move into our first presentation, which will be on the National Seafood Strategy Implementation Plan. So posted, we have the 2025 final annual deployment plan. We have our end of the year in-season management report, which Steve Whitney and Abby John will be presenting today. We have the NIMS Tribal Engagement Report and new also our NIMS Tribal Consultation Protocol. Those are both posted. We have the Guided Anglerfish Program Report posted, Northern Fur Seal Conservation Plan, which Dr. Anne-Marie Ike and others from NIMS Protected Resources will present on under the B2 report. And yeah, so those are the items also posted on the agenda. And with that, I will turn it over to Mike Rubino to talk about the National Seafood Strategy Implementation Plan.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. And yes, Ms. Kimball has a question before we move on.
Thank you. And I just have a question about the schedule, if you know anything more than what's the one sentence here on the data confidentiality final rule. So no proposed schedule for a final rule implementation.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I'm anticipating that it'll publish, what we've been hearing from our headquarters is that they're expecting it to publish momentarily, but we're not sure when. So we will let the council know if it publishes this week, but we can't say.
And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The follow-up to that is, does that mean that if publishing is imminent, does that mean that the agency at this point is pretty confident that publication of the rule will not disrupt the data management processes that this council is so dependent on?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, that's my understanding, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. I think we're ready to move on to Dr. Rubino. And he's joining us online, is that correct?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, thank you very much. I think a copy of the implementation plan for the seafood strategy is in your agenda materials. I also have a presentation I could run through quickly to provide you some background about what this is about. If you can see my screen, which I just shared.
We can see it. Thank you.
All right, great. So just to let you know who I am one of the handful of senior technical staff in the agency that advises our leadership on particular areas of expertise. I cover the seafood industry and markets. And let's go to the first slide here. As most of you are well aware, perhaps even more than I am, there are a variety of things that are affecting the seafood industry, from climate change to market disruptions to new technologies to systemic issues in the seafood industry, such as the need to recapitalize vessels and recapitalize processing. And in Alaska, this all came to a head sort of in the aftermath of COVID, with increasing costs of operating everything, as well as somewhat lower prices to fishermen, in part because consumers initially during COVID went and bought lots of seafood, but then after that, with the effect of inflation, started buying less seafood. So fishermen were getting lower prices, and yet costs were increasing, creating a squeeze. Most of you probably saw the Alaska Market Snapshot Report that we produced, which came out a month or so ago, which showed that from 2022 to 2023, the Alaska seafood industry profit margins decreased by 50%. The impact was $1.8 billion of declining gross revenue and the projected loss of 20,000 or more jobs. So, even before this happened at the beginning of COVID, because we have fisheries in the title of our agency, started hearing from industry that, while all the work we've done under Magnuson over the past 20 years to put all of our species under management, to rebuild stocks, is critical and important. It's the gold standard for fisheries management worldwide. But in the face of all of these shocks to the system, it's no longer sufficient. And that we need to figure out how to work together to focus a bit more on the business, the food, the job, the coastal community part of what we do as an agency and what we do as councils, to make sure that we can build toward a resilient seafood industry going forward. So during 2023, we went through a classic strategic planning exercise and went out and listened to industry with leading questions. We held listening sessions. We visited folks on their boats, at their processing plants, at their oyster farms. And we talked to folks in supermarkets about what's going on in this industry. And out of that, here are the things that we heard. We heard loud and clear that the vital work of our science and survey work continues to be critical, at least to the wild capture section of the U.S. seafood production industry. And that needs to continue, and it's paramount. But as I said, we also heard that if this industry is going to survive going forward, that we need to think a little bit more about and work together on the business aspects of what we do, the economic aspects of what we do. How do we put more U.S. seafood on U.S. plates? At the moment, we export about half of our wild catch. We live in a global marketplace. So from Alaska, you're well aware of the trade questions, the tariff issues, fair trade, and the difficulties of competing with a country like Russia or with processing in China. We brought all of your advice together and a year ago issued the seafood strategy. It's grouped around 4 goals: wild capture, aquaculture, markets, both domestic markets and international markets, and then a catch-all category really about strengthening the entire sector. So think about finance, workforce training, and leveraging other federal agencies such as USDA, the Economic Development Administration, Department of Transportation, and others. So in the implementation plan, which came out, which we worked on over this past year, we've got a lot of things already that focus on our science work and on your day-to-day council work. So we decided to focus the seafood strategy on the industry services, on the socioeconomic parts of the agency's work. And also on how do we leverage and work together to leverage other federal agencies and partners to strengthen the seafood industry. Most of the actions described in this implementation plan will be implemented through our traditional regional offices, science centers, and headquarters programs, but there are several where we're working across disciplines, across programs, and across agencies to look at particular species or sectors or sections of the country, and we're calling those pilot projects. So let me briefly go through four goals and the actions under the four goals. The first goal covers a lot of what you do as a council and as a wild sector in terms of management. Again, it's not the day-to-day work of surveys and allocations through the council, but it's the longer-term work of analysis. Things like the Climate and Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative, which is looking at a variety of scenarios for what's happening biologically under different climate scenarios, but then following that up with economic and market analysis and analysis about effects on coastal communities under those different scenarios. In other parts of the country, we're looking at the effects of offshore wind. There's ongoing work about gear type and bycatch, all of which helps to inform fisheries management and council decisions. On the aquaculture side, which you call mariculture in Alaska, the agency is focused on two areas. One, sort of more efficient approaches to the regulatory regimes. And then on the science side, both bringing science to that regulatory process, as well as science to work with industry on supporting the development of various aquaculture technologies. And I think in Alaska, you're very familiar with the Mariculture Initiative, which is focused on shellfish and seaweed. One of the places where this all comes together is in coastal marine spatial planning, looking at areas that are particularly suitable for aquaculture, where there's the fewest user conflicts. It's called an aquaculture opportunity area exercise, where you look at all of the environmental data, go through the stakeholder process of consultation, do the environmental impact statement analysis for particular areas. And one of the three areas the agency is working on is in Alaska, at the request of the state of Alaska, looking at aquaculture opportunity areas for seaweed and shellfish farming. The third area is markets. So one of the things that we hear a lot is, how do we convince U.S. consumers to buy U.S. seafood? It tends to be a little more expensive, but how do you tell the story of sustainability and all the work that's been done to provide sustainable seafood? That often doesn't come through in the marketplace. I mean, in Alaska, you've got the Alaska Seafood Marketing Institute, which does a terrific job explaining what Alaska seafood is about and the processes behind it. But we certainly need more of that kind of work, both from the agency and from the private sector, to feature U.S. seafood. On the trade side, there's both an import and an export side. On the import side, you may have seen that we recently came out with a second version of the Seafood Import Monitoring Program, or SIMP 2.0. How do we work with other federal agencies to inspect and prevent the importation of illegal seafood or seafood that's harvested under processes that don't meet U.S. requirements? And that's an ongoing challenge and an ongoing struggle. This past year, the U.S. federal government was able to halt imports of Russian seafood, but there's still seafood from other countries coming into the country and competing with U.S. seafood, and the playing field is not level. On the export side, about half of Alaska's seafood is exported, both to foreign markets and for foreign processing. So things like tariffs, access to markets become important. We have a relatively new trade division within our Office of International Affairs that works with the U.S. Trade Representative and other U.S. trade agencies, the International Trade Administration, on tariff questions. But we're not the agency that sets tariffs or the requirements, but we can provide technical analysis to that process. Also on domestic market development, our seafood inspection program worked closely with USDA on their purchases of seafood for food assistance and school lunch programs. And for those of you who follow that, you may have noticed that USDA's purchases of seafood have increased from about 2% of their food purchases all the way up to almost 16% in the past 5 years. And a lot of that is Alaska seafood. Some of the credit goes to the Seafood Inspection Program, which works with USDA on product forms, and inspection of that seafood. We also have a small Salt and Still Kennedy grant program, about half of which goes to seafood marketing these days. I mentioned the Alaska Snapshot Report at the top of my presentation. We'd like to do more work in the coming years looking at markets, looking at industry costs, demand models, looking at the effect of all of this on coastal communities and the resilience of those communities. Again, we have small staff, limited budget to be able to do that work. There is additional work underway right now under the Inflation Reduction Act as part of the Climate and Ecosystem Fisheries Initiative that I think will produce additional results and information that will be of use to the seafood industry dealing with all of these stressors. And then goal 4 is really the catch-all category of finance. We do have an in-house bank called the Fishery Finance Program, or our Financial Services Division. A number of you are aware of the types of loan programs available through that program. That it has a relatively new director. They're rethinking and expanding and looking at other ways to provide financing to the industry. On workforce training, we work with Sea Grant and things like the Young Fishermen's Training Program. There's an equivalent training program for the aquaculture industry. And then this large catch-all category of how do we work with other agencies to leverage their resources? I mean, the Fisheries Service has about $1 billion budget. USDA has a $200 billion budget with risk assurance, marketing, rural development, buying programs. So how do we convince those various USDA agencies to make seafood eligible for their programs? There's been real progress made in the past 10 years on having all USDA programs apply to aquaculture, and that has provided an entree to get USDA to think more broadly about the wild capture sector as well. So again, some successes with the Agricultural Marketing Service on the purchase programs, but we'd like to see more in terms of rural development, marketing, risk insurance, and other kinds of programs. And to that end, the Secretary of Commerce last summer held quite an extraordinary meeting with the entire Alaska congressional delegation and a number of you who may be in the audience, really a cross-section of the Alaska seafood industry. Also in attendance were senior members of several USDA agencies and trade agencies, all talking about how to bring their resources to the seafood sector. Out of that has come both sort of high-level staff and regular staff level collaboration that I think will bear fruit going forward. So in addition, we've got some of these cross-program initiatives, and the major one that applies to Alaska is this market snapshot report that we did. A group of us briefed the Alaska Legislature's task force, which is looking at what kinds of solutions and actions need to be implemented. Some of those solutions and actions are similar to the ones that are in this implementation plan. So in summary, these are the kinds of things that are in the implementation plan that are particularly pertinent to Alaska. Our survey work is a critical service to industry. Our economic and social science work, seafood inspection program, kind of the disaster funding that Congress provides that comes through the agency manages, that goes out to the fishing industry, trade facilitation, support for mariculture in Alaska, communications, and then this whole of government approach. So let me stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Let me put this previous slide back up so you can use that as reference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Rubino. I'll see if there are any questions on your presentation. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Dr. Rubino, for the presentation. I appreciate you taking the time today for us. I appreciated that the implementation plan lumped these potential actions into ongoing actions, aspirational actions, new actions. You didn't mention that in in your presentation, but under goal 3 in particular, there were several, almost all that were they were ongoing and aspirational. And my understanding is aspirational means it would take new effort, new resources, new funding. Is there a way to kind of parse out a little bit better for us, either now or in the future, so we understand which of those kind of sub goals under goal 3 are really in need of new funding and which are currently funded?
I'd be happy to do that. That's a longer presentation. Most of the activities in the implementation plan are existing activities that have existing funding. We're trying to be more efficient and creative and effective about how we do those activities. But for those of you who know the fisheries budget, there's limited funding going to quite a number of those activities, whether it be our international affairs program or our aquaculture program or the Still Kennedy grant program. So those are all areas where conceivably with additional funding, more could be done. But, with additional funding, we need to work with you to figure out, what's the value proposition and how can we effectively use additional funding and what would that be for? So those are discussions we'd be happy to have going forward.
Thank you. And that's a great lead in to my follow-up which is, would it be helpful for either the council or even for the public or industry that are listening to kind of provide a priority on some of these actions, given that a lot of them are at least listed here as aspirational? Like what would we get the most bang for the buck in terms of supporting the industry with a lot of these new ideas?
Yeah, I think at this point we're under the approach of all of these things are important. They all have limited resources. Even our survey work, which is a big part of the agency's budget, is limited, as you well know, and we need more funding for surveys in the face of climate change and changing conditions. So I think the best we can do with existing funding is to chip away at some of these. These are the priorities that emerged from discussions with industry. These are also the priorities for which the agency has current resources and is currently doing work. But yes, I think at the end of this year, or say at the end of 2025, we'd like to look at where we've come with some of these, what we've achieved with them, and sort of reorder some of the priorities with your input. So that's a process that's ongoing that we intend to implement as well with you.
Thank you, and that would be much appreciated. Are we allowed more than one question? More than two. My last question is on the whole of government approach, and I keep hearing that phrase applied to a lot of issues lately. I assume because this is the NOAA's implementation plan that NOAA is the lead in the whole of government approach being proposed here, and I just wanted to get your feeling for kind of how well that's evolved in terms of working with USTR, USDA, other agencies that directly affect the health and the viability of the seafood sector. Are we dragging them along with us? Are they willing partners in the whole of government approach? Is there any other characterization of the progress you've made there?
Well, I think it's a bit of all of the above. I mentioned a couple of the success stories this year, banning Russian imports, the seafood inspection program working with USDA's buying program to greatly increase seafood purchases. Those are examples of cross-agency work where we've had some successes. I would say we've struggled a bit to maintain momentum after the meeting with the Secretary of Commerce last summer, in part because we've been in an election season and we have a transition in government. Now, almost all of these activities are really nonpartisan, so we fully intend and have already provided transition documents to the new administration, and we hope to work with them going forward on these things. I would say at the staff level, there's a growing collaboration that maybe hasn't produced immediate results, but we hope will over the long term. I mean, you have to build these staff contacts and links to be able to get things done. So, for example, there's a group of economists at NOAA and USDA who get together regularly and talk about seafood issues. Just as one example, a number of us have reached out to different parts of USDA to gauge their interest on risk management or rural development programs and things like that. We had a detailee over at the Economic Development Administration this past year looking at how their programs might apply to the seafood sector. So it's patient work, but we will have to sort of pick up the pace once we get a new administration in place here and brief them on what this is all about.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the questions. I hope we can put some emphasis on some of the goals related to trade and tariffs and their effect on the Alaska seafood industry. So I really appreciate your presentation. Thanks for answering my questions.
Thanks for the questions.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. Very informative. I may be making more of a statement here, but I'll see if I can turn it into a question. But we speak to the importance of the survey work and the science in supporting the seafood industry. And on page 4, you've got under seafood industry recommendations, you've got continue the vital science and survey work to inform the councils. I would say that we may be missing one word there, continue, but we need to do some enhancements, I think, as well. I think the reality for us in recent times is that we have lost a bunch of survey capabilities. And I think if we continue that erosion, that will have material impacts on being able to support the seafood industry into the future. So as we talk about the goals and objectives, that science objective of being able to keep our surveys going, and in some cases restoring some surveys we've lost or enhancing surveys, I would say is one of the more critical things that has to occur so that we can help support the industry. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. And we heard, as I said, we heard loud and clear from industry that science and survey work continues to be paramount. We're well aware of the shortcomings and the needs on survey and the budget for survey. I would also, just to reinforce that the activities described in this implementation plan do not take any resources away from the survey work or the science work. These are all existing funded activities with their own budget lines. Going forward, of course, there's a priority setting process through the budget process. But collectively, just on a personal note, I think that, how does one make the case for the importance of the survey and science work? Part of the way of making the importance of that case is to talk about the implications for people, the implications for jobs, for food, for their businesses, for their livelihoods, for their communities. And that's in part what we're trying to do with this strategy. So I think the strategy hopefully will reinforce the importance of the survey science work that the agency does.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Rubino. 2 questions, fairly limited one first and then kind of a larger one. My first question is about one activity under Goal 1 that I'm not seeing reflected in the implementation plan that I thought when the agency developed the strategy they'd identified, and that is simply reducing the magnitude of regulatory discards, fish that have already actually been caught that are edible seafood that never make it to shore because they're required to be discarded. Has the agency dropped that as one of the implementation ideas for the seafood strategy?
So the best way I can answer that question is that, again, as I said, the day-to-day work of fishery management is not the focus of this strategy. This is more on the industry services and market and economic analysis work that we do. So discards, bycatch, those are important things. They're covered under Goal 1 in terms of the longer term research work that we do. But the decisions about discards and the regulatory decisions are really part of the ongoing management process and work.
Thanks, Dr. Rubino. I'll confess, I heard your words, but I don't understand your answer. But we'll move on to the second question. As I was listening to your presentation, it struck me that the timing of this, my understanding is that the agency essentially completed the strategy itself about 4 years ago. And that what has taken then over the last 4 years, there's been some attention paid to an implementation plan. And as you point out in your in the first part of your presentation to us today, a lot has happened during that last 4 years. And you listed some of the feedback that you got in a recent round of what you characterized as some strategic planning work. As I looked at that list of feedback, it seemed to me that the feedback that you got validated everything that was in the plan that was adopted 4 years ago, but just has not really been implemented yet. And as you listed some of the economic hits that the industry has taken over the last 4 years, again, it struck me that if the agency had been able to magically go from adopting a plan to fully implementing it, and I realize that's impossible, but it struck me that some of those economic impacts might have been ameliorated to some fair extent. In other words, the last 4 years have I think demonstrated that the plan that the agency developed and finished work on 4 years ago was a pretty sound plan. And what it needs is implementation. You're here today to talk about implementation, but that's over 4 years. So the question I have as I sort of think about the timing issues is, what are your thoughts about how to have the agency be essentially accountable from this point forward for implementation of a plan that you developed a while back? Subsequent events have proved out that it is a very good, robust plan. It should be implemented. How do you think the agency should be essentially held accountable to implementation of it?
Well, thanks for your question. First of all, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to 4 years ago.
There was a seafood strategy that the agency had presented to us as essentially a completed document about 4 years ago.
I guess I'm not aware of that document because the planning work for the strategy happened during 2023, and then the implementation plan was put together in 2024. The idea for this certainly predates the 2023 work and goes back to the beginning of the COVID crisis. In the previous Trump administration, there was an executive order on seafood, which is maybe what you're referring to, but there was no seafood strategy per se that had been issued 4 years ago. The executive order on seafood competitiveness included a number of elements that are reflected in this seafood strategy, simply because those challenges and needs continue. The trade questions, things like how do we develop aquaculture in the US, and some of the regulatory and management challenges that you have on the wild capture fishery side. In terms of your question, that said, your question about how is the agency held accountable in terms of milestones and metrics, that's something that we have given some thought to. We do plan to at least report on milestones, in other words, accomplishments that have been achieved by activity under this strategy, and to report on those to you annually. So towards the end of 2025, we'll come up with an annual report that highlights some of the things that have been done and some of the challenges that haven't been done for a variety of reasons. Metrics is a much more difficult thing to put a finger on. I mean, how, the health of the seafood industry or the profitability of certain sectors of the industry goes beyond the capabilities of agency programs to affect. It's a collection of all of our activities, as well as the global market forces that affect that. So where we can provide metrics, we will, but in terms of tracking success and accomplishments, most of that will be milestones. So things like I described already, increases in seafood purchases by USDA. It may be some milestones around imports or around the fishery finance program or implementation of aquaculture opportunity areas, for example, or a number of folks who are trained through the Young Fishermen's Development Act program. Those, I think, are the kinds of things that we'll be looking at going forward. I hope that answers your question.
It does, and that's a heartening set of measures that we can keep an eye on. So I very much appreciate that and appreciate the thought you put into that. In a way, there's a tie-in between my first and second question, and I think you're actually correct. The only thing that was formalized was the executive order, but there was in fact, the agency asked for council assistance in putting together a more detailed agency level plan for that executive order. I recall being asked as a council to do an inventory of regulations that the council suggested might be either obsolete or might be impeding achievement of the objectives of that executive order that looked a lot like these objectives. And I guess I'm just concerned that some of that work that we did, some of that work that we did that made sense to me at the time and still makes sense to me is being lost.
Well, implementing regulatory challenges, you know that process better than I do in terms of the fisheries management work that's done in collaboration with the agency, the state, and the council and industry. But as I said, this strategy in terms of the wild capture management side focuses on the longer term research and development needs that the agency has, acknowledging that the ongoing survey and science work continues to be important.
Thank you, Dr. Rubino. Looks like we have another question. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Rubino, and really happy to see the agency focusing some work on this national seafood strategy and the implementation plan and the business aspects of seafood in particular. You know, in Alaska and across the US, we're facing challenges with seafood markets, processor consolidation, and low stocks for some species up here in Alaska. So my question is there an opportunity for the council to pitch some new pilot initiatives, and what does that process look like?
I think there is an opportunity. There's no formal process for doing that. These pilot initiatives that have emerged really have emerged based on folks out in the field at our regional offices or science centers working with industry have come up with looking at needs and saying, how do we work not just with the fisheries service, but other government agencies to get something done? So, you know, on Alaska, we did this snapshot report where now that team is talking to Bob Foy and John Curlin and others about what are the next steps. And one of the next steps is the Alaska Legislature's task force work. But there could be a variety of other next steps that focus on particular sectors or needs, a number of which we've discussed here today. So that's a discussion I'd be happy to have with you going forward. And I'm sure my colleagues would as well.
Thanks for that.
I would also say thank you, Jamie, as well, for the insights that you've provided over the years in terms of the thinking behind this and the needs of not just the crab sector, but other sectors. That thinking applies not just to Alaska, but to a number of other parts of the country that are facing similar difficulties. So thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. We greatly appreciate the presentation. And I think as you caught on, there are many people very much looking forward to the rollout of this implementation plan. The snapshot report that you've referred to a couple of times, in particular, has been used in numerous forums in the Pacific Northwest and Alaska, and I think really provides some important context for a lot of the ongoing work that we have in front of us at the council. So really appreciate the agency's efforts there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the opportunity.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the council, we'll continue with our B2 report. The next up is the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands end of the year in-season management report that Steve Whitney will provide.
And I'll provide the Bering Sea portion, and then Abby John will provide the Gulf of Alaska portion, but she's in the EP right now, so. And while we're waiting for it to come up, I'll apologize. This is our first year trying to attempt this without Mary Farunas, she's done it for many years, and it's a big report to take over without her overseeing it. And so, and I've got over 60 slides, and I promised to keep it under 4 hours. So and brevity's wasn't my strong suit, so feel free to prod me. Okay. So again, Steve Whitney, in-season management, author of the Bering Sea harvest specifications, and right arrow to move slides. No. Hmm.
Okay, you want to just tell me?
Okay, next slide, please. I think we're going to do it that way. So this, the map of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, we've got two stocks that over area of 541, 542, 543, that's the Aleutian Islands, and everything else is the Bering Sea. We've got two stocks that are eastern Aleutian Islands in the Bering Sea, so that's 541, plus all the numbers lower than 541. That's Atka mackerel and black spotted rough-eye. We've got some stocks such as Atka mackerel and Pacific Ocean perch that have individual sub-area fisheries in 541, 542, 543. And we've got numerous stocks that are Bering Sea, and then numerous ones that are Aleutian Islands, and then a whole bunch of stocks that are Bering Sea, Aleutian Island wide. So next slide. And so we put this slide in. This is just to kind of give people an oversight, especially people referencing this. So in-season management has limited authorities the council gave us. We open and close fisheries. So we can set fisheries on open status. And then when we close fisheries, we put them on bycatch status, where there's no directed fisheries for that stock, but you're allowed to retain incidental catch up to the MRAs. And then we can put it on prohibited species catch and PSC status. And this is different from the PSC most people think about, but when an actual groundfish target species, when we get to, we know we're exceeding TAC ABC, we put it on PSC status, and then none of that fish can be retained. It all has to be discarded. And that's an incentive the council, a tool the council gave us, an incentive to prevent overfishing. And then of course we have overfishing, which we rarely use overfishing closures. It's happened, I think, just a couple times in the decades I've been here. And the council's given us broad authority we can shut down fisheries that produce incidental catch and bycatch. We can make up on the fly hotspot areas. We can just have really broad closure. And when I started, I was Jay Ginter and then our previous attorneys who've since retired, and the current attorneys haven't corrected me, but Congress gave us our national standard one, we shall prevent overfishing, and they put the word shall in there, so we take that, I was told we fall on our swords to prevent that from happening. And then while achieving optimum yield. So then once we've prevent overfishing, we try to make sure all the fish are caught. And then Congress said that with particular interest in producing food fish and recreational opportunities, for us, it's mostly food fish. So we try to make sure the fish are caught. And then we're federal employees, and we've taken a vow to uphold the Constitution, which includes the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, where we try not to pick favorites. We try to, in season management, you spend a lot more time than you'd expect thinking about how to try to be fair. And next slide.
Mr. Whitney,
Hmm?
we have a question before you move on. Ms. Baker.
You weren't supposed to ask the questions that early.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this is an easy one.
Oh.
On the previous slide, I just wanted to highlight something that I heard you say, because I think it's a point that may not be clear to a lot of participants in our process. I think you said in terms of in-season management's process for managing the groundfish fisheries, you described the prohibited species catch sort of trigger perhaps differently than some people think of it. And so just in terms of day-to-day management. But I think you said that for most species, when an ABC is reached, the in-season management action is then to put that species on prohibited species catch status. And I think, can you just explain that again? Because I think
Right,
there's a
yes,
lot of,
and thank you for that. That's so the regulations are at the TAC level, and we exceed TACs. In reality, the species that we do this for, we usually set the tax to equal ABC. So, I mean, I'm thinking black spotted rough eye is the one where it's chronic that we do all the time. And that one, so it's the TAC, you're correct. It is the TAC level, but it's also the ABC level. And those were the way the regs were written long before I came here. So.
thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Whitney. I think.
And it'll follow up. It's so these were written, the regs and how we handle this pre-exist ACLs. So I think post ACL, we've got extra attention paid to exceeding ABCs. So it's I have to admit, and standing in season trying to manage ACLs plus our pre-ACL regulations, it's a little awkward, but we do have authority to move in non-fully allocated species. We through the non-specified reserves, we can increase the tax to equal ABC. And if we're in this situation, we always will do that. So it's just, we do, generally when this becomes a problem, they're one and the same. So that just by doing that, we avoid that disconnect.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And just to maybe be very clear, I think there's an impression among a lot of members of the public that exceedance of an ABC is what in-season management is trying to avoid, and will take management actions to avoid that. I think what I'm hearing from you is the primary goal or objective that the regulations are set up for in-season management to follow is exceedance of an OFL.
Well, through the chair, there are different levels. OFL, I mean, OFL is, we have extra authority to do whatever we can to stop that. And Congress is very, very explicit that we shall not have overfishing. But then below that, without quite that severe language, we do try to not exceed tax as well. We try to. Since we went back, so total allowable catch, that's the allocative amount that we get from this body. And ABC is the ACL number, and that's what comes out. ACLs and OFLs, they come out of the SSC. And allocation is when we split between the TAC between sectors. So freezer longline versus trawl cod. those are different allocations. And apportionment, when you take like Pacific Ocean perch and you split it between the 5 Aleutian areas, that's an apportionment when it's area. And so when we do non-fully allocated traditional open access fisheries, in the actual closure, if you go through and read our Federal Register notices, which I know everybody does, we close it and we set a directed fishing allowance, and then we also put an amount in the closure that we anticipate will be needed for incidental needs. And that's different from the incidental catch allowances we set for the fully allocated species. And next slide. I can do it now. I can, thank you. So this is overall catch, and we got not as down as much as I might have feared, but still in a bit of history back before Amendment 80, when we Inseason did a lot of the non-pollock fisheries, we were getting within 20,000 tons of 2 million, the 2 million ton cap. Then once Amendment 80 was implemented, we went a couple hundred thousand below that. And I worked hard for many years, along with many other people, to try to get that number back up closer, because we're supposed to achieve outstanding yield. And it was a big victory to get within 100,000 tons. And then COVID and trade issues came up, and now we're down 300,000 tons below. So sometimes it feels like one step forward, 2 steps back, but we're not fully achieving optimum yield, I don't think. And this is ground fish by the season total, and it's dominated by pollock, because pollock's the biggest fishery out there. But we've got the stellar sea lion species, pollock, Atka mackerel, and Pacific cod, and they're split between seasons. So that's why we have that huge seasonal split amongst those species. And then the orange, that's the mostly yellowfin sole, and it drops off as the May, June-ish, and that's because the fish spawn out, the condition's not as good, and when you target them, you'll get more cod and halibut and other constraining species. And this is the A-season catcher vessel pollock fleet, and they're concentrated up north along the Alaska Peninsula there, along slime banks. It's a lot of roe there, and there's a lot of things go there to spawn. You get a jet of nutrient-rich water that your eggs will spread across the shelf there. It's where everybody goes. And the CP fishery, they're a little more spread out, but typical. That boat in there, in case you asked, that was actually 2022 center of catch that we didn't take out of the slide. But and B season CVs, they're closer to town there and spread out more, not so much on the slime banks. And then the CPs are spread along the shelf. And pollock catch, it's the 45 A season, 55 B season. So once they hit the A season there in April, once they use up their A season allocation, they'll stand down for the summer, then come back in the fall. And all sectors caught pretty much all their fish. And Aleutian Islands, it's nobody's been able to successfully directed fish for pollock out there in some time. This is all incidental. You can see that the bar 400 tons is the biggest, and I believe it's mostly arrowtooth Kamchatka as the Bering Sea ICA. This is the biggest fisheries outside of pollock are the flatfish fisheries, and you can see this is kind of a map. You get rock sole in the spring. It's again down the north side of slime banks there where the roe is. Everybody spawns, and that tends to be higher in cod and pollock than the more dispersed yellowfin later in the year. And this is incidental. This is kind of a map of where the flatfish fisheries. That's where most of the pollock comes from, incidental. And this is the Pacific cod trawl. They target the fish when they school up to spawn. And again, the north side is slime banks there. That's where everybody goes to spawn. So if you're trawling for cod, that's where you'll go. And again, you'll see the Pacific cod catch. It's so Amendment 80, depending on how you view the algorithms, they do or they don't target it, but for them, the cod is mixed in with the rock sole. It's a mixed fishery, very much so a mixed fishery. Often it's a coin toss of which target you're going to get into. And then once the rock sole's over, they'll get some in yellowfin sole, but not as much. And catcher vessels, they'll fish heavily in the A season when the cod school up, and then more not as much, but some later in the year.
Mr. Whitney, before you move on, we have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Whitney. I was a little slow, I think, to raise my hand on this one. So back a couple slides showing the difference in the center of catch for peacock trawl between this year and last year. This
Did I
year
go
being
too
the
far?
first year of the new program, sorry, for cod. I don't know what I said. There we go. It looks like one of the effects that the new program didn't really change where the center of the catch was. It mostly changed other aspects of the fishery, but the boats were still really fishing the same area and getting roughly the same amounts of fish.
Yeah, and actually, if we hold that, well, there was a slide on the PCTC, the Pacific Cod
Yeah.
Trawl Cooperative Program, and I think it'll be easier to answer that when the numbers are in front of us.
And I appreciate that. I just was kind of reflecting on the value of the reason I asked it at this point is I was actually reflecting on the value of just showing the difference between center of catch over a single 12-month span, which is the same thing you do with pollock. There is value for Pacific cod for 2024 because there was a major change between 2023 and 2024 in terms of the management framework. But for things like pollock where there isn't, I'm interested in the center of catch because there's a lot of stories in that, both about the ecosystem, the fish, and the fishery. But I'm always wonder about just the value of this year versus last year for some of those things.
Yeah,
and I don't know how difficult it is. I have no idea how to calculate the center of catch. So take this as a totally naive question, but is it possible to present that, but show this year versus the last 5-year average or something? Or because a lot of your other slides give us the sense of how this year stacked up over the last several, and I just find that so much richer and more informative than just this year versus last year. And I don't mean to make your job any more complicated than I know it already is.
Well, yeah, and thank you. That's a good idea. And I'll bring that up, and I'm not the one who does the program on that. So, but I will. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. And there, it was very difficult to tell the difference this year because we did have that new program, but there were other issues involved too with global markets. And I will say one thing I meant to mention before moving on from pollock is that what really stood out to me about the pollock fishery this year, here's where it was, that it really didn't stand out. I mean, all the sectors caught their fish. We didn't have any PSC crises. There weren't marine mammals or seabird issues. It worked without, I mean, normally we worry about cod bycatch and of course the PSC species and nothing. It was one place in the fisheries, the Bering Sea cod, where in-season managers didn't lose sleep at night. So, and things worked as they were supposed to. So here's the PCTC slide. And this is this year's catch first in the bottom versus last year's above. And there is what is different is the last year you can see it's an irregular, and that was they had halibut issues and they stood down and went out again. But one thing when we get a new program, every council historically has looked at is the decrease the number of vessels and utilization rates. And in this case, their number of vessels went down, but it also went down in existing mature rationalized programs as well as open access fisheries. And they didn't catch all their quota. We expected 100% of the cod taken. And when you talk to people in industry, they say the reason is they just don't have markets for it and they couldn't sell it, so they didn't fish. So getting back to your point about if fishing behavior changed, is it because of the program or is it because there's global markets? So there's other just different issues going on. It's hard to tease that out for this year.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. One of the things that we were wondering in the first year of the program, having only included the A and B seasons in the cod trawl program was whether there would be any directed fish in the trawl CV sector for seasons, for sea season. And you've got that lumped together as directed and incidental catch. So were there boats that entered the open access sea season? And in part I ask because it really affects how we maneuver our limited observer resources. So it would be nice to know if we had directed fishing in the sea season for trawl CVs.
And I think the answer is no, but it's better if I double check that and get back to you on that one. But I
Thank you.
think that there's just markets are so bad that there's just not.
Somebody's creeping up here.
Actually, Krista probably knows this one better than me, so.
Do I have that on? Krista Milani, National Marine Fisheries, part of the Inseason management team. We did have some directed fishing in the sea season, but no more directed fishing than we had in previous years. So there wasn't an increase due to the program in the sea season.
And so could you say like how many trips or how many vessels, anything like that?
Through the chair, I don't remember off the top of my head. I believe it was either 2 or 3 vessels, and that's pretty typical for the sea season.
And so moving on, this is the where they caught their fish, and there's some incidental in the pollock, but almost all of it's directed fishing. And one thing that does stand out is you look at that little slim orange line at the top, that's all pretty much all TLAS, yellowfin sole fishing, and that didn't exist this year. It's kind of a sign of, unlike pollock, this isn't a healthy fishery. And Aleutian Islands peacock catch, it's well below limits. There's some targeting, but some years we worry about exceeding the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands. And since the fisheries are mostly allocated BSA wide, but we split the OFL's ABCs between Aleutian Islands and Bering Sea. Often we have a problem where people fish in the Bering Sea and close it down and forces people to the Aleutians. And unfortunately, that just wasn't an issue this year either way, because there just wasn't the fishing pressure that normally exists. And by non-trawl gear, you can see the map near Dutch Harbor, there's some spikes where the pot gear is utilized, and then the rest of it's mostly freezer long lines spread out widely amongst all on the Bering Sea shelf. And if you look at this, you can see it's mostly hook and line CPs, and then some hook and line pot, mostly pot early and later in the year. And CDQ, some of that's in the AD fisheries. You can see that NPT early in the year, particularly I'm pretty sure that's rock sole heavy, and then freezer long line vessels for the rest of the year. And then we always reallocate cod, and we did some again this year, but we could do more, and we're not going to. There's just not the interest to utilize all that fish. So. And so moving on, Acker mackerel, Aleutian Islands fisheries, AED and CDQ sector. What's different this year is you'll see there's the way the fleet normally works, they're split 2 seasons, A and B season, 50-50 for stellar sea lion mitigation rules. And the way the fleet typically works is they'll fish out in the west in 543, then go 542 and 541 in both seasons. Last year they had trouble catching all their 541 fish. And so they fished heavily in the eastern early on, that's a different pattern, and it's got some implications for some incidental catch species. And Pacific Ocean perch, it's again mostly Amendment 80 and CDQ, and some of these are continuing after the slide was made. So I think all those numbers will be near 100% by the end. They catch all this fish. Like pollock, it's a well-utilized fishery. Unfortunately, unlike pollock this year, there's some incidental catch issues. Northern rockfish, it's been increasing. The fisheries, the biomass has been going up in the last decade, and Last year, there was a spike, particularly in the Bering Sea, and this was when the fleets ran into whale issues. They took evasive actions to fisheries where the whales just weren't interested in. One of those was northern rockfish. And this year, their interest hasn't gone. They've seemed to be avoiding the whales, so they've shifted out of northern a little bit. Other rockfish. So this is, I mentioned that there's some POP issues and mackerel. So other rockfish is complex, and in the fisheries, it's dominated by dusky rockfish and short spine thorny heads. And the dusky rockfish are almost all caught in the mackerel fishery in area 541. And it's on the south side, right near the border with the Gulf of Alaska. And it's been a very difficult one to avoid because the duskies mix in homogeneously with the Acker mackerel, and industry and myself have both plotted it and tried to look for hot spots, and there is none. It's just, you always get a little bit of dusky. So it's hard to avoid that without not fishing the mackerel. But this year, when they fished different season, there's hope that actually decreased the other rockfish. And we went over ABC for BSAI other rockfish this year. And then some of that came with the deep water flatfish and the sablefish fisheries. There was increase in thorny head take there. But there are some hot spots, and this is relatively new fishery, and there's hope that we can actually change behavior. And unlike the black spotted rough-eye, this one's, we think we can bring those numbers down. And so the POP fishery and then the sablefish fisheries where all the thorny heads are caught. And this is our chronic problem child, is black spotted rough-eye. And as you probably heard from the SSC and the plan team and I think the AP, that we've exceeded ACLs more than once we've done it 3 times in the last 4 years, but if we exceed it more than once in the last 4 years, the council's required to review accountability measures. And a little bit of history on this, just to get on the record. It was in the plan team years ago, but none of those are recorded. So when this first came up, I mean, more than 10, less than 20 years ago, I plotted it out, and there were 3 companies out there, different 3 companies now, but there's still 3 companies in the AD sector. When I plotted it out, there were discrete hotspots where they caught the fish every year. If you do it over 10 years, it'll all lump in. And those hotspots were different for each of the 3 companies. They have multiple boats. So they were definitely targeting it. And it became an issue, and we definitely needed to address it to prevent exceeding ABCs. And Bill McGill, who was with FCA and was someone in the room who actually set nets on this and targeted it, he explained to the plan team how they used to do it. Is they used to actively top off. So when they're fishing POP, they'd go out to the edge, they'd slow down, slow the winch, and then they'd drop the net down deeper, and that's how they picked up black spotted rough-eye. And they agreed to stop doing that, and it was wildly successful. I felt very good about my job and what I was able to achieve, and with industry's help. And then there was concern that there was discrete stock structure, so that we might be depleting localized stocks. So we implemented MSSC, and there's others who can speak better about the details of the biology and the spatial workshops. But at the time, we'd stopped directed fishing, and we were confident that we could achieve great things. And then these big year classes came through, and it was just like dusky and Acker mackerel, or sometimes harlequin mixes in with POP, and it's just mixed in. These small black spotted rough-eyes are mixed in with with a POP, and no matter where you go, you can't avoid them. And we went from trying to avoid MSSCs to avoiding ABCs to now worrying about hitting OFL levels. So it's proven very difficult, and this is the one that does keep in-season managers awake at night, because no matter how we try to address it, we haven't been as nearly successful as we wish. And short raker, it's a similar rockfish, but we just, in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, we just don't have we're all stay under limit. It's this one's. And moving on to flatfish, this is the mix of all the flatfish. So you'll see in the Aleutian Islands, it's mostly arrowtooth, Kamchatka flounders, and then you'll see along the north side of the Alaska Peninsula to be the rock sole fisheries where they go to spawn in the spring. And there's the roe fisheries. And along the shelf break, you'll see some flathead sole and lots of yellowfin up on the slope, on the shelf. And this is flatfish catch by Meminati vessels. And so the one thing that really stands out to me, it's like typical, you'll see the gray earlier in the year, you'll see more rock sole, and then there's more rock sole later in the year. That's new in the last couple of years. That's a market thing. They've actually found some markets for. But what really stands out is in normal years, there would be several weeks in the fall and the spring where the yellow bar exceeds 5,000 tons. When halibut and cod catches are low, they'll fish really hard. And there wasn't a 5,000 ton week this year. So when I look at that, I think it's a very reduced fishery. And it's the lowest catch. I went back 10 years and I'm sure it's decades. It's the lowest flatfish catch in decades. It's still the biggest flatfish fishery in the world, but much lower than it's been in recent years. This is incidental, I believe mostly pollock, but some freeze along line. And so this is, and you can see again, that's the numbers are down 2024 below the last 5 years, and it's lower than it's been in decades. And turbot, I just don't think there was I've got a window over my percentages here. I can't read them, but it's generally the boats, and especially in the Bering Sea, that don't have Aleutian Island catch, they go into the Kamchatka arrowtooth turbot, and they just didn't fish that one nearly as hard this year. And again, Kamchatka flounder, this is the hardest fishery that I closed just because I have to do it so early in the year, and it's hard to predict what's going to happen 4 or 5 months out. But this year, we didn't close it. It just wasn't the effort we've seen in recent years. And if you look at the percentage here, I mean, arrowtooth the percentage is high, but the TAC was set very low, and we had reserves that we could have given to them, and we didn't. It's just a lot of fish left in the water. And another indicator of the health is flatfish exchanges. When of the 3 allocated amendment 80 flatfish species, rock sole, yellowfin sole, and flathead sole, they're allowed to exchange tax between their ABCs to increase and decrease. But in some years we have multiple, especially amongst the CDQ groups, and nothing this year. Again, rationalized, mature fleets, fewer vessels. So just like the PCTC went down, so did other fleets. It's one blip of, I've always viewed this slide as an indicator of how healthy the CDQ fisheries are in there. There were still trade activities. I generally take that as an indicator that things are positive, but that's just a single blip this year. And sharks and octopus, the sharks are primarily caught incidental in the pollock fisheries, and octopus in the pot cod fisheries, and typical numbers, no conservation concerns this year. And hook and line, non-cod, this is mostly what the freezer longliners catch incidentally, and you can see it's mostly skates with some pollock. Sablefish catch, it's the trawl fishery took most of their quota, and they agreed to stand down before they hit the limit. So that's all it's kind of the combination, sablefish, arrowtooth flounder, Kamchatka flounder. And the problem with this one was we did catch more short spine thorny heads. And so that we went over ABC, but we do believe there's an ability to change behavior and hopefully prevent that from putting us in over ACL 2 years in a row, that stock. So one thing, I mean, the years we went way over on this was the years there were those huge year classes that went through the pollock catcher vessel fleet in particular. And that's decreased, and I haven't had a good explanation why. And this year it was 80 tons in the pollock fleet. And just for historical precedents, before those big sablefish year classes, often we'd have less than 1 ton in that incidental catch in the pollock fishery. So it's not like it was when we were huge numbers going through, but it seems like there's an indicator there's still fish recruiting to those fisheries. there's still young sablefish coming through because the pollock fleet, they're like Brent Payne put it, their first job is to catch pollock, avoid Chinook, avoid chum, avoid herring, and then sablefish are down there. So they're pretty agnostic to whether they catch sablefish or not. They've got bigger problems. So it's kind of an indicator of the sablefish coming into the fisheries, I think. Non-pollock Pacific cod catch species. It's in the CDQ. It's basically a mirror of what Amendment 80 does. You can see there's that in June they stop fishing yellowfin and they'll start going into acamackerel or rockfish, and they haven't been doing arrowtooth flounder, camchack as much because they've had issues where it could constrain their pollock fishery. But this slide basically tells you when you stop fishing flatfish for. And non-specified reserves, this is another indicator of, I think, of the health of the fishery. It's in years where fishing's good, it's always a struggle. We have the ability for the non-allocated species that the council gave in-season management a portion of fish to reallocate to areas where generally wherever we go over TAC ABC, we try to fill all those holes and not have negative numbers. And then after that, we give it to the valuable fisheries such as Bering Sea, POP, and Kamchatka. And we gave it to the POP fishery. That's still financially healthy and viable. We gave it to Kamchatka, but they didn't use all of it. And it's the end of the year and we still have 8,000 tons left on the table, which really to achieve optimum yield, we should have 0 tons, but we don't. Typical prohibited species, rough-eye rockfish and other rockfish, those are our chronic problem stocks. And discards for trawl, you can see it's mostly pollock, and that's almost all MRA issues. When the non-pollock fleet catches up to the MRA, they have to discard above that. So that's where these ones come from. And fixed gear, it's mostly incidental skates is the big driver primarily in the freezer long line, hook and line fisheries. And salmon, crab, and herring, its numbers were better than they've been in recent years, mostly around the board. Not a lot of. I will say there's on deck sorting. One thing that came up is people mentioned there were some comments that there was less deck sorting in the 80 fleet, and I think the reason for that is they primarily do this in the flatfish fisheries, and they don't do it so much in the rock sole acamackerel. And the flatfish fisheries they're just less of them, and they're still fishing hard for acamackerel, so that's what changes that, and that'll come up in the rates too. Mortality, it's typical. It tends to be in that rock sole fishery, cod fisheries down on the Long Alaska Peninsula, where all species congregate early in the year, especially. That's where they get their halibut too. They have better rates later in the year and up by Kuskokwim off Togiak too. And this is the rates. And so this one, the Amendment 80 sectors, of course, is the biggest driver of halibut bycatch. And you can see the rate went down from 4.22 to 3.8. But again, I'd caution that just because their rates went down, but they have lower rates in POP and acamackerel. And there's more, those fisheries are still robust, and there's less flatfish fishing with current market conditions. And again, compared to last year, it's the same story. And red king crab, it's again, these king crab tend to show up down along the north end of Alaska Peninsula, particularly in that rock sole early season cod fisheries. And fixed gear, we've had recent years, we had some issues in pots, and that's greatly decreased this year. And opelio, this is more yellowfin sole up north when they fish later, once the ice is going. This is where you'll see the NPT, the top left slide, that's the lion's share. That's the yellowfin sole fishery. And bear eye, it's typical. It's the largest flatfishes in the world, and that's where most of the incidental crab catch comes from. Zone 2 is the same. Herring's the one where one issue, PSC where we had issue. There's, we were getting close on the rock salt fishery, and then, early in the year, and we worked the fleet, and the fleet took invasive maneuvers, and they were able to avoid it, and we didn't have a closure on herring in the rock salt fisheries. And Chinook salmon, it's better than previous years. I know there was some change in the fleet that they had more informal communication with the captains, and then there were fewer fish out there. And that was true for non-Chinook as well. And we'll go through these quick, make sure to and then so there's the non-Chinooks later in the season. Non-Chinook, you can see the numbers are much lower this year than previous years. And so and you'll see it's non-Chinooks, mostly chum later in the season. And non-pollock, it's 80 fleet. But if you look at the access, it's less than 1,000. It's not huge numbers in this sec. Oh, I think I lost my ability to forward slide. No. So I can go back, but I can't go forward. Oh, I know why. It got to the end of the slideshow. That'll do it. And thank you very much. And Abby John's gonna come up and give the.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. I'll just see if there are any questions real quick before you get up. Okay. Seeing none. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Good morning, Abby John with the National Marine Fisheries Service. I'll be presenting the Gulf In-Season Management Report. So here are the Gulf areas. And we've also got the gear acronyms here in the bottom corner for your reference. Since Steve already went over this slide, I'm just going to continue on here. He did a thorough job, but we do like to include these moving forward in our in-season management report, so this information is available for the public. So I think this is an improvement here to our process. So this is total groundfish catch in metric tons, and it's broken out by weekly period for gear type. Each bar represents a week, and each color represents a gear type. The last update for catch figures and tables in this report was run on the 12th of November. This is showing for all groundfish, 42% of the TAC was utilized in the Gulf. If we look back to previous years, in 2023, we were at about 46% this time of year, and in 2022, we were at 50% TAC utilization, so a decline over the last couple of years here. Here we have both the total retained and discarded catch, and this goes back to 2017. And this is shown as a bar here on this slide, and the maximum weekly catch is shown as a line. This year, the week with the highest catch was September 7th. Last year, the week with the highest catch was March 11th. Discarded catch is at about 5% of the total catch, which is similar to the last few years. So this is showing pollock catch in the Gulf. For mapping groundfish in this report, we use the catch and areas database and aggregate catch by 20-kilometer hexagon areas, which does not align with the state statistical areas. The darker the color and the higher the tower, the more the catch. Similar to previous years, there was consolidated effort north of Kodiak, but less fishing south of Kodiak. That's due to the closure of the pollock fisheries in the Central Gulf in late September because the Chinook salmon PSC limit was reached, and I'll speak more to Chinook PSC later in this presentation. This figure is showing pollock catch by month for 2024. The table is showing the percent utilized for the entire year. It is lower than normal for 620 and 630 because of that closure. Prior to the closure, though, it was lower because of processing capacity issues and the closure of some plants. The revised TAC for 620 is adjusted to account for the unused A-season apportionment. This is showing the count of vessels targeting pollock. There was a fishery in 610 in the A-season this year. There hasn't been since 2020. So that's why you're seeing a big jump there. There were also less vessels in 620 and 630 for both the A and B seasons relative to 2023, and overall a declining trend for vessel count for the Central Gulf. This map here is showing Pacific cod by trawl gear, and this is a similar distribution to last year. This is showing Pacific cod catch by non-trawl gear, which includes hook and line, pot, and jig gear. And now we jump more to the area info. So for Pacific cod in the Western Gulf for weakened sector, the highest percent utilized is for trawl catcher vessels and lowest is for jig. Hook and line catcher vessels and trawl catcher processors were closed to directed fishing in the specification. NIMS closed pot fishing to directed fishing in mid-February. One reallocation occurred where NIMS reallocated from the trawl catcher vessel sector to the hook and line catcher vessel sector and the hook and line catcher processor sector. This reallocation occurred November 5th. This year, as of November 12th, 69% of the Western Gulf Pacific cod TAC was utilized, which is lower than 2023 and 2022 for the same time frame. For the count of vessels targeting Western Gulf Pacific cod, comparing 2024 to 2023, there was a decrease in the number of vessels for pot and jig and a marginal increase for trawl vessels. For those sectors and for the total Western Gulf TAC apportionment, the pot sector caught 35%, followed by the trawl catcher vessel sector. Hook and line catcher vessel decreased, as did hook and line catcher processors. However, since we ran this report, hook and line catcher processor catch increased slightly in November after a reallocation to that sector occurred. For the tender vessels, the count increased significantly for Pacific cod and for pollock, but well, really just for pollock. This is because of processing plant closures and a shift to tendering to cover the closure and to reduce the amount of time it would take for vessels to deliver to other processors. And also some tender vessels were only doing one trip. This is because they assisted in tendering on their way from fishing in other areas to returning to port. Now on to the Central Gulf. So this is showing catch by week and sector. 91% of the TAC was utilized in the Central Gulf. The trawl CP sector was closed to directed fishing in the specifications. There was also an overage in this sector. NIMS placed that sector on PSC status August 20th. There's also an overage in the hook and line greater than 50 sector. That overage is due to a discard rate that is applied to that sector and results in the catch. Inseason will reallocate underutilized TAC from other sectors to cover these overages before the end of this year. Also noting that the jig sector caught greater than 90% of the annual sector allocation, so will then receive a 1% increase for this coming year, bringing their annual allocation to 3% of the total Central Gulf TAC.
Ms. John, Mr. Toy has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And apologies, Ms. John, it took me a little while to sort of formulate this. And that's back on the tender, Western Gulf Tender Vessel Report. And you pointed out the reasons for that increase, but mentioned some of which I expected, but one of which I didn't, probably my own just ignorance. But you talked about the single trip tender and mentioned that that was vessels that had been fishing themselves that then also tendered on their way back to port from the fishing grounds. Did I hear that correctly? And I was just left me wondering a little bit about how we handle that in terms of our catch monitoring program, particularly for Chinook enumeration. And this might not even be the right time to ask that question, but I thought I'd at least throw it out as a place marker, because at least to me, that's a new aspect of tendering.
Through the chair. So yeah, this was definitely a shift in tendering for this year. And we're seeing that big jump because of those processing plant closures. So yeah, that aligns with what I said earlier. As to the salmon accounting, it may delay when those numbers come in, if the vessels are taking longer to return. But as for other challenges or other accounting, I'm not sure I have the resources to answer that at this point.
Thank you, Ms. John. Yes, Ms. Kimball has
Thank
a
you.
comment.
And Ms. John, maybe you can answer this the same way, but my understanding is that most, if not all of those vessels are in the EM program.
Yes, that's correct.
So they would be retaining all species in general, and then all of the salmon accounting would be happening at the plant. And that would not change whether there was a tender delivering to the plant or the vessel itself delivering to the plant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
See here, I believe we were on this slide. So here are the counts of catcher vessels targeting Central Gulf Pacific cod, about the same as last year, but more in the trawl sector and less in the jig sector compared with 2023. That's likely because more trawl vessels were diversifying catch after the pollock fishery closed in the Central Gulf. The vessel count is about the same for the other sectors. And this slide is showing the percent of the total catch for all of Central Gulf Pequod sectors. It's pretty consistent. It hasn't changed much since 2020 or 2021 rather. Here's the tender vessel report. No tenders in the Central Gulf this year because vessels are delivering shoreside. Now on to Western Gulf trawl rockfish. So Northern POP and Dusky tax were all less in 2024 compared to 2023, especially for POP. However, the percent of TAC utilized was similar when comparing 2024 to 2023. The count of vessels decreased from 6 to 5, and in-season closed POP to directed fishing in mid-September. Here is the Central Gulf rockfish fishery for Dusky Northerns and POP, which are primary species in the Central Gulf rockfish program. And just a reminder that the Central Gulf rockfish program season will begin April 1st instead of May 1st in 2025. Here's the rockfish program allocations and catch. Very little in the entry-level longline fishery. For cooperatives, POP had the highest percent utilized, followed by sablefish and Pacific cod for non-confidential catch. Catch as a percent utilization of the allocation to cooperatives was lower for all species in 2024 compared to 2023, except for Pacific cod, which was higher. This is showing short raker catch for all gear types. There was more catch in April and June relative to 2023, but less in September and October. The percent utilized for the entire Gulf was 53% relative to 69% from the prior year. There is the most short raker catch in July. This is the same for POP, and POP and short raker can be co-located in West Yakutat, which is part of the Eastern Gulf. This is showing catch for rough-eye black-spotted rockfish. Most catch occurs in July and August. There was less catch in 2024 relative to 2023. This is for thorny head. Most catch, again, occurs in July and August. Slightly less thorny head catch in 2024 relative to 2023. Same TAC for both of those years. For other rockfish, most of the catch occurs in July and August. Predominant species are harlequin rockfish for trawl and yellow eye rockfish for hook and line. Other rockfish are closed to directed fishing in all areas of the Gulf. A reminder that DSR, demersal shelf rockfish, was split out from other rockfish in this combined central western West Yakutat area. So now DSR isn't included in any area of the other rockfish stock complex moving forward. Here's hook and line catch for all species. Predominant species is Pacific cod until April. Then the predominant species shifts to Pacific cod, Pacific halibut, followed by sablefish with the IFQ season opening. Less cod fishing after March because there were a couple of closures for hook and line gear in the latter half of March. Here is the sablefish catch. The stripe pattern is fixed gear, and the unstriped pattern colors are trawl catch. Highest weekly catch occurred in April, and West Yakutat had the highest utilization for fixed gear at 84%. Central Gulf had the highest utilization for trawl gear at 57%. Trawl sablefish catch for 2024 was pretty evenly split between trawl CVs for the rockfish program and trawl catcher processors not in the rockfish program. This is a decrease in catch from 2023 and from 2022. For fixed gear sablefish, we've got the breakout of area, gear type, and vessel count. So lots of information on this slide. Orange is pot gear and yellow is hook and line gear. The most hook and line gear use is in the Southeast with 80 vessels and 32% of the harvest in the Southeast outside area. The most pot gear by vessel count is also in the Southeast area with 98 vessels, but the most harvest is in the Central Gulf. If we look at a breakout for hard pots versus slinky pots, we're still seeing more slinky pot harvest than hard pots for all areas, and slinky pot use increased in the Western and Central areas. Here we have a breakout of incidental catch in sablefish targets for hook and line and pot gear. And you can see there's very little incidental catch happening in the pot gear. And here is the big skate catch by week. It's broken out by hook and line and trawl gear for each sub area. Most of the catch occurs in the Central Gulf and for hook and line gear. Here's the longnose skate and other skates catch. Longnose skates catches well under the TAC for all areas in the Gulf. Other skates catches fairly high for Gulf wide at 84% of the TAC as of mid-November. Here we've got sharks and octopus, mainly spiny dogfish in hook and line gear and octopus in pot gear. So here are the species placed on PSC in 2024, which is just for trawl catcher processors. This is less than in prior years. Here's the flatfish catch up from 2023 for catcher processors and the highest it's been since 2020 for catcher vessels. Mainly arrowtooth and shallow water flatfish, however, still well under the TAC for both of these species. This is a table representation of flatfish and skates catch in the Central Western Gulf, as well as TAC utilization. And here we have percent retained for the trawl fishing. So here the highest percent retained is for pollock and lowest is for other species, which includes sharks and octopus. Discards are mostly for species not open for directed fishing. So this is for fixed gear, percent retained. The highest is for DSR, lowest is for arrowtooth and sharks for hook and line gear. For pot, we have a rounded 100% retained for Pacific cod, and the lowest for other species, which is a combination of pollock, flatfish, rockfish, and sharks. So this gives an overview of salmon, crab, and herring PSC in the Gulf. I'm going to dive into a couple of species more specifically in the next few slides, but just noting non-Chinook was higher in 2024 than in 2023, as was barred eye caught by trawl gear. Fixed gear barred eye decreased and golden king crab increased. But if we look across from 2019 to 2024 for barred eye, it did increase, but it's still well below 2019 and 2020 levels. For 2020, fair barred eye was highest in the arrowtooth target and lowest in the Pacific cod trawl target. For Chinook salmon PSC in the Western Gulf, PSC was higher than in previous years, but this, just a reminder, this was the first time there was an A season in 610 since 2020. And just noting that across the Gulf, Chinook salmon PSC was higher for this year. However, the fleet voluntarily stood down towards the end of the season to prevent any overages in 610. For Chinook salmon PSC in the Central Gulf, the cap was exceeded. This was an unprecedented bycatch event, and the fleet and managers quickly communicated this bycatch event to the agency. These trips were monitored by either observers on board or by EM systems. The salmon were counted shoreside and genetic data were collected. The fleet stood down, the agency reviewed the data and determined that the PSC limit was exceeded. As a result, the agency closed the pollock fishery in the Central Gulf.
Ms. John, a question. Ms. Guan.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. John. Do you know when the genetic data is expected to be available from those Chinook bycatch?
Through the chair, I'm not sure on that, but I think folks at the Science Center may know the answer to that question. So for non-pollock, non-rockfish program, catcher vessel bycatch, low this year for a total of 18. For Chinook PSC and the rockfish program, it was also well below the limit this year. For Chinook PSC by catcher processors, it was higher this year relative to previous years, but still well below the limit. It was highest for deep water flatfish targets, which on this slide includes the deep water flatfish complex and sablefish, arrowtooth, and rex sole. The majority of the Chinook PSC by catcher processors was from arrowtooth, and for 2024, the limit will, for 2025, the limit will still be 4,080 because the PSC is less than 3,120. Moving on to halibut bycatch. This is showing trawl and fixed gear halibut mortality and total discards.
Ms. John, before you move on, I'm noting, if I'm reading this correctly, the halibut mortality associated with the fixed gear IFQ halibut fishery is a bit higher than the trawl fisheries. Wondering if that is that consistent with previous years, or is that some anomaly from 2024? Thanks.
Through the chair, I'd have to look back at 2023 to see if that mortality was different. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But that 2023 report is available on the NMFS website.
Yep.
So zooming in on trawl, catcher vessel catch, and halibut mortality, The catch is shown in the bars by month and halibut mortality is shown as the red triangle. It was highest in October. This is showing trawl CP catch and halibut mortality. It was highest in June for trawl CPs. The largest majority targets here were rockfish, followed by arrowtooth for that month. This table is showing trawl halibut mortality for deep water and shallow water species. It was highest for deep water species between this in the second season, which is April 1st to July 1st, mainly due to arrowtooth targets. There was no reallocation between deep and shallow water categories and no closures or overages. Overall, for these two categories, we're well below the limits. Here's halibut mortality as a 5-year average. The 2024 rate was lower for all categories compared to the 5-year rate. Here is, again, halibut mortality in comparison to 2023. Again, it's lower for all categories. And we included a Cook Inlet salmon summary for this year. The fishery opened by regulation on June 20th and closed August 15th, which includes a total of 15 days of fishing. There were 206 unique vessels that participated in this fishery and landed approximately 19% of the catch, the total catch in the Upper Cook Inlet Central District. Harvest remains well below the tax for all species, which was especially important for Chinook and coho stocks which had very low escapements throughout Cook Inlet.
Yes. And Ms. Baker, question?
Thank you for your presentation. You might have covered this, but I'm wondering if you could characterize, it's not really a particular slide or data. You covered very thoroughly the Central Gulf of Alaska pollock fishery closure due to reaching the Chinook salmon PSC limit. And I'm wondering, you did mention that after that closure, some of those trawl vessels did move into the Pacific cod fishery. Can you characterize, were there Pacific cod and flatfish fishery options available to those vessels that had been closed out of the pollock fishery, and did a portion of the fleet move into those fisheries? Can you just characterize sort of what happened after that closure in terms of the Central Gulf trawl fleet operations?
Through the chair, yes, there were opportunities for vessels to fish in the Pacific cod trawl fishery in the Central Gulf, and that was opened, and there was a voluntary cooperative there for that fishery, and there were flatfish fishery opportunities as well, and there was a slight uptick in some flatfish fishing in the fall, but again, well below the tax. But vessels were trying to diversify as much as possible and find some other opportunities after those closures.
I'm not seeing any further questions.
Alrighty, and that brings us to our last slides here. Just want to thank everybody for their contributions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you again for the presentation. I think before we move on, let's take our mid-morning break, and we will come back at 10:20 and reconvene with our NMFS management report. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay, we will be continuing on with our NIMS management report, and Ms. Harrington is here to introduce the next report.
Yes, hello again, council members and Madam Chair. So one quick update per Ms. Goen's question on the genetics information from salmon caught as bycatch in the Gulf of Alaska. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center is analyzing those genetic samples along with all the other salmon genetic samples, and the information will be available this spring. And the council is scheduled to have the full genetics reports at their October council meeting this year. And so with that, were there any other questions on the ADP or any of the other issues that we've talked about earlier?
Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions on the final ADP. And the first question has to do with, trying to find it just to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Gulf of Alaska trawl EM deployment under the new regulated program. And I noticed in the final ADP that funding under the final has been provided for 6 tender vessels in the Gulf of Alaska. And we had a little bit of a conversation about this at the October council meeting when the draft ADP was available. And I just noticed after Ms. John's in-season management report that 6 trawl vessels operating in the Gulf is considerably less than recent history, even before the closure of the shoreside processors and an increase in tenders. And so my question is, what happens if we see more typical tender activity in the Western Gulf, particularly with tender vessels, but there's only EM funding for 6? Just can you help walk me through the impacts there, please?
Yes, through the chair, Ms. Baker, I have Josh Keaton online. He's the head of our monitoring branch of the Sustainable Fisheries in Juneau. And Josh, please provide a response to Ms. Baker's question.
Sure. Through the chair, I assume I'm coming through okay. For the record, Josh Keaton, NOAA Fisheries Monitoring Branch Lead. Thank you for your question, Rachel. As was discussed in the initial ADP that you received in October, there was concern around tender vessels and providing, EM or observer funds to support those EM tenders. We engaged with both processors that were out there. I think I should highlight that 2024 is an anomalous year for tender use. This was the last year of an EFP, and there was monies available through the NIFWIF grants that they received. So there was a little bit of trying to get more tender systems. I'll remind the council that throughout the development of the 4 years of the trawl EM program under the EFP, we were working to find solutions on tender vessels and how to monitor them in the Western Gulf. Part of that development was the development of mobile EM systems that could be transferred from boat to boat. So when we're incorporating costs, every dollar that we spend on a tender unit or the maintenance and annual operation of a tender unit is less money available for deploying observers and other fisheries that are needed. So we approached both processors that are operating with tenders to ask them what their use of tenders were. And we also evaluated how many tenders are used at any given time. So the 6 is the amount of tender vessels that are used at any given time in a during the fisheries. The expectation is that those mobile systems, and so we're kind of allocating it so that, we know one processor will need one tender and they consistently use the same tender. So we're pretty consistent on that. But other processors, they may use a vessel for one trip. And so from an agency cost, when it's about, I'm going to just estimate this, it's around $5,000 for annual maintenance and operation of a EM system, right? For a vessel to only take one tender trip, it seems to be a cost that we wanted to encourage the fleet to move those mobile systems that we developed through the Trawl EM system. We also talked to Aleutians East Borough, Charlotte Levy, to discuss the availability of those systems. They provided us with estimates of where those systems are, and it's always within the processor's ability to move an EM system or to provide other EM systems on those tenders. So we don't anticipate many impacts to the fleet, and we think that the 6 tenders is likely to get there. If in the, as we get through the A season and the B season, right, we always make in-season adjustments. We have to provide the estimates in the ADP, but should this not work, we could always reassess, and that would include FMA in that discussion. I hope that answers your question.
And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Yes, that's very helpful, and I appreciate your team's outreach to the affected processors. That's much appreciated, and the clarification on the expected impacts. My second question has to do, I don't have a lot of detailed information about this, but I just heard potentially in the 2024 season, I'm not even sure what fisheries or gear types, there may have been some technical problems with EM, particularly the video units, and in terms of not recording or lack of data quality or something like that. And can you provide any clarity if that actually occurred, and if so, what fisheries were affected and potential impacts on our data collection?
Sure. Through the chair, Ms. Baker. Yes, I heard about the discussions around this, and it's actually a pretty good thing to clarify with the council. This was all a little bit behind the scenes as we were developing the proposed and final rule for Trawl EM this year. Earlier in the year, this is in January, one of our EM vendors had decided to try to update their software to provide more remote capability for service of those systems, i.e. moving cameras, and stuff like that, to do that remotely. As we all are aware, sometimes technology that works really well in other parts of the nation don't work in Dutch Harbor and stuff. So this was identified immediately. Our EM reviewers identified it. Even the vendors were communicating with us. This is back in January. These were new systems that were deployed for this year. They were having some issues with the settings and the ability to connect with those systems to correct that, which did result in some loss of data in the first trips of the year. We immediately got on multiple phone calls in which we identified the problem, quickly resolved that. Problem was resolved by mid-February. And that whole experience was a learning experience for us while we were developing the Trawl EM rule, and resulted in us adding regulations for basically type approval of an EM system if you make major changes to your system, which basically creates a new system. So, and that was incorporated into the rule for approval. So we should not have that situation happen again, where a vendor does a massive update on an EM system and deploys it, and then has issues. We stress the importance of testing and before being deployed, and everybody actually did a really great job to address that problem. But that issue did occur. It was very limited to about a 3 to 4 week period at the beginning of the year. That was mostly the fixed gear fleet that was impacted with those new systems. Those several trawl EM vessels were also impacted. And I'll just reiterate that the vendors, the vessels that were watching their EM systems, everybody was communicating with us to let us know that there was a problem, and the vendor did address the problem very quickly. That problem does not exist to my knowledge. We heard the rumors going through the council a couple days ago, and Joel Kraske, who's in the audience here, is available for any further clarification, but he spent a lot of time over the last day or two tracking down with the vendors, our EM reviewers, and everybody to ensure that that problem does not still exist, and we were just missing it. And it was just confusion related to an issue that occurred early in the year.
Thank you, Mr. Keaton. Really appreciate that clarification and the agency's responsiveness to the situation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Ms. Goen?
Thank you. I have a question actually from earlier in the NMFS report on cost recovery. Thanks for the update on the fee notices that have been posted for some of the fisheries. It reminded me that last February at the council meeting, multiple organizations came forward requesting some updates to the cost recovery report for transparency. I think 11 organizations were involved in that. I'm wondering if the agency can give an update on the status of working with the industry on that.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Goen. Oh, actually, Josh can also provide an update since he's on the line. Go ahead, Josh.
Sure. Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen, for the question. Yes, we have engaged with the industry, the large group of multiple users that generally don't communicate together. We did meet with them once or twice. We've met with individual groups like the PCTC group individually. We are planning to meet with the CDQ group individually to discuss the cost recovery process. As for increasing the transparency in the report, we are making significant revisions to the format of that report that you will see next year. I think the council is expecting to receive those reports in April. We want to consolidate all cost recovery reports into one large report, drastically increasing the transparency in both our internal processes. As we had those meetings with the industry members, we started by just explaining our processes and the different checks and balances that we have built into the cost recovery, which are not really well articulated in those reports. And that actually helped clarify a lot of concerns. And so we're adding new chapters into the report to describe our internal processes and also striving to increase the transparency in how costs are collected, allocated, and the results. So expect to see those reports. And I'll just urge any concerned industry members, myself and our cost recovery coordinator, Amy Hadfield, are available to schedule meetings when we really do like to talk to you because you're providing information for us so we can answer your questions in that expanded report to be presented next year.
Thanks for that. I appreciate the update and definitely encourage you to reach out to all the sector groups that you haven't reached out to yet on that report. But thank you. That sounds good.
All right, Madam Chair, members of the council, I will next introduce Dr. Anne-Marie Ike, and she will provide the Protected Resources Division updates.
Thank you. Good morning. Anne-Marie Ike with National Marine Fisheries Service Protected Resources Division. So we only have 2 protected resources updates in the B2 this morning. I'll do the second one first, just to be confusing. So the second one is the Gulf of Alaska groundfish FMP biological opinion. This is just an update that we're still working on it within the Protected Resources Division. We're in the final stages, expected to be complete very soon. We had hoped to be able to provide a presentation today, but we just didn't make it through the clearance process, and so we'll provide an update at the next council meeting.
And Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Ike, can you just help my failing memory? That EIS covers the listed salmon from the Pacific Northwest as well as the other protected resources, or that's a separate?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, no, sorry, this is for the Gulf of Alaska Fishery Management Plan. This is separate from the Pacific Salmon EIS coverage that was done through a different consultation. Okay, and second, I actually get to pass it off to Mr. Mike Williams and Dr. Lauren Devine, if she's arrived yet, to present on the Northern Fur Seal Conservation Plan. So I'll pass it off to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. I'm Mike Williams with Protected Resources Division, Pribilof Islands Program. Lauren Devine, my colleague and co-manager, is stuck in icy hell in Anchorage, so she's trying to get here. I will probably just take the entire presentation, and if she makes it, we'll do a swap if necessary. So I'm here today to talk to you about the finalization of the conservation plan. Oh. Let me try that. There we go. Excellent. So a quick outline. So I'm going to talk to you quickly about the finalization of the plan, and then I really want to get to the select plan revisions with the plan that we made. Oh, and there she is.
Apologies.
Well timed. I guess I'll take this slide after all. And then we'll talk to you a bit about the threats prioritization workshop that we shared with you earlier, and then a summary at the end. So, final conservation plan published in the Federal Register on November 8th. We also developed a NOAA tech memo, and that was completed a couple weeks later. And you have that in your packet. At this point now, we continue every 5 years to evaluate the status of the stock and the need for a plan revision. And so that's a process that we go through with conservation plans and recovery plans. With conservation plans, there's less structure than with recovery plans for endangered species. The last point here, we'll continue to use our co-management process with our co-managers to work on implementation of high priority conservation actions in the plan. So these conservation actions start on page 120 in the plan, and that's really the actionable part of the plan that we look to recover the northern fur seal stock. So why are we here? So this is the reason we're here again in front of the council. The decline of the northern fur seal stock since its depleted listing in 1988 through 2022. What I'll be showing you is a split between the more recent period, 2007 through 2022, and the entire period. And the point of this slide here is we've struggled with contemplating what's going on with the fur seal stock, and is it a broader stock issue, or what else is happening with the population? This decline is significant, and our exploration of new data and new analysis has led us to some new results that are in the plan now, and will continue to be explored as we go forward. So what are the select plan revisions that I'm going to talk to you about here today? In response to public comments on the draft plan about indirect effects of commercial fisheries, my colleagues at the Marine Mammal Lab summarized 34 years of data. So from the start of the depleted listing to 2022, and looked at it by foraging complexes. And these are these distinct areas in the Bering Sea where we have identified groups of fur seals from individual islands actually forage in separate areas. So we've developed what we're calling performance measures that evaluate all of these items by foraging complex over this period. And then we've split it into two periods, the entire period and then the shorter, more recent period. So one of our big questions that we've been struggling with is, does the evidence that we have with northern fur seals suggest this is a North Pacific issue because northern fur seals spend half of the year across the whole entire North Pacific, or is this a Bering Sea issue? So what I'm going to be showing you here is some winter habitat use data that we've analyzed that's included in the plan in Appendix 4, as well as a more specific evaluation of the summer habitat use data that shows this summer segregation. So first, the winter story for fur seals. So I'm going to show you 3 graphics here. This is adult females, their winter migration, and I want you to focus on the lack of segregation here, that this is data when we have animals tagged from all of the breeding areas traveling on their winter migration. So that's adult females. This is juvenile females. And this is naive female pups that are gone on their first migration. So my point here is to show you that during the winter, these animals are intermixed exclusively across the North Pacific. There's no indication of segregation there among the 3 island groups for the question of, is this a North Pacific issue for fur seals, or is it a Bering Sea issue? So here's the northern fur seal complexes. So these foraging complexes is you look at that big decline, but then you look more specifically at the complex trends, and you see a very different story. And that's largely driven by the bulk of the population being on St. Paul and the 3 foraging complexes across the top of this that show you this significant decline that has occurred throughout this period. When then you look at St. George, at the foraging complexes on the north and south side of St. George, or on Boguslav, and you see either a stable population or increasing population. So just to give you the spatial look of this, so this is the entire stock. If you're thinking again about that overall trend, this is what fur seals are doing if you lump it all in the Bering Sea for the summer. But what's key here in this is that each of these foraging complexes forage in separate areas. They segregate during the summer. And this is a consistent phenomenon now we've seen for a number of years, and so this is telling us that these different foraging habitats that fur seals are using are related to these differential trends in abundance. So there's a ton of information in this table. I want you to focus on what's in the red box here at the end, and I'm going to show you these in a larger form. But these are basically the point estimates for each of the islands and by complex, as I've just shown you, basically on this spatial division of that. And we'll walk you through each of these in this red box. You can see all those dots. I'm going to show you these things in more specificity. So these performance measures, so we're looking at, and what I want you to focus on is that these trends are consistent across these measures. So this is pup mortality as measured from 88 to 2022. And you can just see this relationship where St. George population, Boguslav, and St. Paul are all ordered. Pup mortality is the highest on St. Paul, intermediate on St. George, lowest on Boguslav Island. So that's the full period. Here's the more recent period, and you can start to see some of the separation that we see in the trends as St. Paul has higher pup mortality. You start to see those confidence intervals not overlapping any longer between St. George and St. Paul and Boguslav. So the next performance measure is pup weight. So this is mass measured on pups in August. These again are female pups, and you can see now quite stark the difference, statistically significant difference between pup mass for the entire period between St. Paul and St. George. And then the more recent period, you see some of this closing, the differences between the islands and the complexes. Next measure we've got data for this period is trip duration. So lactating female, this is their foraging trip durations. And this, as you might expect, is related to pup mass and a measure of pup mortality. And again, this relationship of longer foraging trip durations on St. Paul, where we have the decline, shorter foraging trip durations on St. George, where we have stability or even some increase, and then the shortest here on Boguslav, where we have the steep increase. Again, the more recent period, you see some of this, you again see the separation between St. Paul and St. George, and we don't have data for some of these, so that's why there's a lack of information for Reef Point for St. Paul and Boguslav. So that's a lot of information. I just want to kind of walk you through. So this overall stock decline, as we've looked at the fur seal situation, has been obscured until we've determined that these complexes are meaningful units that we ought to be looking at. And that has, I think, helped us to identify this, what is likely an issue in the Bering Sea versus the North Pacific. We've been struggling that over the last decade as this decline has occurred, of where is the problem? Where should we be putting our effort to try and explore this? So the overwintering data shows no segregation. The foraging complexes show this variability, and St. Paul complexes driving this overall stock decline. And an important point I want to make for the council here is that we chose arbitrary time periods. That 88 to 2022 was just based on our management actions of listing of depleted and the plan revision in 2007. And now we're at a plan revision here today. So those dates were completely arbitrary, and where we're really looking for the council and the industry is to help us develop where fishing activities changed in time. We tried to look in the plan at a variety of things, comments about mackerel changes to the fleet due to stellar sea lion measures and how that might have affected fur seals. And we have, there's really no analysis to be able to sort out how that may have changed the fishery relative to fur seals. So there's a lot here that we are very interested in working with the council and the industry to look at the fisheries data relative to these foraging complexes and what we're seeing in fur seals to understand what's going on between St. Paul and St. George, and why we have the stability that we have on St. George and the increase among these complexes and the declines we're seeing quite substantially on St. Paul. So I believe that's my handoff to Lauren.
Mr. Williams,
you.
before you hand it off,
go
I'm
ahead.
wondering if you could go back to slide 19. So the performance measure
Yeah.
of estimated trip duration. Right before next steps. Maybe I can ask
we
it
go.
without, yeah.
Go ahead. No, I hit the same button. It was supposed to go that direction.
This could
Yeah.
be somewhere in the report, but do you have a translation of the trip duration, days, and distance traveled?
Translation
For the trip,
here.
yeah.
So these are, So we have trip durations because of the technology we use, that we record when the animal leaves the island and we know when they return. We don't have, so a satellite tag on an animal would allow us to look at the distance traveled relative to that. So that's not always a one-to-one relationship of distance traveled in kind of a linear distance. They may go a shorter distance and then spend time going back and forth, right? So the time is our best index with the tool. We have the most data with these to get trip duration. We have more limited data looking at distances traveled. There is a relationship there, and I'm sure we could look at that probably is a pretty close correlation with the time spent out at sea and distance travel.
Yes, Mr. Blavoti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, since we're going back, one of your earliest slides, you had the decline in northern fur seals highlighted in blue, and then there was another line that was highlighted in red from 1988 to 2024, 23, I guess. 22. Okay, sorry. So what's the difference between the blue and the red again? And can you explain that?
Sure. Through the chair. So that trend is, so the overall blue trend is the 88 to 2022 trend. The shorter trend is the 2007 through 2022 trend. That's the red line in all of these graphics within the presentation. And that again was an arbitrary decision by us to just choose a more recent time period. And as you can see from that, the overall stock, the trend is quite different between those two periods. And so that's driven by the combination of increase we've seen on St. George and Boguslav during that more recent period, and the continued and steepened decline on St. Paul.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thinking a little bit then about the other date, the 1988, I think it was date. And it seemed to me that was also characterized as arbitrary, but I think it was also related to a listing decision. Is there data available prior to that would be informative? I mean, I guess if we're talking about looking at things a little bigger picture in some ways and more specific in other ways, but with the choice of arbitrary dates, I guess I'm wondering if we need to look at a longer time span. So short question, is the data available prior to 1988?
Yes. Thank you, through the chair. There is a lot of data as well prior to 88. 88 is just simply when we designated the stock as depleted. So we do have data. It becomes more limited as we get earlier in the period. So this is one of the longest time series of data we have for any marine mammal in the world. We don't have this. We don't have some of this trip duration data and some of these other data. It becomes more sparse. And so in the appendix, you'll see kind of a summary of where we have data drop off in the plan. And that's something, we can't solve that, but certainly going forward, we can do that. So there is some data earlier that we have that can be informative as we kind of explore where we need to go with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Sorry about that. Not knowing much or hardly anything about the northern fur seal, just looking at the graphs, I guess I just intuitively thought, oh, maybe there's some correlation to human population here, just kind of given St. Paul and St. George having like 20% of the population density. Has there been any studies that have looked at that correlation with kind of like human population density and maybe other things like rats or something that come along with people?
Thank you. Through the chair. Those are all things we look at the human consequence. We've done a significant amount of analysis related to subsistence harvest with our regulatory changes that we've made in recent years. So that we have a long time series of looking at the human consequences, the on land consequences of people being on St. Paul and St. George, and we don't have any relationship between what we see there as far as the trends go and relative to the population size.
Thank you.
The rat question is, yeah, I don't want to. I'll let Lauren speak to the rat question. She's been more closely focused with that. It is relevant to the human population piece of this, and it is an important piece.
Yeah, through the chair, just to quickly say that the Pribilof Islands are both rat-free. They have been, and both islands operate a rat prevention program. On St. Paul, it's currently in one of the higher biosecurity efforts because we've had threats, multiple threats. Since this summer, the last incident with a rodent on St. Paul occurred from a barge. And so there is no barge service to St. George. So the likelihood of an infestation on St. Paul is naturally higher because we do receive regular barge service throughout the year as weather allows. However, we have quite a good partnership with our federal partners and the state, and we operate a pretty sophisticated biosecurity program to prevent rats or any rodents from being on island. The cruise industry is actually becoming a larger threat to us on St. Paul than activities associated with the human population. It's more the cruises that are interested in the wildlife that we have. I was going to say one more thing, but yeah, there's certainly a pretty rigorous program in place, but noting that the human population, that's what I was going to say. Through our co-management, we're looking at various types of disturbance from humans as well, including tourism, hunting and harvesting disturbance from subsistence users, as well as our research disturbance on St. Paul in particular.
So just to summarize, the current research you have right now, you have not been able to correlate that. All right, thank you.
I think we're ready to move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hang on.
If you can get to my slide. Excellent, thank you. One of the things that we wanted to particularly mention as we were thinking about next steps, particularly because we've brought this to the council in recent meetings as we've been updating you on northern fur seal conservation and recovery, is that we collectively as a co-management council identified a priority initiative, which was to go through a process to prioritize the threats to northern fur seals, which are the conservation actions within the conservation plan. And we did submit a proposal to follow a process called expert elicitation. The council was in support of this and agreed to participate at whatever level, depending on the time frame and timeline and ability capacity within the council to participate in an expert elicitation if our proposal was funded through NPRB. It was not funded through NPRB. We've found out this fall. And so we've been having some conversations about how we go forward to get this work funded. We have actually talked amongst ourselves about other grant opportunities, other internal funding opportunities, non-federal funding opportunities, spoken with the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. So we are actively having conversations, and we just want to keep the council aware of this because we do hope that we can see continued support and participation in that expert elicitation process when it happens. It's a series of kind
convenings, they can be virtual. We hope to have them in person. They include knowledge holders, industry experts, marine mammal experts, researchers, managers, and getting a group of people together to really sit down and through a series of convenings, work through and collectively rank prioritize the threats as they've been identified in the conservation plan. And out of that comes this prioritized list with recommendations that can be taken. Those can be voluntary. They can be geared towards any number of audiences. I imagine that given our presentation, some of these would be relevant to the council and the fishery management process in general. And so we just wanted to give a bit of space to that to keep you aware and engaged, that remains a priority initiative of ours in our co-management relationship. I think there's one more. Yep. So to kind of summarize all of this information we dumped on you, we do have a finalized update of the conservation plan. We are working already through our co-management relationship and with our partners to implement those conservation actions. That initial analysis of foraging complex performance measures, where we kind of talked about whether this is a North Pacific issue, doesn't appear to be, appears to be a Bering Sea issue where we're seeing those differential trends in fur seal abundance across different complexes for the islands, was largely based off of these kind of arbitrary timeframes, and we would really like to have those more informed and be able to do deeper analyses on the complexes with fishing management actions that have been taken and kind of honed the timeframes accordingly with those fishing management actions. And then that threats prioritization is an important next step, as is, we hope, the analysis of indirect fishing effects at the complex level for northern fur seals. And with that, we'll say Kagasaku, thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to understand a little bit more about next steps and whether it's in the research aspect or in the threat prioritization. I don't know, but the presentation was I think driving us towards focusing on the summer foraging habitat and those differences. And I really love these slides, especially slide 11, showing that the St. Paul complex are really going a lot further than Bogoslav and St. George, and they're going north and west. So I guess I'm wondering your request about looking at maybe time periods that correlate with different fishery management actions. What else are you looking at in that summer foraging habitat use that's different between those two? Those three complexes in space and time? Are you looking at prey distribution and the differences that we've seen since the marine heat wave? Are you looking at anything else related to climate and loss of sea ice? Like, how are we parsing about or prioritizing the research to say what is making the biggest difference in the summer foraging habitat use and why we see an increase in some and a decline in others? Hope that's a clear question about where your next focus is.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thanks for the question. So our interest is to look at, when you look at just catch on a broad level, like the in-season report you just received, you see catch spread in areas that are relevant to both islands and to each of these complexes. Clearly, something is happening with the way the fishery is executed within the St. George areas that may be different from the St. Paul. Maybe it's a salmon bycatch closures. There's some nuance to the way we've been able to get look at the data in a very broad way so far. So our interest is really to sit down and understand how the fishery has been managed and how those changes may be that reflection of real management actions that are happening that have resulted in this stability and increase on St. George and may be contributing to this decline on St. Paul. Now, we also have differential consumption of pollock, pollock being a significant portion of the diet for St. Paul fur seals, less so for St. George. But it still is a significant portion of their diet, well over 50%. So these are kind of the broad questions we're looking to explore and to get input from the industry and fisheries managers and the council to not kind of walk into this blindly and go into this informed with guidance from people who really understand how the fisheries are being managed. Oh, environmental drivers, thank you. So yes, we are continuing to explore those aspects as well. The CEFI program, there's a fair bit of work at the Marine Mammal Lab now looking at environmental drivers as well and how those are contributing to shifts in prey, shifts in animal response, so shifts in foraging trip duration as it relates to environmental drivers as well. So we are also actively trying to look at the contribution of those environmental pieces as well to try and kind of tease out where we have our own management actions in the fisheries, where we have our own management actions with what we're doing with fur seals, and where some environmental drivers are that are contributing to this. So trying to look at the whole picture, but we're not fisheries managers, and you guys are those, have that expertise, and that's where we're looking for that support.
Thank you. I appreciate answering both parts of that question and then kind of confirming then the assumption of the focus will be on the summer. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Blavoti?
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, make sure I understand. Are you saying the St. George stock or populations are increasing, or are they just not declining as fast as St. Paul? Like, how would you characterize that?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for that. Yeah, so the more recent period, so the 2007 to 2022 period, both of the St. George complexes are increasing. And you'll see in that table, you can see there's not a negative by the pup production for those two. So there is an increase on St. George. St. George, the overall period, if I'm remembering correctly, is either no change, stability, maybe a slight decrease for St. George over the entire period. If you look back further in the pup production, St. George did have a period of significant decline from the 70s through the late 80s into the early 90s. So there has been a period where St. George has had a significant decline, and if you look back in the earlier period as well, there's a period in the 80s where St. Paul was stable. So there's a lot of nuance here in this, and the complex segregation has really enlightened us into kind of teasing out some of this nuance, and that's where we're looking to go forward.
I think you had to turn yours through the chair. Sorry, I just want to add and just clarify. The St. Paul, St. George, and Boguslav all make up the Eastern Pacific stock. So the stock segment on each island is where we have one or more foraging complexes. St. Paul, though, has on the order of 100,000, hundreds of thousands of fur seals, 400, 600, 800,000. St. George is on the order of 30,000 to 40,000. So much, much lower. Is same as Boguslav, which Boguslav, uninhabited island far to the south, and was previously non-existent. And so kind of arbitrarily got mixed into and brought into the management as an Eastern Pacific stock.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think my question is to both Mr. Williams and Dr. Devine. But actually first to comment, I just appreciate your presentation today really exemplified a couple things. One is you did a good job of sort of describing where we're at on the conservation plan, but it also really exemplified how much the management relationship between the two entities has really matured and how productive it is. And I just wanted to comment, I appreciate seeing that. In terms of a question, I've been thinking a lot about the point that you're making that because all three or all five, I guess, of your foraging guilds really do clearly intermingle extensively in the North Pacific, that's not where the problem is. And I guess I'm not fully tracking your logic, because it seems to me that if overwinter survival has become uniformly, if, and this is just a hypothetical, but if it became uniformly much lower for all the different foraging guilds, wouldn't that really amplify or magnify any then individual summering differences? But if all you investigate is the summering differences, wouldn't you be missing potentially a fairly large change affecting all the populations in overwintering?
Through the chair. I'm going to hopefully clarify the question. I think you drew the logic that we concluded that there's not an issue in the overwinter timeframe because they're all sharing the same habitat. We see much higher pup mortality not returning. Pups are not returning to St. Paul in the summertime after they've spent multiple years at sea in the North Pacific, because they are leaving the island in poor condition with lower mass. The mortality, the pup mortality is higher for St. Paul. When they are occupying the same areas over winter, they have access to the same prey, they have access to the same resources with which to survive, but they're at a lower condition. And what we have seen in the North Pacific is much stormier, worse conditions. Pups are pretty much completely reliant on currents. They don't have great swimming ability. They have to forage at shallower depths than larger adult fur seals can forage at, so they can't dive as deep. When we're seeing these hot conditions, pups are not able to get below a thermocline that other larger fur seals can get to access prey. And so while they're all foraging in the same area, Bogoslav pups are much more prepared for those kinds of conditions to survive. If a current takes them far away from shore and keeps them offshore for a number of days, a St. Paul fur seal may not be able to survive. A pup may not be able to survive in those conditions where a Bogoslav pup could navigate out of those conditions and reach food. And so all of the conditions in the North Pacific, when they're all together, are the same. We are assuming, we're drawing that conclusion, but the reason that we're seeing these differences, we believe, are resulting from the foraging conditions for mother fur seals over the summer. And I think that was your question, but please ask it again.
You actually asked it better than I did, and then answered it better than, and I see now that the flaw in the way I was constructing it is the point that you made when you re-asked it, that it starts with a different condition, then the same conditions, then different conditions, and I get that now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation. It's very informative. And my question is related to one of your takeaway messages, I think, and seeking continued council support of this activity. And so I realize you've just finished a big effort. So what I got the sense that it's not just data you're looking for, but help interpreting that data and applying it to the activities that you're carrying out. So are you envisioning a more formal engagement with the council, or how should, just general framework planning? Are you looking for staff time? Are you looking for, have you been able to think about that at all, just in terms of what we can think about in potentially supporting your activities the best we could?
Through the chair. Thanks for the question. We would like to continue to have the our involvement with the ecosystem committee over the past, has it been a decade now? It's been a decade, has been valuable. And I think it got us to this place to be in front of the council and to share with you some of what we're trying to tackle. So whether it's through the ecosystem committee or consistent reports and engagement with the SSC, that's one space we're expecting or would like to see kind of continued opportunity for us to engage and work towards kind of understanding how we can tackle this problem and how we can work to address the declines and start to see if there are actions we can take that might have positive benefit for St. Paul seals at the moment, but certainly get St. George moving higher as well. So I think that's kind of how we've been envisioning this initially, to have, there's a lot more information here, right? There's a lot of data, and getting the right folks from the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, from the Marine Mammal Lab, together with folks at the SSC here, I think is probably productive, or the ecosystem committee, to work through how we should be looking at addressing the problem and reconciling what's happening in the Bering Sea and how to tease the nuance apart. Anything else?
Yes, and Ms. Vanderhoeven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm struggling a little bit, trying to think about your request to look at potential fishery interactions and changes to fishery management. And you don't need to go back to the slides, but I've gone and I've pulled up again the individual guilds' little foraging maps, and the difference in trends, particularly between St. Paul and St. George. And the two islands are so close to each other. It's only like 40 or 50 miles or something, right? And the different trends and the different foraging and the limited fisheries that participate in the area between the two. And I guess my question is, are those the kinds of things that you anticipate you would be able to tease out with that next step, as to, like trawl fisheries are here and fixed gear fisheries are here, and maybe one or the other impacts, or both or neither? Is that what this next phase kind of gets to?
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, I think this next phase has a spatial component, a gear component, and a temporal component that are nuanced enough that's where we're really looking to the council and the expertise here to help us understand what those are and interpret what we see in the fur seal data and in the fisheries data, whether it's catch data. We've had some conversations about, spatially when the Chinook bycatch measures occur in the south around where St. George is, have those changes in the fishery resulted in why we've seen this stability and increase around St. George in recent years, and looking at, rather than all of the data the way we get it, look at it with folks who understand it and the nuance, right? So that both that spatial component and the temporal component, because that's really what we're seeing here. And we have the resolution with the way we can get tags on animals and see where they go, And then all of the rest of this, the information that we have about the relationships, mass, survival, foraging, trip duration, all come together to really enlighten what that may mean and how we can make better management decisions.
Thank you. That's super helpful in my mind. And so I guess my follow-up question then, do you have similar ongoing efforts with some of the other potential impacts? Like you mentioned, increase cruise ships and tourism, cargo shipping. There were drones and other noise things that we've talked about in the past. Are those ongoing efforts, or are you just focused on fishing impacts at this point?
Thanks for the question. Follow up through the chair. We are continuing to explore sources of on-land threats. So we're continuing to look at the effects of our research of activities on the island as it may be differentially affecting these complexes on land. The at-sea component, as far as marine debris, we're continuing to look at entanglement and the marine debris problem, harmful algal blooms. As far as that goes, there's a significant amount of work that the tribe has taken on that from a food security and food safety standpoint. So yeah, we're looking at a variety of things. This is not an exclusive looking at the fishery and fisheries interactions, but it is now has become a clearer path for us to investigate, and we want to look at it with the experts and make sure that we're interpreting what we see in the data and how fisheries actions in the past that we have this nice data set for may explain this variation across the rookery complexes.
I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate the presentation and your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Right. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the council. It's Gretchen Harrington again to give the balance of our NMFS B2 report. I just want to highlight a couple things. One of the things that didn't make it into the B2 report, but that's posted on the agenda under that is our new tribal consultation policy that the Alaska region and the Alaska Fisheries Science Center released on Tuesday. This just explains the process and logistics for how NMFS in Alaska will offer consultation opportunities and respond to consultation requests. The protocol is intended to create a consistent and reliable approach for tribal consultations with NMFS in Alaska. And we're offering 3 engagement session opportunities in January and the 7th and 8th to answer questions from tribes and Alaska Native corporations. And we're open to refining this protocol over time as NMFS and the tribes gain experience in implementing it. And the protocol, as I said, is listed under the NMFS B2 items. And with that, I also want to highlight, we have a couple of personnel changes. Let me find that page here. Oh, here we go. So we're very excited to announce Ben Cheeseman is the new NOAA Office of Law Enforcement Assistant Director of the Alaska Division. And Mr. Cheeseman will provide the NMFS enforcement report coming up. I'm also very happy to announce that Dr. Kelly Cates is the Alaska region's new NEPA coordinator. She started in this role at the beginning of November. We had, as many of you knew, Doug Schaftel was our acting NEPA coordinator, and he did a wonderful job in the interim between when Bridget retired and now we have Kelly on board. We also, Julie Fair recently retired from federal service, and she was our public affairs officer. And we've replaced her with Jennifer Angelo, who's our new Alaska Region Public Affairs Officer. So in the end of our B report, I'm just wrapping this up because we have it's been quite a while, but we have more information on all of these individuals in the written B2 report. So with that, I'll provide an opportunity for any additional questions.
Thank you, Ms. Harrington. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make it quick. I did see in the B2 report, Ms. Harrington, notice of a revised ecosystem-based fisheries management roadmap. Yeah. And the summary indicates that this is a national implementation strategy for this policy. So my really straightforward question is, often there are regional plans flowing out of these national plans. What are the implications for the Alaska region of this document?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker. So we are looking at all the things that the council and the agency does following ecosystem-based fishery management and what we're implementing and looking at and seeing how that fits with the plan. There are not plans, as far as I know, for an Alaska region version of the roadmap. I think this roadmap, clarifies the links between EBFM and all of the NOAA fisheries policies and guidance and documents that guide thinking about climate-ready fisheries and ecosystem-based fishery management, and it helps provide kind of the linkages and the language necessary to communicate what we're doing and explain it. And also to better integrate the socioeconomic, habitat, climate change, ecological, ocean use, all of the things that come into consideration for ecosystem-based fishery management and how what we're doing fits into these larger pictures. So I think that's where we are at now with this new policy, is just figuring out how to explain what we're doing under this rubric of the roadmap.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Yeah, thank you. It's a follow-up to Ms. Baker's question. I'm curious, and maybe this is a question for us, but has the council's fishery ecosystem plan team taken a look at the new roadmap and how that ties in as well with the work that the council's doing?
So through the chair, Ms. Goen, so this is a relatively recent, we issued this on, in September. So this is very new. So I am not sure, I would have to talk with Diana Evans with how different council committees have thought about this roadmap.
Thank you. And we'll follow up with that. Thanks. Any further questions for Ms. Harrington? Thank you very much for the report. So we'll move on to the NOAA General Counsel report. Ms. Watson.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Molly Watson. I'm with NOAA's Office of General Counsel in the Alaska section. We have a few written updates posted, including our recusal determination, designated officials memorandum, and litigation updates. I just wanted to offer a few additional oral comments on our written reports. So first, regarding the recusal determination and designated officials memorandum, as required by regulations implementing the Magnuson-Stevens Act, for each meeting, NOAA General Counsel must determine whether any council member nominated by a governor of the state and appointed to the council by the Secretary of Commerce is recused from voting on a final council decision as that term is defined in the regulations. Each of those council members must submit a financial disclosure report, and those reports are publicly available on the council's website. NOAA General Counsel reviews those reports and makes a determination whether, in light of those disclosures, a council member must be recused from voting on any final council decision for each council meeting. Before each council meeting, NOAA's Office of General Counsel's determinations are published and publicly available on the council's website under B3, as reflected in the determination for this meeting, which is posted under B3. None of the council members, subject to the recusal regulations, must be recused from voting on the final actions on the agenda for this meeting. And then second, for the case Groundfish Forum v. NMFS, we just wanted to provide some additional details on any potential appeal from the district court's decision and order, which is included as an attachment to the litigation update for that case, also under B3. So the government and defendant interveners, having prevailed on all the legal issues, would not appeal. The plaintiff could appeal and has 60 days from the date of the order to appeal. So we will not know whether an appeal has been filed by the plaintiff until the 60-day clock runs in early January. I believe it's January 7th. And I just checked the docket. To date, no appeal has been filed. Thank you, and happy to answer any additional questions that council members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Any questions on the oral or written reports under B3? Appreciate it. Thank you. So we'll move on to our NOAA enforcement report.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Ben Cheeseman. I'm the Assistant Director here in Alaska for the Office of Law Enforcement. And with me is Alex Perry, the Compliance Analyst Liaison for Alaska. Okay, we'll just dive right into this here. Let's see, how do we get this? Everyone's having this issue. All right. From April 1st to September 30th, the Office of Law Enforcement Alaska Division conducted extensive patrols for enforcement and educational purposes. In addition to dockside, daily dockside and vessel patrols, AKD conducted several multi-day patrols. Our full report has much more detail on our operations that we conducted this year, but I wanted to highlight a couple operations for this presentation. The first one was down in the Southeast. It was a Canadian border AB line operation. And in June, EOS conducted multiple vessel patrols along the Canadian border in Southeast Alaska in support of this operation. The patrols concentrated on foreign and domestic recreational and commercial fishing vessels adjacent to and within disputed zones. 20 vessels were boarded throughout the week and 10 violations were discovered. Violations were found on both foreign and domestic vessels, and they included illegal harvest in U.S. waters, fishing without permits in controlled areas, and fishing with illegal gear. Also to note in this, our enforcement officers discovered a hypothermic person in the water with no vessel in sight, just on a weed line. And they were able to identify the person, go pick them up, render first aid, called EMTs, and got them back to the dock for waiting EMTs. They saved a life. It was impressive for them. Next slide. Operation Cook Inlet. In 2024, OLE, U.S. Coast Guard, and AWT conducted at-sea and dockside inspections as well as overflights during Operation Cook Inlet. This was in support of the first year of the Cook Inlet Salmon EEZ fishery that consisted of 15 openers from June 20th through August 15th. During the operation, OLE conducted 9 at-sea boardings and 33 dockside boardings. And from those boardings, a total of 46 issues of noncompliance were detected. Those issues consisted of 5 violations of no SFFP on board, 5 violations of no VMS or that the VMS wasn't transmitting, 1 instance of a vessel fishing in state and federal waters on the same day, and 1 instance of a vessel fishing in federal waters on a closed day. There was also 34 record keeping and reporting issues identified, and of note of those 34, there were at least 10 Chinook salmon that were discovered that were not logged by our officers. In advance of the season, OLE, SF, and RAM conducted 3 outreach meetings with the industry and the public.
Yes, it looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Cheeseman, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you give me a sense of, for the, in particularly the Chinook retention, without reporting, was that sort of across your 42 boardings? Was that a fairly widespread, maybe quite a few boats had one or two that weren't being reported, or was it really more just a single? I'm asking that because I'm sort of wondering next about, that seems to me to be a pretty large number, particularly given the reported landings of Chinook, and it's a large number because it's Chinook. And I'm wondering, I guess my follow-up question to the first answer is going to be, does OLE have any recommendations about how to improve monitoring so that we have a very accurate picture of the actual mortalities of Chinook in this fishery?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Through the chair, the percentage of total trips with boardings was only 4.3%. So we didn't board a lot of the vessels that were reported going out and fishing. Of those 10, they were ones and twos. They weren't all on one vessel. And out of the 31 that reported, 10 of them were identified through our boarding officer doing inspections.
Through the chair, Alex Perry. I'll, I guess, address the second portion of your question, which is, and correct me if I'm getting it wrong, but what we think potential options for improving the accounting of the taken Chinook are. That is an excellent question. Probably unpopular answer would be to have a camera on board the vessel to determine whether or not there was, catch of Chinook salmon, and then to determine whether or not the record keeping and reporting of that catch of salmon was performed accurately. Barring some form of at-sea observation, it's very difficult to determine as part of the regulatory package. Retention of all salmon is a requirement. So all species of salmon are required to be retained and reported at offload.
Thank you. And Mr. Sakata?
Yes, thank you. Thank you through the chair. Thanks for your report. Similar to Mr. Twite's questioning, I think I'm more concerned with the fact that out of all the boardings, most were at dockside. They were not at sea, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any concern that, to me, the 10 that was brought to the dock, can you characterize whether that was, people going through the hold, or were they in a different cooler somewhere? I mean, I think intent would be very important here. Can you help me with that a little bit?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, we double checked on that information. These are still ongoing cases, but all of them, they were separated from the rest of the catch and found either in another area or in a cooler.
So to follow up, I would assume that it raises some concern. Is there any plans for more offshore, not dockside monitoring? To be honest, I think it would seem like a minority of the folks would take that risk, and there may be more dumping at sea going on. Is there, can you maybe address that, or maybe what you might do in the future to reduce that potential?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Yes, we're planning on doing operations this year as well, based off of what we did last year. We identified when better opportunities for that to happen. We're also working with the U.S. Coast Guard and the wildlife troopers to help with overflights and with boarding platforms.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I just have a totally different tact. notwithstanding the Chinook non-compliance issues, but on some of the other ones about not having a VMS or not having the salmon FFP on board, given it was the first year of the program and the first year of any federal management in this area, are all of these then turning into violations, or is there an opportunity for warnings or any other kind of outreach? I recognize you did outreach prior to the season, but it's a pretty disparate fleet, and I'm just wondering how to interpret kind of your opportunity for some flexibility in the first year on those kinds of violations.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, yes, we have been identifying that as well. It's a first year of the fishery. There's going to be growing pains. You know, there's a difference between someone that didn't realize needed an SFFP and one that said, we're just not going to get one. So depending on the circumstances of the investigation, we are keeping that in mind. Yep.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
Okay. All right, moving on. For the sake of brevity, we are detailing several case updates in this presentation, not all of them, but please refer to our full report for the list of case updates since the June 24 report. Also, disclaimer, we cannot disclose any further information aside from what is published in the report. While we can't give specific case information beyond what is provided, information related to charging can be found in the penalty policy on General Counsel's website. So going through these, the owner and operator of the FV Vanguard were charged jointly and severally under the Magnuson-Stevens Act for fishing with and having on board non-pelagic trawl gear in federal reporting areas open only to pelagic trawl gear, not complying with vessel monitoring system requirements and inaccurate reporting. $59,784 NOVA was issued. The case settled for $15,000 as to the VMS violation. The agency withdrew the remaining violations. The owner and operator and permit holder of the FV Dark Knight was charged under the Magnuson-Stevens Act with failing to comply with VMS requirements and under the North Pacific Halibut Act for violating IPHC Area 4 clearance requirements. An $18,000 NOVA was issued and the case settled for $300. The owner of the FV America's Finest was charged under the Magnuson-Stevens Act with directed fishing for ground fish with trawl gear in the nearshore Bristol Bay trawl area when that area was closed to trawling. A $121,984.48 NOVA was issued and the case settled for $41,000. And as previously reported in the June report about the CP ARCA, the assistant cook of the ARCA was charged under the Magnuson-Stevens Act with harassing and sexually harassing 2 female observers on board a vessel. A $19,000 NOVA was issued, and during this reporting period, the case settled for $4,000.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Cheeseman, I know that OLE aren't, don't have a lot of influence on how it gets settled, but I'm really struggling with when settlements for other cases that are not that are violation of fishing regulations result in much higher fines than settlements in a case where 2 women were sexually harassed. I just don't get it. Can you help me a little bit with the logic for why a case like that would settle for that small amount of money? It's a tough enough job to be an observer. We ask so much, we depend so much on them. And this feels like a token slap, and maybe I'm looking at it entirely wrongly, and I welcome your correcting me on that. But
Thank you for the question, Mr. Twite, through the chair. I think it's a very good observation. What I can say is the factors used to determine an appropriate penalty or permit sanction are the nature, circumstances, extent and gravity of the alleged violation, the alleged violator's degree of culpability, history of prior offenses, ability to pay the penalty, and such other matters as justice may require. But I appreciate you making that statement.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cheeseman, for your report. I should probably know the answer to this, but in the description here of the fishing vessel Dark Knight, it talks about violating an IPHC Area 4 clearance requirement, and I'm not familiar with what that means.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Williams, and through the chair. The vessels are required to call in and request clearance before entering the fishery.
Thank you. I think we're ready to continue.
All right, pass it off to Mr. Perry.
So for the outreach and education portion of the report, this is half of the fiscal year. So since we reported last in June. So since March of 2024, we attended and presented at 10 separate outreach and educational events. Those included going to recreational and boat shows, included going to various school events and presenting to students. We also hosted or attended 10 meetings with various stakeholder and industry groups. And then there were 3 multinational, multi-agency enforcement events where we had officers and agents providing instruction. So I figured I would call some attention to those. One was the Port States and Measures in Lima, Peru. One International Law Enforcement Academy in Garabone, Botswana. And then the north of 60 in Haines Junction, which is Canadian and multi-agency enforcement. So on this slide, it's incidents by laws and regulations and program. So in FY24, officers and agents opened almost 1,600 incidents, 913 Magnuson-Stevens Act, 411 North Pacific Halibut Act, 120 Endangered Species Act, 95 surrounding the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and 60 regarding other statutes and regulations. I would point counsel, page 7 of the report describes what are contained within other, and that is Lacey Act, Port State Measures Act, referred to state and other federal agencies and other acts. Thank you. With respect to the summary settlement counts, this table shows in descending order the number of summary settlements issued during the fiscal year. This is by entire fiscal year. And then I would also make a note that of 1,003 closed incidents, aside from written warnings and summary settlements, 551 recorded no violation and therefore required no enforcement action. 290 incidents, 298 remain open, and of those, 260 are ongoing investigations. And that is also detailed in our report.
And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation so far. I want to go back to one slide before this, I think, just where you had that pie chart. Yeah, I'm looking at the violations of the North Pacific Halibut Act, and that seems like a pretty high percentage to me relative to all the fisheries that we have going on here. And I'm wondering if historically that's pretty representative of what happens, or if that's a steadily increasing number, maybe correlated with lower abundances that we're having. I mean, I know you can't speak to that, but I'm just wondering if that's typical, or if that's a little bit anomalous this year.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for the question, and thank you, Ms. Chair. That tends to be, I would say, a fairly standard representation of the number of incidents. And now, I would clarify that
an incident opened does not necessarily indicate a violation. So this is the number of incidents opened, and the next slide where I spoke about the number of which were closed, documenting no violation and so forth. But that does tend to be just anecdotally, without having the prior year's report. I would say that's a fairly standard cut of the pie.
Thank you. And Mr. Sugata.
Yes, thank you. In your summary settlement counts graph, I notice charter and recreational are listed separately, but I also notice some violations that may come from charter or recreational, just the way it's written, things like chunked halibut, marine mammal take, for example. Do the charter and recreational numbers indicate the entirety of the settlement counts for the charter and recreational when totaled, or could they be mixed in with some of the other violations?
To the chair and Mr. Sukata, thank you for the question. The way that these are organized within our NICE is the name of our compliance system that we have, database. It is the primary violation that carries essentially the data point. So while a single investigation may be looking at various different incidents or potential violations on board a vessel, the data point that we can tease out through that enforcement database is the one that is carried by the primary issue. So if a summary settlement is issued, then it's for the primary offense. So a single incident may examine 4 different things on a vessel. One of them may be a violation, 2 of them may be a violation, and there may be 2 that are able to be handled on board the vessel with a fix-it or something like that. So if one of them requires a summary settlement, another may require a compliance assistance, and then another, let's say there were 4 on board and 2 of them were record keeping and reporting. 2 may be just a verbal warning or a fix-it or something like that. So in a case where an incident has multiple issues on board, it is the primary and highest level of action that gets carried through on these tables.
Maybe just clarification for my purposes. So I would be charter shows 24, recreational shows 7. I would be incorrect to assume that between the non-commercial side, i.e. charter and recreational, there were 31 settlements. There could be more. Just charter and recreational seem a lot broader than some of the other categories, and that's why I'm just trying to get a clarification.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification through the chair, Mr. Sukata. Yes, you're correct.
I'm not seeing any further questions. Were you finished with your final slide?
Yep.
Okay.
So on to the observer program status of statements slide. In this fiscal year, we received 848 statements. 105 of them were not and this is from the observer program, did not document an actual violation. So we did not put them into our case management system and create an incident. 691 statements were forwarded to agents and officers. And then of those, 295 unique incidents were created. So I would make a comparison for council. In FY24, OLE, as I said, received 848 observer statements describing potential violations. And then by comparison, thought council may wish to know that in FY23, we had received 631.
The reason that I bring that forward is this was mentioned in the North Pacific Observer Program annual report that you all received in June. And it was also noted in our December report. So the Observer Program first implemented in June of 2023 a new statement database. So this is probably something that you are recalling from the June. That database characterizes the actual statements differently. And so therefore, it has, and through the debriefing process, has made it a lot easier for debriefers in the Observer Program to determine whether or not a statement may be warranted for all of the various new statement categories, which are in many cases different from the categories that were previously reported. So because of that mid-year change, Council will note that we did not bring forward or attempt to bring forward a multi-year trend analysis. Essentially, calendar year 24 is going to be the first full year under the new database structure that has the new case statement categorization process. And so that essentially will serve as a baseline for being able to build future trend analyses. So I thought I'd bring that forward. And,
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a quick one on this, and I appreciate the reminder about all the new categories. Those are, I am hopeful that that is helpful to the people that are using that system, including you. But this is the level, I think, of information that's helpful for the council. So I appreciate that and not giving us all those categories. My question is actually on the statuses of assigned. If I add up all of those, that column is the number of unique incidents. Is that correct? So I should be able to add those up and get the 295 unique incidents.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes.
Great.
That's correct.
So follow up, Madam Chair, then if what we should be tracking as council members going forward are the ongoing forwarded for prosecution and summary settlements, I suppose. Since about a third of those are closed with no OLE action, some are written warnings, some are compliance assistance. We would be able to carry forward and see about half of those moving through the system that we would see in future reports if we wanted to kind of track where these are going.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you very much for the question. Essentially, yes. A lot of times I would offer a caveat that many times the ongoing may be more complicated. And so, may take more time to investigate. Of course, they may also have happened quite recently and just not have had time to go through that process. So it may not be a perfect correlation or balance between what you see here. A complicated case, probably is not going to necessarily end up with some of the lower action levels if it takes a lot of time to go ahead and investigate. It's likely that it may have higher penalties or action levels, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And just a note, I think when we get to more detailed reports where if that's the case, especially around when we look at the Observer Annual Report and we're trying to look at trends, like Mr. Twite is always trying to look at trends. Are there things we should be focusing on or less focused on? It feels like seeing this kind of a format and then being able to identify through your staff the trends in the things that were actually forward for prosecution or the trends that were actually violations or received summary settlements. That's what's important, I think, here, as opposed to the bulk of information that shows, what was the trend in the total. Because so many of these are closed with no action or were at the level that they just received a written warning. And so I'm just brainstorming on ways to focus the council in the way you're doing now. And as we go forward, trying to track trends on the things that are actually being forwarded for prosecution that you think are the most important, as opposed to the big bulk of information. I did not find a question in there. I apologize. But I think we've been working through this for a long time, and so I think it's an important conversation for the council to be able to focus on the things that you think are critical.
If I may respond, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. So at our December report last year, we did make a new analysis, and we were able to provide some trends where we were looking at the number in the observer program specifically of statements coming in and the number of action levels that were compliance assistance and above. In other words, indicating that a violation was detected and addressed with a certain level of action. And that was done by management program. And the intent is to carry that forward with the observer program annual report for next year. And you know, I always appreciate our conversations about how we can make this as useful to council as possible. And so look forward to continuing those.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a fair question, but I'm looking back a bit where we talked about the 1,599 incidents that officers or agents opened in 24. How many officers or agents are involved in generating 1,599 instances? Is that a fair question? I'm trying to figure out how many people are involved in actually generating these kinds of numbers.
Thank you for the question. I'll take this one, Alex. Through the chair, Mr. Williams, not that many, under 40. We have a fluctuation. Alaska is always hard to get people to come up here, stay here for more than 2 years, learn the job before they want to go back somewhere warm. But last year we increased our personnel by 9. So we have been able to increase in all of the different ports, have more than one-man ports, and it's increased on some of these incident numbers. With that being said, we're still not full, and we still are going to have some staffing changes. So,
Thank you. Okay. Right. Not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your reports and congratulations on your promotion, Mr. Cheeseman.
thank you very much.
We will break for lunch, and when we come back, we will continue with our B5 report, our ADF&G report. Let's come back at 1:10. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Good afternoon. We will be continuing our discussion with the B5 ADF&G report. We have Ms. Henry here.
Good afternoon, council members. For the record, I'm Kendall Henry, and I'm here to give the state report for ADF&G. Fisheries managed by the state of Alaska in 2024 include those for salmon, crab, scallop, and groundfish. Okay. The Southeast Alaska Summer Troll Fishery opened on July 1st. The summer fishery targets the annual Pacific Salmon Treaty Chinook salmon catch limit during multiple open periods from July 1st to September 30th. During these openings, most of the waters in Southeast and Yakutat areas are open to commercial trolling, including the outer coastal waters in the EEZ. Chinook harvest during the summer troll fishery was 86,326 Chinook, and 85,132 of those fish were estimated to be treaty Chinook salmon. The 2024-25 Aleutian Islands Golden King Crab fishery opened on July 1st for the CDQ fishery and on August 1st for the ADAC community allocation and for IFQ fisheries. All fisheries closed by regulation on April 30th of 2025. The OFL and ABC for BSAI crab fisheries under the FMP are set by the council, and ADF&G sets tax so that total removals do not exceed the ABC. For the 2024-25 fishing year, the TAC is 4.88 million pounds apportioned to the eastern and western areas. The eastern area's TAC is 3.76 million pounds, and the western area TAC is 1.12 million pounds. 10% of the eastern TAC is allocated to CDQ, and 10% of the western TAC is allocated to the ADAC community allocation. And harvest in this fishery is currently confidential, but more than half of the TAC has been harvested in both areas. The 2023, I'm going to go through both last year's and this year's fishery because this spans both years based on the timing of the tanner crab. The 2023-24 tanner crab fishery opened in both the western area and the eastern area and closed by regulation on March 31st, 2024. In the western area, 1.32 million pounds was the TAC, and in the eastern area, the TAC was 760,000 pounds, and in both areas, 10% of the TAC is allocated to the CDQ. And in last year's fishery, both areas harvested 100% of their TAC. For 2024-25, the TAC in the western area is 4.05 million pounds, and the TAC in the eastern area is 1.77 million pounds. And through November 28th, 161,000 pounds had been harvested in the western area, and 1.17 million pounds had been harvested in the eastern area. The 2024-25 Eastern Bering Sea snow crab fishery opened on October 15th with a TAC of 4.72 million pounds. There's been no effort in this fishery, but effort typically doesn't occur until after the new year. The Norton Sound Red King crab GHL for 2024 is 483,000 pounds, with 92% allocated to the summer season and 8% allocated to the winter season. The CDQ fishery is allocated 7.5% of the total GHL, which can be harvested in the winter or summer season. The 2024 winter fishery opened on February 1st and closed on April 30th with a harvest of 14,000 pounds, and the remaining winter GHL was rolled over to the summer fishery. The summer fishery GHL was 433,000 pounds. The summer season opened on June 15th and closed on July 13th, with a total harvest of 421,000 pounds, and the CDQ was fully harvested during the summer season. The Bristol Bay Red King Crab fishery opened on October 15th with a TAC of 2.31 million pounds, and 10% of that is allocated to the CDQ fishery. The TAC has been fully harvested by 21 vessels, and catch rates this season averaged 29 crab per pot, which is slightly higher than last year's average of 26 crab per pot. Weathervane scallop fisheries in Yakutat, Prince William Sound, Kodiak, Alaska Peninsula, Dutch Harbor, and Bering Sea opened on July 1st of 2024. The cumulative GHLs for the 2024-25 season is 374,000 pounds. Due to achieving their GHLs, the Prince William Sound West Kayak subsection closed on August 12th. The Kodiak Shalikoff District closed on September 17th, and all other areas remain open. So far, 274,000 pounds have been harvested, and we've heard reports that they're done harvesting for the year. The State Waters Directed Pollock Fishery occurs in Prince William Sound and opened on January 20th with a GHL of 9.61 million pounds. The inside district is divided into 3 sections, with harvest from any section restricted to no more than 60% of the GHL. Total bycatch is limited to 5% of the directed pollock weight and is apportioned to 5 species groups: salmon, rockfish, sharks, squid, and then other species. No more than 60% of any bycatch species group can be harvested in a single section. Vessels must adhere to trip limits of 300,000 pounds of pollock, and logbooks are required for every trip. On January 29th, the Hitchinbrook section closed because that section's bycatch cap for squid had been reached. On February 22nd, the Bainbridge section closed because that section's bycatch cap of 2,307 pounds of salmon had been reached, and the fishery closed by regulation on March 31st with a total harvest of 7.99 million pounds. State water Pacific cod fisheries are established in Prince William Sound, Cook Inlet, Kodiak, Chignik, South Alaska Peninsula, and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. GHLs are calculated as a percentage of the area's ABCs. In Prince William Sound, the GHL for 2024 was 1.6 million pounds and is allocated 80% to longline and 20% to pot gear. The State Waters fishery opened to vessels with pot gear on February 10th, vessels with longline gear on April 2nd, and vessels to jig gear on May 7th. 177,000 pounds have been harvested in the fishery, and it closes by regulation on December 31st. The 2024 GHL for the Chignik area is 3.9 million pounds and is allocated 90% to pot gear and 10% to jig gear. There has been no effort in the Chignik area. The Kodiak GHL for 2024 was 5.674 million pounds and is allocated 50% to jig and 50% to pot. The State Waters fishery opened to vessels using pot gear on February 16th and closed on March 5th with a harvest of 2.9 million pounds. The jig fishery opened on January 1st and closed on April 30th, harvesting 2.8 million pounds. The 2024 GHL for Cook Inlet is 1.7 million pounds, with 85% allocated to pot gear and 15% to jig gear. The State Waters pot fishery opened on February 10th and closed on March 27th with a harvest of 1.4 million pounds. The jig fishery opened on May 7th following the closure of the federal sector and remains open. 31,000 pounds have been harvested in the jig fishery. The GHL for the South Alaska Peninsula is 5.7 million pounds and is allocated 85% to pot gear and 15% to jig gear. The State Waters fishery opened to vessels with pot gear on March 7th and closed on March 28th and harvested 4.9 million pounds. The fishery opened to jig gear on March 15th and harvest to date is 363,000 pounds, and that closes by regulation on December 31st. The 2024 GHL for the Dutch Harbor Subdistrict is 44 million pounds, with 100,000 pounds of that allocated to jig vessels, and the rest is allocated to pot. The state waters pot fishery for vessels 58 feet or less opened on February 1st, and the total harvested date is 40 million pounds. The Dutch Harbor jig fishery opened on May 1st, and harvest is currently confidential. By regulation, the fisheries close on December 31st or when the GHL is achieved. In 2025, the GHL in the Dutch Harbor subdistrict will increase from 12% to 13% of the Bering Sea ABC because over 90% of the GHL was achieved in both 2023 and 2024. The Aleutian Islands subdistrict GHL is 9.5 million pounds, which is 35% of the Aleutian Islands Pacific cod ABC. The state waters fishery in the ADAC section opened January 1st to vessels 60 feet or less, except for vessels with long line gear, which are limited to 58 feet. On February 1st, all state waters of the AIS opened to vessels 100 feet or less using pot gear, vessels 60 feet or less using non-pelagic trawl or mechanical jig gear, and vessels 58 feet or less using long line gear. There has been no effort in the AIS. And I talked to regional staff out there, and the no effort is due to not having a processor out there. And in the past, there had been tenders that were bringing that cod in, and they didn't have that this year. And the AIS GHL will remain at 35% of the Aleutian Islands Pacific cod ABC for 2025. The state harvest strategy specifies a 4% increase if 90% of the GHL is attained in 1 year, and a 4% decrease if it's not attained in 2 subsequent years. And the GHL was reduced from 39% to 35% in 2024. And the state water Aleutian Island sablefish fishery opened on March 15th with the GHL of 2.71 million pounds. And to date, 857,000 pounds have been harvested, which is 32% of the GHL. And this just lists the upcoming Board of Fisheries meetings. In the written report, there's specific proposals that are of interest to the council, but I'm not going to read those because there's quite a few at these meetings. And then any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Any questions on the ADF&G report? Seeing none, thank you for your presentation. So our B6 Coast Guard report, is that next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council, and members of the public. For the record, my name is Lieutenant Commander Jed Rasky from the Coast Guard District 17 in Juneau, Alaska. And today I'll be giving a short brief on our counter IUU fishing operation called North Pacific Guard, and then I'll be available for questions on the written report. So to provide some context on Operation North Pacific Guard, this is the longest running and kind of our flagship, the Coast Guard's flagship IUUF mission across the globe. We do combat IUU fishing in many parts of the world, and this is the longest running operation we've had. It started back in 1990, and this was related to the high seas drift net problem on the high seas, which is still an issue in many parts of the world. But in 1990, we started doing patrols on the high seas to look at the international fisheries on the high seas, the distant water fleets, and how it might impact U.S. fish. And specifically for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the fish of interest was the salmon. So the salmon stocks belong to the coastal nations in the North Pacific, but they also migrate out to the high seas. And what was happening was foreign entities were going out there and harvesting the coastal state salmon on the high seas. And that was obviously a big issue with management and tougher enforcement over such a large area. In 1992, or actually by the end of 1992, the UN moratorium went into effect, banning high seas large-scale drift nets, which are 2.5 kilometers or more. And that was a UN moratorium. It was also written into US law. And then the regional fisheries management organizations, so RFMOs, started to implement the regulations banning high seas drift nets and then various other conservation management measures on the high seas. In 2008, the WCPFC, which is the Western Central Pacific Fisheries Commission that manages tunas and billfishes, they implemented the moratorium on high seas drift nets. So that was how enforcement could actually go out and operate under the authorities of the WCPFC to enforce the high seas drift net ban. Since then, the conservation management measures have also come into effect for the North Pacific Fisheries Commission. And then we also operate under the regulatory authorities of the North Pacific Anadromous Fisheries Commission. That's obviously salmon. So there's 3 RFMOs that we operate under the regulatory authorities. We have enforcement authorities under 2 of them at this time. And we do these high seas drift net fisheries primarily. In the past, it was to look for the high seas drift net problem out there, but we think that we've actually tipped the balance in the North Pacific against the operating of high seas drift nets. The last case that we had was 2018, the vessel Runda, which I was a part of that interdiction, not on the seas. I was back at my desk, but basically that was the last time we interdicted a high seas drift net vessel in the North Pacific, and they had 80 tons of salmon on board. So it was still a real issue at that time. We think that we've tipped the balance against high seas drift net fishing. We've got a lot of analytical resources for this specific mission looking at high seas drift netting, and we're not able to detect it and not able to interdict it. Whereas back in the kind of 2013 to 2016, when I was part of the Maritime Intelligence Fusion Center, we actually had a few high seas drift net vessels every year that we were able to interdict maybe 1 or 2 of those. So we think this problem is largely gone away in the North Pacific. So why does the Fish Council care? Why should you care about illegal fishing in the North Pacific? The fleets are still operating as distant water fleets, primarily from Asia, Korea, China, and some other smaller fishing fleets are operating in the North Pacific. They're targeting mostly the forage species now. It's going to be your neon flying squid, other squids, Pacific sorry, jack mackerel, various other kind of forage species. And they're not fishing with the high seas drift nets anymore. However, there's still a lot of fish being taken out of the water, which are forage species. The impact on the USEZ right now is actually relatively small. We only see a few vessels operate close to the USEZ at the southern end of the Aleutian EEZ, about late July timeframe when the water really gets warm and goes up north, and then they quickly head back down when the warm water shifts back south. So it's not impinging on the USEZ at this time. I've been a part of this operation since 2013 in different capacities. Now I'm the domestic fisheries person for District 17, but in our shop we have 3 people, 3 active duty coasties who are dedicated to this mission, and we just transitioned one of our commanders who retired. He's now our counter IUU civilian specialist. So Connor Sullivan, he should be here for quite some time, and he is definitely a subject matter expert on this mission. So now I'll roll up the Operation North Pacific Guard for 2024. This year was probably the most collaborative we've had ever. We operate in conjunction with the Canadian Department of Fisheries and Oceans, but we also work with a lot of other international partners, including the Fisheries Agency of Japan and Korea. So the operational assets that actually deploy out to the North Pacific, it's typically been a U.S. Coast Guard cutter, and we did have Coast Guard cutter Midget this year. But in the last 2 years, the Department of Fisheries Oceans Canada has actually deployed vessels as well. Last year, it was a contracted vessel, and this year it was the Canadian Coast Guard Sir Wilfrid Laurier. In addition to the Coast Guard cutters, we also had some interagency cooperation, and then Air Station Kodiak deployed C-130s out west of Japan. So specifically, we had Office of Law Enforcement from NOAA. We had one of their enforcement officers on board, and then joint operations with Canada. We had 2 Coast Guard leadette members, which are law enforcement detachment members. They operated with Canada on the Canadian vessel last year and this year as well. And like I said, the Japan Coast Guard, Fisheries Agency Japan, and the Korea Coast Guard also participate, but that's primarily on the C-130 flights that overfly the high threat area. They operate as observers. So Overall, the problem of IUU does impact national security, international relations, global economics, and food security. Up to 27 million tons of fish are caught illegally each year worldwide, and the Coast Guard is one of the lead government agencies for this multinational effort. Operation North Pacific Guard is our name for this mission, but we work with all of the Coast Guards in the North Pacific on this mission as well. This year, the high seas patrols and surveillance resulted in multiple potential violations. I can't give you an exact count because what we do is we identify potential violations. We then refer them to the RFMO, and then that RFMO decides whether to refer that to the country for potential prosecution. So the number is always fluctuating, and we're actually still reviewing video footage from our C-130 maritime surveillance flights to detect potential violations, especially of like shark finning and other mislabeling violations where the vessels are required to identify using their identification numbers, and sometimes those can be obscured to impede enforcement. So we have our analysts going through those videos to constantly refer new violations to the RFMO. So the actual number of violations is still in flux as of this time. But as far as enforcement efforts, the Coast Guard cutter Midget patrolled the North Pacific for 65 days. They conducted 21 high seas boardings and inspections, and under the two RFMOs that we have, HSBI, which is high seas boarding and inspection regimes, that's the WCPFC and the NPFC, and they detected 4 potential violations during those boardings. Primarily, it was shark finning. There were also a few salmon on board the vessels. I don't have the exact count, but every single salmon, I think it was about 20, every single salmon will be DNA tested by Canada to determine the stock of origin. Additionally, the Coast Guard cutter, the U.S. Coast Guard Air Station Kodiak deployed crew members and C-130s out to Air Base Yokota and Misawa, Japan, and they overflew 411 vessels. So all of those violations, like I said, are going to be video footage that we're reviewing for potential shark finning and other violations. So those are still in flux at this time. So this operation this year, like I said, was the most collaborative effort we've ever had. We had the U.S. Coast Guard out there. We had NOAA on board. We were working with Canada and even through Canada, the Global Fishing Watch analysts, to really target, have intelligence-driven boarding so that we knew exactly what who to target and what we were looking for. And then additionally, the Sir Wilfrid Laurier deployed out west off the EEZ of Japan, the high threat area, and with 2 Coast Guard lead-up members on board. So overall, we think it was a good effort. It obviously is a lot of resources to throw at this mission, but we believe that if we didn't do this mission, the cost would be very high. It might tip the scale back towards the high seas, large-scale drift net fishing, and there's a lot of fish being taken out of the water in the North Pacific. So the potential for unregulated and reported fishing is also very high. So we're going to continue to support this operation in the future. With that, I'll stand by for any questions on this or our written report.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Rasky. I'll see if there are any questions. Report. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I'm curious if you have any updates on if there's been any incursions between U.S. and Russia border on fisheries incursions.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Goen. So the number of potential incursions from Russia through or across the U.S. maritime boundary line this year has actually been very low. We don't have any potential incursions that we referred to the Russian border guard over the past year. So the level of fishing is still pretty high on the Russian side, but they have been very cognizant of the line. They haven't been crossing over the line. If vessels were detected through either AIS or other means by our Intelligence Fusion Center, we were able to determine that they were likely not fishing. So if it was a trawl vessel, we would look at the speed, the depth of the incursion, the amount of time they spent over the line, and the path to see whether it was a trawl or maybe they're repositioning. So we didn't have any indications of potential incursions this year. And then the Other fishing vessels that operate up there are the longline vessels, primarily for Pacific cod. Last year, we recovered some Russian gear on our side of the line, but it was actually detached. It had broken off from a longline set. And this year, we only had a few indications that longline vessels had even crossed over the line, but no indication that there was fishing over the line.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Lieutenant Commander. Not a question at all. It's been a while since I've had a really good walkthrough on the work that the Coast Guard does every year on the high seas, and I'd forgotten some parts of that history. So I just really appreciated that walkthrough, and I think if anything, your walkthrough when you talked about the impacts of IUU actually continue to sort of underestimate the impacts, particularly nowadays where at least some nations appear to be using both legal and illegal harvest to undermine the economic health of the U.S. seafood industry. So very much appreciated the occasional sort of step back that you do and give us some of the bigger context on your day-to-day stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Thank you again for your report. So before we take up our last B report, a reminder to the public and any members of the public wishing to testify on any of our B reports, please do sign up before this last report. I believe that later on in the meeting, we'll have a representative from the State Department with us, so we'll circle back and take up that report at that time. And now we'll move on to our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service report. Thank you, Mr. Blabodi.
Thanks, Madam Chair and council members. Yeah, just for the record, my name is Boyd Blehovde. I'm Senior Advisor for Conservation for the Fish and Wildlife Service. And you have a B report that's written that you could refer to if you'd like, but I did just want to highlight a couple of things in the B report orally, if I could. We appreciate this opportunity to do that. The Fish and Wildlife Service has been perhaps less engaged on groundfish issues that are on the agenda today, and this week. But this week's SSC and AP meeting really helped me understand the connections between the ecosystem and the fish that you all are making recommendations on and managing for. And as an example of that engagement in this effort around the ecosystem, we have one staff person named Rob Kaler, who's here as a seabird biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to present on Alaska seabird mortality events. So I was just going to give a couple of updates and highlights and then turn it over to Rob, if that's okay. One of the things I wanted to highlight was related to D1 on the agenda is the climate action plan that the Fish and Wildlife Service has recently updated. And although it's mostly centered on the freshwater environment, there is direct overlap with the work being done through this council. For instance, under our Objective 4 for the Fish and Wildlife Service, to identify, prioritize, and address climate change related to information needs. One action that we want to take is to expand the Alaska Stream Temperature Monitoring Network, which is directly related to the Pacific salmon concerns related to climate change and warming waters, both in the freshwater, coastal, and offshore environments. I do have a few copies of our Fish and Wildlife Service Climate Action Plan if anybody on the council or other staff are interested in taking a look at it, just for your information. Next in the B report is something I'll kind of just skip over is marine mammal harvest eligibility. That issue is something that's being reviewed by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service solicitors and NOAA's Office of General Counsel. And all I really will say here is that it is under review, and Alice Garrett, something that's not mentioned in our B report, is staff from Fish and Wildlife Service, Alice Garrett in particular, and then I know she's here today, Anne-Marie Ike with NOAA, are here, and or at least Anne is here, and I think they'd be the most appropriate folks to ask questions to or to give comment to if you'd like. But there is much more detail in the B report. Next is the Cook Inlet federal fisheries report. So our in-season manager, designated in-season manager is Ken Gates, and he provided that report. So I don't have a lot of experience with it, but one thing I wanted to basically summarize, as you could see in that report, it's mostly geared towards sockeye salmon fishery, and with an overall reported harvest of sockeye salmon during 2024 at 5,737 for the federal subsistence fishery, you could see that it is similar to the 5-year average of 5,842. So really nothing too extraordinary to report there, but there's much more details in the written report. And then finally, what I wanted to share was this something that's some optimistic news. That's the Gravel to Gravel Initiative's MOU signing that occurred on October 16th. And so on the next slide, if you don't mind, thanks. On October 16th, this is showing on the next slide is the group. It's kind of hard to read, apologize, but this is the group of signatories that signed the MOU in Anchorage. And this group includes, as you can see, multiple DOI bureaus and tribes, tribal representative groups, and tribal organizations. And the next slide, just quickly wanted to share the objectives that were agreed to. And you could read them yourself if you open up the PowerPoint on your packet. But what you can see here is the objectives that we agreed to in this initiative, which is geared primarily to salmon restoration of the populations and of the habitat for salmon. But it's not just about fisheries. It's also about ecosystems and climate change and many other things that we hope to work together on with tribes in a co-management and co-stewardship framework. And then lastly, I'll just share the last slide is just also you can read yourself, but the agreements that were made under this MOU with tribes to continue this collaborative effort to not only restoration of Pacific salmon and working together on climate change related issues and other impacts to salmon that they depend on. But these agreements were made in an effort to continue this moving forward, because this is really just the start of the process. We wanted to get this MOU signed to kind of formalize our working relationship. So right now, we have what we feel is a strong collaborative coalition that's working together, but we want to increase the participation and the number of both agencies and tribes that are part of this effort. So we'll be reaching out to many folks within the next few years to hopefully increase this effort and get more folks to the table. So through the chair, I could take any questions or comments if that's desired, but I'd like to turn it over to Rob Kaler next. I thought I saw him. There he is. Yes, if it's okay to have him come up.
Yes, thank you. See if there are any questions on that part of the report. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for that brief report, and just in thanks for following up with us on the Gravel to Gravel project. And I don't recall if you told us previously how that project is funded, if that is on some temporary funding or that's something that you've incorporated into core funding. Could you remind us of that, please?
Thank you. That's a great question. I appreciate that question. And it's something that we've been wrestling with, trying to increase the amount of funding that we get, but it's been mostly through bipartisan infrastructure law funds. And we do expect to get more of those funds coming to us in the near future, next few weeks, actually. But we've mostly, all the agencies, including the BLM and the Fish and Wildlife Service, have been really supporting that effort through our base funds that we get. And so kind of cobbling together the funds. And then the tribes are also doing some of that work, but we're trying to use these funds that we get through bipartisan infrastructure law to help support their capacity as well. So that's something they've continuously asked for, is annual funding that will help them keep staff on board at tribes so that they don't have to depend on soft funding, similar to what we're focused on at the agencies as well. Thanks.
Yes, and Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Bilhove, do you anticipate then sort of regular reporting probably coming through you to the council on the progress that's being made on gravel to gravel, or what do you sort of foresee as useful communication back and forth between the service and the council about this project?
I think that's one reason why I was asked to sit here on this seat and to represent my supervisor as the regional director, Sarah Borio, is that there is a good connection potentially to the work that's done here and just to share some of the concerns that come from tribes and some of the freshwater issues that also relate to at least salmon issues in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska. So just good communication would really be, I think, one great outcome of gravel to gravel. We just can communicate better because there's so much going on in that landscape. You know, it's still a huge landscape, even though it's a priority area for the Department of Interior. It's ginormous. And there are many tribes. It's 110 tribes that are represented just on the Alaska side of it. It also includes Canada. So as I mentioned last meeting, I know I'm new to this council, but one thing that a tribe has already approached us about is coming and basically being a part of our B report to actually give some feedback on what they have observed as co-management partners with Fish and Wildlife Service, at least in federal fisheries on either Kenai, Kuskokwim River, Yukon River. So I think that could be another potential outcome, is that they come directly to give a report out as well. So you hear it directly from them, not through me.
Yes, and Ms. Goen.
Thanks for the update, Mr. Blihovdi. And really interested in this gravel to gravel work, and wondering if you could speak a little more to how it ties in with the climate action plan work that your agency is doing. And specifically, are you moving forward with tangible actions to address climate issues with the gravel to gravel work?
That's a great question too. Thanks for the question. And I would say that yes and no. We're struggling with capacity issues. I know that comes up in the AP and SSC, as well as related to like surveys that need to be done on high seas and just everywhere. And we're wrestling with that same thing, lack of capacity at our agency. But we are, through gravel to gravel, I think, trying to partner with especially tribes and others so that we can get more done through that partnership. We understand that we can't do it all ourselves, and NOAA can't do it all themselves. We all have to work together so we can get more done. The tribes are passionate about salmon, and so in gravel to gravel, they've been leaders in this effort, and they are standing shoulder to shoulder with agencies saying, hey, give us a little funding and we can do the work for you. We can do this work. We can do assessment projects. We can run weirs, sonar on river systems. So I know I'm kind of going off on a tangent, but in the climate action plan, yes, we are directly trying to partner with gravel to gravel, and specifically it's the science inventory and monitoring, science application inventory and monitoring program as far as the Fish and Wildlife Service. There's a division there that is working on climate primarily, and we're trying to partner together with gravel to gravel so that we're not working in silos anymore. We're kind of communicating more. And I think it was brought up earlier, the whole of government approach. It's spreading not just in Fish and Wildlife Service to BLM, Park Service, and all those other agencies and bureaus that were on the MOU signature page there.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. We're ready to transition to Mr. Kaler. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Rob Kaler. I'm with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Migratory Bird Management, and I'm a seabird biologist. There might be a slide. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to address the council. It's a real pleasure. So Alaska Ocean Sentinels. So I'm going to provide a quick update. 2023 to 2024, I haven't had an opportunity to speak with any of you for quite some time now. But we're going to talk about seabird mortality events, but also highly pathogenic avian influenza, what we've been seeing as it impacts seabirds. And so my co-author here is January Frost. She is our HPAI coordinator. Next slide, please. Or am I in control? Oh, fun. Maybe I can't do it. Oh, sorry. Now I'm speeding along. All right. So it's a great thing to be able to present on seabirds to these wonderful, hardworking folks. You do great work in managing seabirds. So 30 million seabirds breed in Alaska, about 34,000 miles of coastline. And then we have another 30 million that migrate here from the Southern Hemisphere, New Zealand, Australia, and shearwaters. So if you see that image behind, those are shearwaters just outside of Dutch Harbor. I always hate to be asked if I'm supposed to go count how many is in that cloud of short-tailed shearwaters in that case. But so what are seabirds telling us, the 60 million birds? Well, distribution and abundance, so location of prey. They inform us about that. Reproductive success, particularly summer conditions. Their diet, so prey community, composition, and availability of that prey. And then survival over winter conditions. My next two slides are going to kind of the low-hanging fruit, if you will, is those summer conditions, so reproductive success. So this is from Alaska Maritime National Wildlife Refuge. Heather Renner and her team monitor about 8 sites, and this is a long-term data set spanning some sites over 40 years. If you look at the top of that, you see in the upper left, that's red-faced cormorants, and that's primarily a forage fish consumer. And then as you move from left to right, you see on the far right, least auklets and parakeet auklets, and they're eating the zooplankton and phytoplankton. So, and then all the species in between. So if you look at the bottom of that image, you see the forage fish going across to primarily planktivorous birds. And then the sites from north to south, Cape Lisburne up in the Chukchi, St. George, St. Paul at the Bering Sea, bull deer and iktak in the Aleutians, Chowiet, East Amatouli, and St. Lazaria being in the Gulf of Alaska. So it covers a broad range of food-consuming seabirds. And this image is showing the long-term reproductive success. So that's how many eggs get laid and then actually fledge the nest. So really informative about, again, those summer conditions for across Alaska. And I've kind of briefly summarized, if the bottom you see 72% were above average or average. So we'll call that good. And then 28% were either below average or completely failed. And so a complete failure for seabirds can be pretty bad, especially if you have several years of seabird failure. These are long-lived, sometimes 20 plus years. And actually Wisdom, the Laysan albatross at Midway, just laid her egg and she's about 74. So an example of long-lived seabirds. But they only lay a single egg, or at least most of these species. And so complete breeding failure could be quite dramatic, especially over time. And so that was 2023. And so you see not much different this year. And I imagine you guys have seen this figure before. It's contributed by Heather and her staff to the SSC. But again, you see about 67% was good and about 33% was poor. So, that's about average, not too bad. And so what is impacting birds as well, and I think you all are familiar with this, seabird die-offs. So this figure is kind of summarizing our knowledge about seabirds over the last 40 years. Since 1970, this figure was published in the Arctic Report Card in 2022, but what it does is emphasize, if you see that large circle, that was the 2014 to 2016 marine heat wave. And John Pyatt at the USGS Alaska Science Center, now retired, he came up with a number of about 400,000 to maybe 1 million MERS died during that period. And I do believe those numbers are going to be revised here very, very soon, and unfortunately, an increased estimate. So But there's other die-offs. Lauren Devine was here presenting earlier. So puffins at St. Paul, there was a die-off in 2017. We had a large shearwater wreck 2019 in the Bering Sea. And then, of course, that common murre 2014, 2016. So, and of course, this is a concern for public health, as well as coastal communities that rely on these species for subsistence. And so I have my last slide here. So since 2022, avian influenza, highly pathogenic avian influenza. Highly pathogenic because it's highly pathogenic to poultry. And that's why you see in the upper left, the USDA is in charge of monitoring highly pathogenic avian influenza. Of course, there's a number of partners contributing to that. The state vet here in Alaska, USGS looking at different strains of the virus, as well as Fish and Wildlife Service and other partners. And it has impacted seabirds. Now, this year, 2024, not so much, but in 2023, there was several hundred murres in the Bristol Bay area that had been reported washing up on the shore. There was also shearwaters found at Accutan near the, I think it was the Trident fishery, or Trident plant in Accutan. So several hundred there. It's also infected mammals, and so of course that's the human concern as well. So foxes, black bears, of course they're scavengers, so they'll scavenge on deceased birds that could be tainted with highly pathogenic avian influenza. And then the one polar bear last year as well. Otherwise, no marine mammals. So we've been very fortunate in Alaska. Other parts of the world have actually had quite an impact to their marine mammal populations for highly pathogenic avian influenza. So I don't pretend to be an expert on HPAI. That's why January Frost is listed there. She knows better, and then we have other resources. So with that, thank you for your, well, actually, I might quickly say, watching the presentations today, Dr. Rubino and aquaculture, opportunities of aquaculture in Alaska, NOAA has been wonderful about engaging Fish and Wildlife Service for our input for both marine mammals and marine birds. And then, I'll close with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you for that presentation. I just had a question on that last bullet that I don't think you explained. Bird flu has limited samples available for harmful algal bloom, but currently not linked to 2023 reports. Can you provide a little more explanation there?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you for that question. Sorry, I was speeding along. So bird flu, in terms of concerns about exposure to humans, which includes the folks working in the labs, we have to first clear that the carcass that was submitted does not test positive for HPAI. So that's limited it. And prior to HPAI in Alaska, we were working very closely with the USGS Alaska Science Center to test different tissues, as well as the National Wildlife Health Center. So USGS National Wildlife Health Center, we would submit carcasses to Madison. Madison would do a gross necropsy, disease testing, and then harvest any tissues that could be sent back up to Anchorage for harmful algal bloom testing. Yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Sagata.
Yes, so thank you for your presentation. Just on your slide on seabird die-offs, is there like a threshold to be labeled a die-off?
Through the chair. Excellent question. So Julia Parrish at the University of Washington, Coastal Observation and Seabird Survey Team, has dedicated several hours and probably lifespans of graduate students trying to address that exact question. What is a significant amount of birds washed up on a shore to then call it a die-off? So I don't have a number for you, but what, and I guess one of my other points was, are we continuing to see reports of birds washed onto shore because we've become more vigilant since that 2014-16 marine heat wave? But when I ask my colleagues, do you see elevated levels of birds more often than you do, or are you getting reports from community members? The answer is yes, including this year. So Bristol Bay had, and of course I sit behind a desk on Denina lands in a basement these days because our refuge, our regional office is closed. But I rely heavily on partners to report observations. And fortunately, we have a wonderful network, including the Coastal Observation and Seabird Survey team. So that's a long answer to a simple question, but no, we don't have it quantified.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions. Thank you again. So we will transition to public testimony on RB reports. We have one member of the public signed up, Corey Lesher.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Corey Lesher, and providing comments here on behalf of Alaska Bering Sea Crabbers. I suppose before I begin, Madam Chair, I just wanted to notify you my intentions today are to provide comment on previous council's request for industry reports on crab avoidance, and I recognize that this is not on the B reports agenda. So before I continue, I just wanted to check that that's okay to provide comment on.
We have plenty of time this afternoon, so thank you for asking, Mr. Lesher. Go ahead.
Great. I'll start with just a refresher. I'm sure most of you guys remember, but in October of 2022 council meeting, there was a motion the council provided that it acknowledged the low stock status of several of our Alaska crab stocks and the impact that that's had on harvesters, processors, communities. The council highlighted the need for conservation efforts, conservation work plans within Alaska's groundfish fisheries and crab fisheries as well. So the council the past 2 years, I believe in the December council meeting, has invited different sectors to provide status report, if you will, on the efficacy of measures taken to avoid crab or minimize crab discards. So I'd just like to acknowledge that I've really appreciated the opportunity that's provided us, the crab sector, to discuss what our harvesters are doing to reduce our own impact on the crab stocks that we rely on. And of course, we really appreciate hearing from the other sectors in the past and their continued efforts. I recognize this was not, I think, requested under these B reports. I see that I'm the only one signed up to give testimony, but I don't think that means that the other sectors aren't continuing these efforts. And so I'd just like to acknowledge that we really appreciate all the work across industries and sectors. So for crab avoidance, crab's our livelihood, so we're not trying to avoid crab, but we do have regulatory discards. And I just want to reiterate some of the ongoing work that the crab sector and the harvesters are undertaking. I did not provide a written comment, but much of what I'm going to speak to today is similar as to our testimony last year, and we did provide, I think, a PDF document that contained a number of what I'll be speaking to today. So as you know, the crab industry is required to discard all females and any sublegal males. And so in the past, we've worked really closely with ADF&G, looking at catch data for the directed crab fisheries, trying to identify patterns that would shed light on things that we could do to improve, or I suppose minimize these regulatory discards. And two the items that came up were soak time we see that with longer soak time, fewer discards, and location of fishing, particularly for Bristol Bay red king crab. So the industry has gone through several efforts to provide this information to our fishermen ahead of seasons, and we continue to do that at our fishermen's meeting in Dutch Harbor ahead of Bristol Bay red king crab seasons. And of course, we continue to share out flyers that we've called our best handling practices and best discarding practices. So again, just reminders for fishermen how to take care of crab that are going back overboard, because that is the future of our crab fisheries. We've shared these flyers with other sectors as well, mainly the pot cod sector that encounters red king crab discards, and so we encourage really all fishing sectors to take care with their crab discards. We continue to have crab harvester meetings where we again share out this information and remind the fishermen that crab discards are our future and our livelihood, and just really try to make sure that everyone's on the water is doing their due diligence. The last two red king crab seasons, we've had increased in-season communication through a WhatsApp channel, group text, mostly to highlight any hotspots of discards. So we try to avoid areas with high female density. We continue to send out our end of season skipper survey. This is information that feeds back directly to us, and we share out to the ESP authors, and that helps inform the ESRs, which I think this council will hear a report on later this meeting. With my few remaining seconds, I would just like to acknowledge all the collaboration and cooperation between the agencies, NOAA, ADF&G, the Research Foundation, the other sectors, and thank you for allowing me to provide this report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lesher. Appreciate your report. Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. I really appreciate it, and kind of for the reminder of the previous request, and I think this is very relevant, so thank you. I was wondering, in terms of the two tools that your fleet has identified as sort of the best opportunities to potentially minimize discards of crab in terms of the soak time and location of fishing. I think, and it sounds like you're regularly communicating with the fleet to remind them, are there challenges in these low TAC years and high costs and all of these things? I'm just wondering if you could, if there are any, and maybe if you're having to work each year to deal with some of these challenges, just to get a sense of how those are being rolled out and deployed.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's an excellent question. There's a lot of challenges especially with low tax, advocating for longer soak times. That's really difficult, especially when it doesn't take much to get over a quota limit. So there are a lot of challenges. What we're finding is the best tool is just increased communication. A lot of our fishermen probably get tired of hearing from me, but it's something that I'm passionate about and want to make sure that the crab fishermen are doing their part. And so we continue every season, every year to really hound on them and just make sure that they understand that this is important. And we also acknowledge that we won't probably be able to get our discards down to zero anytime soon, but that we have tools at our disposal that we can use that the science and the catch data shows is effective. And when possible, if those tools can be used, we can reduce our impact. Our understanding of the discard mortality in the crab fishery is that it's very low, but that there is some associated mortality with the different crab stocks, and it's different for each stock. Snow crab is fished colder time of year, and so we understand that minimizing time on deck for sorting for snow crab is really important. I didn't really have time to get into what we're doing for some of the other stocks. What I spoke to today is primarily for our Bristol Bay Red King crab stock, and that some of that translates to the other stocks. But to get back to your question, there are challenges, and we encourage our fishermen to do their best, but understand that that they also have certain limitations.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you.
So that concludes our B reports. I will ask council if there are if there's anything to flag for staff tasking or any action that council members would like to take on any of the reports that we've heard. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I do have one sort of specific suggestion right now, and then a couple of placeholders to make a request for revisiting. The specific suggestion I had for right now is that the council draft a letter to the agency regarding their presentation on the National Seafood Strategy Implementation Plan, thanking them very much for the both the presentation on the implementation plan, as well as just, I think, another opportunity to thank them for the work on the snapshot, the economic snapshot and the value. And I guess also for the meeting that they'd organized, that they participated in with the congressional delegation. But then also requesting that the council receive regular updates on the implementation of the seafood strategy and any referencing both the performance measures they were talking about, but some of the other projects and particularly whether the snapshots leading to any additional work as well. Probably based on sort of a description about just how critically important this work is at this point to help recover the economic health of the Alaska seafood industry. So that's my specific suggestion for a letter. I also just want to maybe throw out a placeholder to do some further thinking and talking with council members and stakeholders about two other subjects. One is whether the council should express any concerns about monitoring Chinook harvest in the federal fishery in Cook Inlet for salmon, and whether the council should express any concern about how the penalty structure works for dealing with sexual harassment of observers or harassment in general, maltreatment of observers. And I just want to throw those out as for further conversation, but also for revisiting potentially and staff tasking.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I'll go any direct responses to what Mr. Twite has suggested. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't disagree with the first request on writing a letter to say thank you to Dr. Rubino for the presentation. And I think he mentioned a couple times that the intent is to do a report on progress annually. So the first report on that wouldn't be until December 2025, I believe. So that might be an appropriate point at which to ask for another update or presentation. I'd like to just be a little bit more focused on that than just saying regular updates. I guess on the other points, Mr. Twite, that you'd like us to think about and discuss, I don't disagree with your comments on the penalty structure. I just recall that we have sent a letter questioning the penalty structure, and we did receive a very thorough response back. And so aside from us not having any role in determining that penalty structure, we have a long rationale on why it is the way it is. And so I'd hope we could go back and look at those pretty recent documents before we asked for another correspondence.
Thank you. And maybe Mr. Witherall can help pull those and put them in our inbox. Thank you. Ms. Goen.
Thank you. And I also appreciate the comments of Mr. Twite and Ms. Kimball on the seafood strategy letter. I think that's a great recommendation. I would also be curious, we heard from the agency that we could propose a new initiative for a pilot project under the seafood strategy. So I'd be curious if this council wants to discuss that more, or if we would want to hear from the public under staff tasking, if anyone has ideas on what might be appropriate given what we're facing here in Alaska with our industry.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. I'm not sure if we're prepared to have that discussion right now, but perhaps later on in this meeting or in a future meeting for the members of the public to think about. So thank you. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Twite's comment regarding the monitoring of the Chinook catches, I would assume that there is probably an ongoing or yet to be ongoing review and overview of the activities from this last season, which maybe hasn't taken place yet, at which point the agency and the enforcement committee or the enforcement folks would be looking at ways to improve or enhance their monitoring efforts in Cook Inlet. I don't know if they're quite ready yet to give us much. I think it's important that we indicate our concern over it, because the kind of numbers, just my little back of the napkin math exercise, we saw some pretty high numbers there if you consider how much monitoring they were able to do. But I would assume that they're going to be in the process of looking at that and coming up with better ways, and maybe they can inform us into the future before the next season of how they're going to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes, Ms. Baker.
I'm not sure I have a fully formed question, but it is about Mr. Twite's suggestion to maybe come back to monitoring in Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery. I guess I don't have objection to it, except for I'm just a little confused because at the February meeting, we're going to be doing harvest specifications, as I understand it, this council for the 2025 fishery. So I'm just wondering, and we can talk about it perhaps at staff tasking, but what exactly we might be talking about, or the very next meeting, in which I understand the SAFE report is already being drafted. And just, I'd like to talk about the timing of what Mr. Twite's thinking about, and we can do it in staff tasking.
Thank you for that very important reminder, Ms. Baker. And Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you. Ms. Baker actually asked my question. I just hope that, yeah, that's a conversation that we can have in February, and hopefully have some good information to inform us.
Excuse me, anything further on B reports? Okay. So seeing none, I believe we may have a guest arriving soon. So I would like to take a brief 10-minute stand down and reconvene. And I believe the Congressman-Elect Begich will be here to provide a statement or an introduction to the council. So please come back at 2:40. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Thank you, everyone. If you could bring your conversations outside or finish them, I'd appreciate it. Thanks. So we are honored to have Congressman-Elect Nick Begich joining us today. He's going to be providing a couple. Oh, I'm going to. Ooh. The threat of a gavel. So he's going to provide a couple statements and introduce himself. We are very honored to have you here. Thank you for joining us and showing an interest in our process. As you're aware, Alaska is often known as the model for sustainable fisheries management in other regions in the United States. And while we are viewed as that model, we're also facing some unprecedented challenges right now, and we've been very fortunate to have the support of the Alaska delegation in helping to educate the importance of our management process to the National Forum and for sourcing resources so that we can maintain our science-driven process. And we are really looking forward to working with you and your staff as you enter this new transition. So thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for being involved in this process. I am Nick Begich. I am the Congressman-elect for all of Alaska. I'm looking forward to the opportunity to serve you. At the end of the day, fisheries are the largest employer in the state of Alaska. They are absolutely crucial. So much of our state's entrepreneurship occurs in the fisheries, and it's going to be a priority for me and my office down in DC. So look, at the end of the day, I recognize that the council process has been set up for a purpose. Everyone in this room, I would hazard a guess, knows more about fish than I do. And so it's important that we have a council, because you don't want Congress making laws that really need to be driven by a scientific basis of process. And we recognize that a lot of the funding that we rely on, for the people, the stakeholders in this room rely on to provide evidence-based decision-making is at risk. And one of the priorities that we're going to have in the office is making sure that we have the money that we need to do proper stock assessments, that we have the funding necessary to make evidence-based, science-based, long-term, longitudinal decisions. So that's crucial. We also recognize there's a number of challenges as it relates to international trade. That will also be a priority in the office, making sure that we have an opportunity for harmonized regulatory environment internationally. A lot of times we don't just see this in fisheries, we see it in multiple industries, what I call regulatory arbitrage. And so you'll see situations in which other international venues have a different set of rules that they're operating under, and it places us, who, in America, we have high regulatory standards at a bit of a cost disadvantage relative to other resource producers. And so one of the things that we need to make sure we're doing is achieving some level of regulatory harmony so we have a level playing field for Alaskans and those who operate in the Alaskan fisheries. So those are priorities for me and my office. Our door is open to you, and we fully recognize, as I mentioned earlier, that I'm not going to be the expert on fish. I'm relying on experts in the industry and across the user groups to make sure that we're educated and can represent all Alaskans in the very best way possible. I'd like to point out our incoming chief, Michael Horenberg. If he is in the room, he's in the back corner trying to hide out back there. If you need anything from our office, please reach out to Michael. We are currently staffing up the office, and we've got some folks that are spinning up that haven't been announced yet, but Michael is your point of contact right now for our office. But happy to entertain any additional comments or thoughts that folks have, but I just wanted to come down here and let you know how much I appreciate the NPFMC, how important they are. I recognize that. We have a process for these fisheries that is evidence-based, science-based, and we need to make sure that you are properly funded in order to do that good work.
Thank you very much. So I'll open up the floor and see if any council members have any questions or would like to share anything. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I just maybe a couple comments. I really appreciate you mentioning some of your kind of top issues. I think as a council, we've discussed more about the state of the industry than we have maybe in the past decade, just because of the changes that we've seen since 2022. And so you mentioned trade, you mentioned appropriately funding the agency, which includes stock assessments and surveys. We also received a report from the Agency on the National Seafood Strategy, which has a lot of great ideas in order to kind of lift the whole seafood industry, which is essentially Alaska, out of the place that we're in, maintaining our scientifically based process, but also touching on the other issues that affect the viability of this industry, such as trade, such as domestic market access. So I appreciate the fact that you're providing some kind of overview. I think there are a lot of issues in fisheries. My council members can disagree with me, but that really affect in a positive way all sectors and all fisheries. And I think that is a very smart way to go about the office. I think there are a lot of things that this council could help support you with if you need information. We do have a legislative committee. I don't know if someone has talked to you about that. And so if there's an opportunity where there is a bill or a draft or anything that you'd like this council to comment on, as long as you ask us formally, we're able to do that legally. And so I hope that that offer's been made to you already. But there are just several issues where we are taking this whole of government approach, and our delegation in Alaska has always been at the forefront of kind of working together and leading. And I hope that you can continue to take on that kind of a role and working on the issues that help all sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And Mr. Swipe?
Thank you, Representative-elect, for being here. And boy, the things that you may not know a lot about fisheries, but you sure know a lot about how to say things that really resonate with council members like me, in terms of what I see as the elements for remaining successful in the future. I come from a salmon state as well, from Washington State, and we really do see the breadth of the salmon crisis up and down the Pacific coast. It's the US, it's Canada, it's the oceans, it's the rivers, it's the indigenous people. And I think it's going to continue to really require an olive region kind of response. And I'm wondering what your thoughts are about. We've got a lot underway, but what you sort of see as maybe things we need to be focusing on even more at this point in order to begin to make some progress.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not going to be able to give you specific recommendations that I think need to be addressed. We're still coming up to speed on this, on the industry and understanding the interplay of all the various inputs and outputs, right, in terms of stock health and viability and sustainability. But I will say this, among all the industries in Alaska, whether that's timber, mining, oil and gas, or fishing, fishing has the highest emotional amplitude among the public. And that's, there's a reason for that. There's a lot of good reasons for that. And but I think what's important for policymakers, whether that's, you know, in Juneau or in Washington State or in Washington, D.C., is for us to be able to turn some of that emotional amplitude down with facts and science, and allow us to sort of see through the clutter and be able to make decisions that are going to be in the best interest, long-term interest of the fishery. I think at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. All user groups want the same thing. We want sustainable, healthy, long-term, perpetual fisheries, right? We all want that. And the emotion comes in when we're trying to figure out how best to achieve those outcomes. But I think remembering that, at the end of the day, we all want the same thing is a great place to start those conversations. And I would say, for the NPFMC, as you're thinking about, how these decisions get made and maybe even more importantly, communicated to the public, it's done in a way that recognizes that we all, at the end of the day, want the same outcome.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you. I just want to note how much we appreciate you being here. It speaks volumes that you've come to meet with us today. And I echo the comments of my fellow council members too. I think we really need to work across sectors to help elevate Alaska fisheries, and look forward to you being in office and helping us with that and recognizing the importance of Alaska seafood. Thanks.
Thank you. One quick comment on that. I mentioned it for those who were at the ASME meeting earlier this week. There is a window of opportunity for Alaskan seafood as a brand, right? And we've heard about the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again. This is a thing. It's on Trump's agenda. And for the next few years, we have a window of opportunity to promote Alaskan seafood as a healthy product. It is, we know that it is, but we need to make sure the rest of the nation understands that as well. And it gives us a window of opportunity for the entire industry, perhaps to reintroduce themselves to the rest of the country.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman-Elect, and we greatly appreciate your time and for joining us. I'm sure there are many people in the audience that are wanting to get your time now, so we'll let you go and continue on with our agenda. Thanks again.
Thanks, everybody.
Council members, please come to order. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we will continue on our discussion this afternoon, beginning with C1, and we have Dr. Stram with us to introduce specifications for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Council, Diana Stram, Council staff, and the Bering Sea Groundfish Plan Coordinator. I'm going to just walk you through what's posted to your agenda for this agenda item, as well as the order of reports. We have a number of different reports. As a heads up, I don't imagine you'll be able to get through all of the reports this afternoon before we break, but I think that we could get through the first several of them. In terms of reports that you're going to hear from, you will hear from all of the ecosystem status reports for all three areas, beginning with the Gulf of Alaska, then moving to the Bering Sea, and then to the Aleutian Islands. Following that, we have a joint plan team report that does include the Alaska-wide sablefish assessment. After that, you will receive your Bering Sea Plan Team report. There's in there a separate presentation from the author on EBS pollock, and at the end is a listing of your action items in front of you. They are all in your action memo, but in the interest of time, I'll go over those at the end of the Bering Sea Plan Team report before you take your SSC report. In terms of things that are posted to your agenda for this, there's a lengthy list of items posted to the agenda under C1. Just to walk you through those, that includes the safe introduction, as well as the link to all of the Bering Sea stock assessments and the e-agenda from the Bering Sea Plan Team meeting. You also have a link to each of the individual ESRs for GOA, Bering Sea, and Aleutian Islands. You have a table of the plan team's recommended OFLs and ABCs, and we will go through those recommendations through the course of the Bering Sea Plan Team report. You also have additional tables for your specifications. At the end of the plan team report, we'll walk through what your actions are under each of those different tables for PSC setting, as well as for your flatfish reserves and your halibut DMRs. There are three different letters posted to your agenda. The AFSC halibut trawl biomass estimate is posted to your agenda, as well as a similar letter from the IPHC. As we'll talk about at the end of this, this is in order to, in accommodating Amendment 123 to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish FMP, this is how you are now setting your halibut PSC limit for the Amendment 80 fleet on an annual basis in conjunction with the biomass estimates from both of those two estimates and the lookup table that I have in the slides near the end of your presentation. You also have a letter from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game providing you this year's 2025 herring biomass estimate. That biomass estimate is then used to set the herring PSC overall, and then as an action under this agenda item, you can apportion that to different fishery categories, and that assessment is posted to your agenda. And then finally, you have attached to your agenda a document on socioeconomic information to inform groundfish tax setting. I would note that this is not something that will be presented, but it was a discussion item at the SSC, so you will be hearing back on that, I believe, when you get the balance of your SSC report or the SSC report for this agenda item. It's provided as background information in response to the SSC recommendations last year to provide improved integration of economic, social, and community information into the management process, and specifically at the time of tax setting. This is a separate agenda item that I believe you are taking up in June of 2025, so this information was posted per SSC discussions at their meeting, and we were happy to answer questions, but there is no staff presentation on that. With that, Madam Chair, unless there are questions on the items posted to you, again, I'll go over your individual actions associated with each of those at the end of the reports. But you do have your ESR reports, and I believe you can get through at least several of them this afternoon.
Thank you, Dr. Stram.
With that, we'll move first to the Gulf of Alaska, and Dr. Bridget Ferris will come to present that. After that, Dr. Ebet Sidden will give you the report from the Eastern Bering Sea ESR, and Dr. Yvonne Ortiz for the Aleutian Islands.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ferris.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Council.
Bridget Ferris, NOAA Fisheries, and I'll be presenting the Ecosystem Status Report for the Gulf of Alaska today. I'd first like to start off by acknowledging all the contributors and people on this slide who shared all their information and expertise. Definitely, that's what makes these reports possible, especially in these off years, these years where we don't have NOAA-specific groundfish surveys, which are every other year in the Gulf. We definitely have NOAA contributors here, but we also rely a lot on other industry as well as state and other agencies, tribes, citizen science, academia. We really rely on a large village here to put these together. I don't know. Thanks. So here are 5 really key messages I'll walk through. I'll come back to this slide at the end of the talk as well. This is also an outline of the talk. And so I'll just quickly go through the key messages now and then explain more in the presentation. First, I'll walk through some long-term trends we're seeing in the oceanography and in the groundfish community in the Gulf of Alaska. Next, I'll go through this year, this past 2024, and discuss how we experienced a moderate El Nino in the Gulf. And then speaking to the prey base for a lot of the groundfish that we're discussing in this meeting and how we had above average, somewhat spatially consistent, at least the pelagic prey base where we have the most data. I'll speak to the low pink salmon returns we experienced this year in the Gulf. And then looking ahead to next year, how we have a forecast of a weak La Nina, which can bring some cooling conditions. And so another way to look at the main message this year is through the risk table levels for all the full and updated stock assessments for the Gulf that you'll be seeing this year. The ESR, the Ecosystem Status Report, and ESPs where we have them inform the ecosystem considerations parts of these risk tables, and they were all level 1, meaning no elevated risk. And so that's really the Gulf this year. There was no elevated risk, and we don't see that for 2025 either. First, the first key message, long-term trends. This isn't comprehensive, but pulling a few of the indicators we have in the ESR that speak to this longer-term time series and what's happening in the Gulf. First, that top plot is sea surface temperature, averaged across winter months, November through April, and also averaged across the Gulf shelf, but only surface waters. So very highly averaged spatially and temporally, but to give you a sense from 1900 through to this past winter, which is what the yellow arrow is pointing at, that data point, we definitely have on average warming temperatures in the Gulf in these winter months, also in the summer months. Also, you definitely see that interannual variability. But this past 2024 winter was a warmer winter, in part with the El Nino conditions that I'll speak to later. So we're seeing warming. We're also seeing a change in salinity in the Gulf. That's the bottom set of plots. These are salinity measurements taken from GAC-1, which is a nearshore mooring near Resurrection Bay off Seward. And it's a time series going back to 1970. The left hand of that bottom plot is more surface salinity from 20 to 50 meters. The right hand is more deeper from 200 to 250. And the red bars going up are higher salinity and the blue bars going down are lower salinity. And so what we're seeing here is fresher water at the surface as we go from 1970 to the current. We're getting from red to blue. And then the opposite at depth. We're getting higher salinity at depth, going from blue up to red. And so we're getting these opposite fresher surface waters and higher salinity deeper waters through this time series. I can't directly connect this to groundfish, but it does have implications for productivity in the Gulf. One interpretation is that this can lead to stronger stratification in the spring when these data are collected, meaning that there's more restrictions on vertical mixing in the water column, a little bit more challenging for nutrients to get mixed up to the surface where the phytoplankton need those nutrients for bloom. But also this can be positive for spring blooms because it traps those phytoplankton near the surface where there is light and if there are enough nutrients. So a little challenging to give you a direct interpretation, but really the take home is we're seeing these changes in the Gulf over the long term. Groundfish community also from 1990 to 2023. This is bottom trawl survey data, and so it's only updated through last year's survey, 2023. And what this is showing the biomass of some of the most dominant groundfish caught in the bottom trawl survey in the Gulf along the shelf. And these top 7, I've ranked them by in 2023, what was their order of the highest biomass. And that's Pacific Ocean perch, that's the green, arrowtooth flounder, pollock, halibut, cod, sablefish, flathead. And this isn't the assessment, this is what's caught in the bottom trawl survey. And so what I wanted to point out here is going back to say 2000, 2005, you can see that top blue line, that's arrowtooth flounder. And that's been declining over time while we've been seeing an increase in Pacific Ocean perch and also more lately pollock. And looking at this through an ecological lens, a take home here is that arrowtooth, they eat fish, invertebrates, whereas Pacific Ocean perch and pollock, number 1 and 3, eat zooplankton primarily. And so we're getting a shift from some of the more dominant groundfish on our shelf to zooplankton eating fish versus these fish invertebrate eating arrowtooth flounder. If in odd years, so not 2024, but in say 2023 when we had large pink salmon returns, they also are primarily zooplankton eaters. So we are getting this increase in zooplankton predation. Still kind
Dr.
of long.
Ferris, excuse me, sorry to interrupt. A question, Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thank you, Dr. Ferris. That is a pretty remarkable sort of peak and then decline of the arrowtooth. And I recall the time when the council was thinking that if we didn't figure out some way of harvesting a whole lot more arrowtooth, the Gulf of Alaska was going to become one vast wasteland. And it fortunately looks like that sort of solved itself in a way on its own, but it still doesn't, the magnitude of that flip that you described, then I'm having trouble going one more step from what you described from that time when the arrowtooth were out there sort of, in theory, vacuuming up everything in the small fish thing to now the focus, the primary predation focus in the ecosystem is on zooplankton. What does that mean in terms of, does that have, say, a ripple effect for Chinook or some of the other species in the ecosystem? What sort of happens to the Gulf when there's that big a shift in predation focus?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, thank you for the question. Great question. In some ways still to be determined. I agree there was a lot of research and discussion looking back in that period of how arrowtooth are taking over the Gulf and they're going to eat all the cod, et cetera. The next wave of research on this shift hasn't really risen up yet in the research community, and I think there's a lot of interesting questions here. Speaking more generally, though, it is shortening the food chain for one thing, so zooplankton straight to groundfish, and in some cases long-lived groundfish like Pacific Ocean perch, that can be efficient and support more. However, also what I'm not showing here is we have some diet analyses that show that despite this shift in fish and invertebrate to zooplankton predation, the total amount of prey being eaten by the same set of species still adds up to about the same. So almost speaking to a perhaps, and again, I don't have research to support this, but perhaps a kind of a carrying capacity type situation. So the same amount of energy is still being removed from the system in some ways by this different suite of groundfish, but it is supporting a different suite of groundfish. And so going beyond that, I can't really go too far back down that path, but I think there's some really interesting questions to ask about what comes next. Again, there's no kind of good or bads here. These groundfish communities over time do shuffle, and that's part of what I wanted to point out here, that we have on the long term, and long being here, I'm talking 1990, definitely we know it goes farther back than that. We've seen some big changes in the Gulf, like the 1970s regime shift. We've seen over this period, we're seeing shifts in communities. And then even since 2014, kind of when the marine heat wave definitely was a milestone in the Gulf. And so we have these different timelines of shifting communities. And part of my message here is that we're operating in this space where we have these different time signals of change happening, and to just recognize that we have these annual changes we're talking about, but that's superimposed on these longer term changes.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I don't know if this is appropriate, but where does Pacific cod fall into this slide? Given that they eat everything and zooplankton and other fish, and we're still trying to figure out what the effects are of the marine heat waves that drastically affected cod in the Gulf. Like, is there anything to say about cod's trajectory under this shifting environment, or are we just still watching how it recovers?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that question. I don't think this slide speaks really to cod's trajectory and recovery from the heat wave. Cod is adult cod, and this is really speaking to adult groundfish that are caught in the survey. They also primarily are eating not zooplankton, so whether it's fish, invertebrate, and fauna, things in the bottom. So I would group them kind of in almost, they don't eat as much as arrowtooth flounder, but in that category. And right now they are, as you mentioned, at lower populations than back in this time series. But I don't think this speaks to any obvious, say, limitation or not of cod recovering. I don't think we can use these data to say that. Okay, my last of the long-term slides here, and again, a little bit shorter now, just thinking back to the 2014 to 16 marine heat wave, of how that also set into motion certain trajectories of different species in the ecosystem. And here's just a few examples. The top plot is number of calves, or a proxy for birth rate for humpback whales in Southeast Alaska. And the blue bars are number of calves they observe every year. And you can see that really declined at around 2015. And while it did recover somewhat, this past year was the first year that we returned to pre-2014 birth rates. So they had a very lagged recovery from that 2014 heat wave. This is the first year they've bounced back. There was some question if they would. And so again, just speaking to how we're still seeing signals, some 10-year long signals in the system stemming from the heat wave. Capelin is another example where their population also declined in that heat wave period. Last year, we started seeing them more functionally in the ecosystem, showing up in diet, showing up in surveys. And this year, we're seeing them again. So it seems like while they're still not at high levels, they are also returning to the Gulf. Tanner crab, my third example, is kind of the opposite. They had a really strong year class in 2016 during that heat wave period. This is ADF&G data, survey data on the bottom plot. And so they had an increase for a while in their population, and that's now, that age class is aging out of the population. So we're seeing a decline again. So again, just showing how some of these trajectories are all happening as a backdrop to the discussions we're having here. Okay, so 2024. So my second message is that this past year, we experienced a moderate El Nino in the Gulf. And this was a topic of discussion last December because we were just anticipating that and what the effects might be. We were coming off 3 years of a La Nina. La Ninas often have more of a cooling pressure in the Gulf, cooling sea surface temperatures. We knew El Nino was coming last winter, and that often brings warmer waters. So the question was, what would the impact be in the system? And so the answer is, well, the El Nino statistically was one of the top 5 strongest in the North Pacific this past year that we experienced. In the Gulf, for a number of reasons, we only really experienced a moderate version of it. It wasn't as strong as we've seen in other El Ninos in the past. And here's just a brief summary of some of the indicators we have that shows what was happening. So El Nino, I have in that orange circle, that brings it's a driver that brings warm surface temperatures up the coast into the Gulf of Alaska, and then we have counterclockwise circulation in the Gulf of Alaska that spreads around that warm surface waters. And we definitely did see a warming in this past winter of that surface waters. So it occurred, but that counterclockwise circulation didn't spin up as much as often does in El Nino years. It didn't get as strong as it can get. And in part, that was because we had a weaker Aleutian low, and we also had some anomalous winds blowing from the west in the winter that kind of went against that potentially stronger counterclockwise flow. So that gave some moderate version. It was also a little more short-lived than anticipated. So by about the spring, the effects were dissipating from the Gulf. Having said that, we did see some stronger still circulation in the Gulf, and including some stronger eddies and some upwelling in the central off the shelf. And so we did see some increased transport. That can mean transporting nutrients, that can mean transporting larvae across the shelf. So we did see some signals of El Nino in this winter spring. Looking at the ecology of perhaps what did any of this trickle up into the species in the Gulf? I went through all the indicators we have looking for kind of a heat signal. If we know in big marine heat wave years, we've seen these impacts on the ecology. So I was looking for any footprint of what might have happened this winter through, and I really didn't see much of an ecological signal of El Nino. So again, we know what happened. We saw some of the oceanography changed. I didn't see any major red flags in the ecology of a major warming event. So that's why I'm kind of calling it a moderate in the Gulf this year. And I listed just a couple of indicators on the top there. We have a lot in the ESR, and I went through a lot looking for what we might have expected if there was a big warming event, but didn't see it. So no increased harmful algal blooms, no changes in some of the monitoring and intertidal communities that we've seen in the past, no major forage fish declines, no major seabird die-offs, no increased marine mammal strandings, etc. So again, ecologically speaking, no major implications. My one caveat there is, again, this is a off year for NOAA's groundfish surveys. So groundfish specific impacts I can't actually speak to. For example, some of the age 0 recruitment impacts. And we'll know more about that next year when we have some surveys. But again, looking at the ecosystem around the groundfish, I wouldn't expect any major implications. And so that bottom blue box is actually what I presented to you last year. Again, looking forward, predicting what groundfish might benefit and what might be vulnerable if we had a major warming event in the Gulf this past year. And now revisiting those predictions. Again, I don't have all the data yet to know, but I would say that what might have benefited from increased transportation across the shelf, from some warmer surface temperatures, especially in the Eastern Gulf. So I think those larval arrowtooth flounder, rexel, halibut, rockfish, sablefish, they probably still might have benefited because we did see some of that increase. What might have been vulnerable due to those increased temperatures and perhaps reduced zooplankton, I don't think is true. We didn't get temperatures that exceeded any known thresholds, for example, of groundfish, and we actually saw an increase in zooplankton. So what might have been vulnerable, I don't think were in the end. Again, data next year will tell us for sure. But the take home here is, again, I think a moderate impact on the Gulf this year. So again, just coming back to that temperature story, we had warm winter, and that's what's showing on the left. This is the Western Gulf, and the right part is the Eastern Gulf. The black line is 2024. And you can see when the black line's above that purple long-term mean, that means it's warmer. And so in the Eastern Gulf especially, we had the winter and spring. For a fair amount of days, we exceeded some marine heat wave thresholds. So it was warm. That dissipated by the summer. In the Western Gulf, that came down to average in the spring. And we've been pretty much average since, including in the fall. So leading into next year, I think we're in a pretty good space. On the right-hand side, this is temperature along the Seward line from the nearshore across the shelf, so kind of central North Gulf. And the distance from shore on the bottom is near shore is 0, going across the shelf to 200 kilometers from shore. And going from depth at the top is 0 is surface down to 300 meters depth. And so it's just a kind of a profile of temperature, and blues would be colder than average. And so again, looking for heat at depth, which would be another signal that we're having potential implications for groundfish. Here I'm seeing blue and white at the deeper temperatures, meaning neutral or even cooler than average temperatures. So again, didn't see heat mixing down to depth, which could affect spawning habitat, which could affect more of the adult groundfish. So again, no major red flags there. The third message, above average productivity, at least in the pelagic areas. And what I'm speaking to here really gets to the zooplankton prey base for groundfish. And that would be prey for pollock, Pacific Ocean perch, dusky rockfish, northern rockfish, and most juvenile groundfish. And we saw pretty good zooplankton out there this year, elevated copepods and euphausids. And this is a kind of laid out as a mechanistic model a little bit as to why that might have been. Starting in the bottom left, we did see stronger upwelling in the central gyre that can bring nitrate-rich waters up to the surface and onto the shelf. That can promote increased large cell diatoms in the phytoplankton community. And we did see these as indicators from various surveys, and that can support increased large lipid-rich zooplankton, which we also did see in surveys and also saw indirectly through improved reproductive success of plankton-eating seabirds. Dr. Kaler spoke to some of that earlier. And so again, this year, it seemed like there was prey in the water for zooplankton-eating groundfish. Forage fish data, prey for pollock, cod, arrowtooth, sablefish, flatfish. This is a summary of a lot of different data sets we collect across the Gulf. Species-specific surveys are rectangles, and the circles are seabird colonies monitored, again, for that, how successful they are at having chicks. And this is for specifically fish-eating seabirds. And what I would expect for the Gulf, and what is usually seen as well, it's expected and not a bad thing, is to see some above average, some below average. Green here is above average, red is below average, that portfolio type approach. That's often how a forage fish community works, where depending on what the environmental conditions are, some benefit, some don't, but there's always some forage fish out there to eat. And so that's what we see here. But overall, there definitely is a lot of above average and average forage fish in the system. We saw increases in capelin, herring, some eulicon, and some lower levels of sand lance, juvenile salmon, tanner crab. My fourth message, this isn't news, the low pink salmon returns this year in the Gulf, but I did look a little bit as to if we could see what this might indicate for the system, for the Gulf ecosystem. And so these were some of the lowest pink salmon returns since 1985, largely due to Prince William Sound returns. That top plot is ADF&G salmon catch through September 2024, so not full, so preliminary for 2024. But you can see that final bar where the yellow arrow is pointing. It's one of the lower bars in the time series, and that's largely due to pink salmon. Ecologically speaking, really there's kind of three areas that might affect returns of pink salmon. It would be freshwater conditions near shore or ocean conditions. It seems like freshwater conditions were not a factor since these low returns were both hatchery and wild stocks. It seems there is some evidence for near shore conditions, and that would be from 2023. Pink salmon are in the ocean 1 year before they return. So they would have been entering the ocean last year. And looking back at some of our data in Southeast Alaska, that's the bottom left plots. This is from the Southeast Coastal Monitoring Survey. These have been updated for 2024. So going back 1 year where the yellow arrows are, we can see the energy density of pink salmon. So kind of how healthy and in some ways, how much energy they have was quite low. And also they had lower than average length. There was also some more patchy zooplankton prey available. So there are some indicators that might lead us to think they would have lower returns this year. I don't think it really explains some of the lowest since 1985. That didn't really jump out as major red flags for me last year, although we did think there'd be lower. So I don't have all the answers here. And also there's a question of how much the influence of competition in more of the open gyre affected this. This is an area like off the shelf in the center of the Gulf Gyre where the adults pink salmon go, where they're mixing with adult pink salmon from the previous year, 2023, at a very large cohort. And in general, we know there's increasing numbers of pink salmon in the North Pacific, and there have been studies showing there are some competition impacts on, especially on other species when we have a lot of pink salmon. That's a possibility, and I think there's weight to those arguments. I just really don't know because we don't have any data on prey availability, environmental conditions in that area. I can just go based on kind of previous research in this area. So that might have also had a contribution to this year's year class. Finally, looking ahead, we have predictions for moving into a La Nina. What that means is, first off, that means we can sometimes have two back-to-back El Nino events, which can kind of build up some of that warming pressure. Seems like we're not predicted to have that this year. We're going back to La Nina, which can bring more cooling pressure to the Gulf. It's probably going to be a weak La Nina. It hasn't actually developed yet. It's supposed to have developed this fall. It's still forecast to happen, but at this point, if and when, we're getting closer and closer to winter 2025, so it won't have that much time to develop and impact the winter and spring of the Gulf. But we do have the multi-model ensemble that's predicting cooler than average waters in the Gulf. I think either way is going to be kind of again, not a major driver one way or the other this coming year. But given that, and given how we're entering this next year from a reasonably good prey base this year, and at least for the summer and fall, we've had some somewhat average conditions. I don't see any red flags for ground fish moving forward. And that brings me to the last slide. I won't walk through that again, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for Dr. Ferris? Mr. Blahovde? Thank you.
Hey, thank you. And I hate to go way back, but one of your earlier slides, you said that I think it was specific to Cook Inlet, there was an increase in salinity at depth of 200 to 500 meters. Is that kind of normal occurrence? Like does that happen before? Because you mentioned not any red flags to ground fish. That seems like a red flag to me. Maybe I'm just not familiar with the ecosystem there, but that was kind of alarming to me.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for the question. So that we're talking about the bottom plot changes in salinity at depth, which is the bottom right. And this is off Resurrection Bay, kind of off Seward. And I am not saying this is a red flag for a couple of reasons. One is that it is more of a long-term change. It's not this year relative to last year, a major. However, there is, definitely it has increased. You can see all those red bars since about 16 or so. It's definitely, we've had a larger increase in more recent years, which is something to think about. It hasn't been just a steady change. So we've been in this kind of increasing phase for a while, and then second, implications of increased salinity on ground fish specifically. From what I know, there isn't a large base of research that has really identified salinity thresholds for ground fish of where it might become an issue for them. Probably it would affect larval and younger ground fish. They're usually more vulnerable to changes in environment first. I don't believe this is exceeding any of the thresholds of what research there is. So that would be a second reason why I'm not alarmed by it. But at the same time, it's something I obviously put it in a slide here because of the 200+ page report. I think it is something to elevate as just to keep thinking about, to put into context of there's a number of changes we're seeing. And I think that's the other way to think about this. It's salinity not on its own might not have an impact, but salinity plus temperature, plus changes in dissolved oxygen, plus changes in you can keep going down the list, pH. That's, I think, really where some of our research needs to go and where people are looking at that cumulative, perhaps, challenges. But for this specific year, that didn't raise a red flag for me.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Ferris, sort of returning to Ms. Kimball's question about PCOD in particular, I was thinking that what I heard you sort of concluding that you don't see any major red flags, that I think then in a way that could be, at least for PCOD, you don't see any major environmental impediments or ecosystem level impediments to sort of continued recovery of PCOD populations. Is it safe to make that kind of a jump?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I think just to go back to the question, I didn't see red flags in that plot, what I meant to convey is that those data of survey biomass that showed increases in zooplankton groundfish, I couldn't really use that as a basis to say there was an impediment to cod increasing populations based on those data. To the next part of your question of, can we say are there any environmental impediments to cod recovering? There's not a definitive answer that I know of that says there are, but we just don't have that research yet either. So it does beg the question if there are conditions that have changed since the heat wave that are impeding them. I don't know the answer to it, but I think it's a really good question to ask. There could well be, and we don't know. Some of these changes, again, we're seeing salinity, even though it's been increasing, like we just said, since 2016, we saw a lot more of those changes more rapidly. We're seeing some of these long-term changes like the humpback whales that just recovered this year. So there's still a lot of parts of the systems, a lot of which we don't measure well, that are still not at pre-2014 levels. And there's no guarantee they'll go back to that, just given how ecosystems work. We're always kind of in a flux and at different transitions at different timelines, like I was pointing out at the beginning. So I think there probably are some environmental reasons, and I think there probably are some population dynamic reasons. And I actually just don't know the answer. But I would expect just perhaps there are. It's the best I can say.
Yes, and Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And apologies that I think we're trying to use an ecosystem report to understand individual species. That's what I'm doing as well. But I do recall that you had said, you anticipated vulnerability for Pacific cod due to the El Nino, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the moderate level of the El Nino meant that those kind of vulnerabilities, and it wasn't just for Pacific cod larvae, but for other species, just didn't come to fruition. That anticipated negative impact really didn't, and it was really a basis of how moderate the El Nino was, not because that link isn't there in terms of a potential negative impact. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Correct. The cod is one of the species we know a little more about as far as environmental connections, thanks to a lot of good research. And we have, especially since those heat wave years, learned, well, actually, I think we knew it before there, but that cod have a pretty narrow thermal window, their eggs and larvae for survival, more narrow, say, than a lot of other groundfish. So I think it's something like 3 to 6 degrees, but that's off the top of my head. So we actually have some definitive temperatures to look at. And while we don't have a lot of temperature data from this past year, we do have some. And while we saw, say, a warmer winter, like I said, we didn't exceed at the time when those are in the water and they're early spring spawners on the shelf. So time and space matter. And at those times and spaces, we didn't see temperatures exceeding those thresholds, whereas 2014 to 16, we did. So that's why I am saying I don't think it still might not have been the best year for age class for cod. That again, we'll know more next year, but I don't think it was, we didn't exceed some of the known thresholds that we know for temperature for them because it wasn't as warm as it could have been in a strong El Nino year.
Thank you for that. And then, I mean, yay, like La Nina, we're happy about that all the time. But what is our predictive capability if we continue to be able to see some species like cod that have a distinct thermal range? What's our predictive capability? How soon do we know whether we could see like another El Nino on the horizon? And I know we can't predict how strong or moderate it might be at the time, but I just can't recall how soon we know that so that we could like take that into account, I think, a little bit more directly for these species that are consistently showing a reaction to these big changes that we see that can persist for a couple of years.
Yeah, through the chair. I think we start, I mean, these are like national predictions, and I think we start seeing them about 6 months ahead or so with large error bars and uncertainty. And then they keep updating the forecasts. So kind of in the spring, I feel like, and I start looking at whether I want to get a ski season pass or not, kind of in the spring of is it going to be El Nino, La Nina? What does that mean for, and then they just keep updating and revising and getting better at what percentage of probability we'll see those. So maybe 6 months-ish ahead off the top of my head. And to be clear, I think La Nina is good for a lot of productivity, kind of cooler waters in the Gulf. And we definitely have some, or I sometimes get a little nervous when I start seeing warm water headed to the Gulf just because of our recent history. But definitely we have groundfish that respond well to warm water or to warm waters also. So like sablefish, we just saw a great increase in the past while. And so that's also why that list of some of the species that might benefit from a warm that was on my list there. We still, we have some rockfish, sablefish, some others. They actually can have strong year classes. Again, I'm talking kind of larval juvenile survival, which sometimes creates large year classes. They benefit from, at least in the range we're experiencing right now, they can benefit from these warm years also.
Okay. Thank you very much for your report. So I think Dr. Siddon is next. Thank you. Are you ready? Thank you, Chair and members of the Council. My name is Elizabeth Siddon, and I'll be presenting the Ecosystem Status Report for the Eastern Bering Sea. Like Dr. Ferris, this title slide has all of the contributor names as well as contributing agencies. Over 100 people contributed to the Bering Sea report this year. And if you've looked through the entirety of it, you'll notice that the majority of it is data updated through 2024. And I just want to take a minute to recognize the amount of effort that takes on behalf of all of our survey, field crews, lab, people processing samples in the labs to turn this information around for you, for the decisions you have ahead of you this week. And I just really appreciate that effort. Okay, this is the outline. I'll go quickly through the ecosystem considerations for the risk tables that I completed for the Bering Sea this year. I'll go over one new and one noteworthy topic, and then I'll get into the assessment first for the southeastern Bering Sea and then for the northern Bering Sea.
Here's our risk tables for the Eastern Bering Sea. Again, we work directly with each of these stock assessment authors. We review all of the indicators contributed to the ESRs and think about them specific for these stocks, and then note if we have increased concerns. So on the left-hand side in the blue box are all of the stocks for which I didn't feel there was a increased level of concern. On the right-hand side, you'll see for Bering Sea Pacific cod, I did note a level 2 concern. That's based on the new definitions in 3 levels of risk table categories, that there were adverse signals related to the biological status, both in terms of the prey available over the largely southern shelf for Pacific cod, and then also in terms of competitors with increased abundances of both arrowtooth flounder and pollock as other pelagic foragers for Pacific cod. The one new item I want to highlight for you this year is this is the first time that I was able to produce a report card specific to the Northern Bering Sea. The report card at the front of the Bering Sea report has largely historically been based on data derived from the standard bottom trawl grid, so largely reflective of Southern Bering Sea conditions. With the extension of the bottom trawl survey into the Northern Bering Sea over the last couple of years, as well as additional data availability from time series, I felt like it was ripe to bring forward a report card for the Northern Bering Sea. I'll point out a few of where those data sources are new. First, we worked with Coast Watch and Polar Watch this year to develop a sea ice shiny app. The link is there and it should work from the PDF posted on the e-agenda, where they have developed real-time sea ice extent calculations for specific to our management areas. So if you go on the Shiny app, you'll be able to click, you can select either the Northern Bering Sea specific, that's the map highlighted on the slide, or the Southern Bering Sea or the Eastern Bering Sea combined, and also for the Arctic. And it's updated through the last day or so on that website. Also, I'll just note that the juvenile snow crab biomass in the ticker tape, I think it's 4th from the bottom there, based on advice from the Shellfish Assessment Program, that is the combination of both immature female and small male biomass. And then lastly, if you're familiar with the standard report card for the Bering Sea, we have a couple of foraging guilds, something like motile epifauna or pelagic foragers. We can't calculate those same guilds for the Northern Bering Sea because they involve a ecopath estimated catchability coefficient that isn't available for the data derived from the newer Northern Bering Sea extension. So what I've done is just select some of the main players from those different guilds. So snow crab, yellowfin sole as benthic foragers, walleye, pollock, and Pacific cod. Okay, the next thing I'll just highlight is one of the noteworthies in the report this year. This is contributed by Diana Betcher and Kimberly Ledger at the genetics program at AFSC in Juneau. And this is on environmental DNA or eDNA. And I pointed out because I think there's a lot of talk about eDNA and its potential utility in fisheries management. So what Diana and Kimberly did was provide an overview of what eDNA is, but also what it isn't, what eDNA can do for us, but also what it can't replace for us, which I think is useful. And also they highlighted a couple of their current collaborations just to demonstrate they are working across, I think, all divisions at AFSC and have some pilot projects underway. And the bottom figure there with the honeycomb on the right and our management process there documented on the left is just to point out this is exactly the kind of thing we talk about a lot. There is so much great research happening in Alaska, and we're very fortunate for that. And when that great research becomes mature to the point where the experts feel it has a management utility, it will come over. So just to let you know, we have our finger on that pulse, and when they think that's ready to come over in a management context, we will see it in the reports. Okay, now I'll move to the assessment.
And a question before you do, please.
Oh, sure.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
Dr. Siddon, what is meta barcoding?
In the SSC, I got a pass. I don't, through the chair, Mr. Twite, I don't know, but it is described in the full noteworthy section. I'm not a geneticist to explain that for you. Apologies.
The full noteworthy section didn't help me one bit on that.
Okay, well, I'm happy to put you in touch with the experts who can help answer those questions for sure.
Thank you.
Okay. One of the things I've felt is really important to highlight, and if there's one thing you take away from my presentation today, it is that the Bering Sea has cooled to average thermal conditions. In the last couple of months, in talking with, folks involved in the Bering Sea and fisheries management, it's a common misconception that it's cool. It's not cool in the Bering Sea. It has cooled from the extreme heat wave conditions between 2014 and 2021, but it is not cool in the Bering Sea. Also, the other thing this figure is helpful to point out is we've sort of transitioned over the last few decades from a period in which we had interannual variability, 1 year warm, 1 year cold, to periods where we had multi-year stanzas of warm and cold, and those stanzas maybe got longer. And we've just experienced the sort of longest and warmest warm stanza on record. And there's a different time series in the report that goes back about 100 years, and this stands as the warmest in both duration and magnitude. And so we have come out of that, but it is still above average, and over the southern shelf, in some cases, arguably still warm. So that's important to keep in mind. I will start first by summarizing the southern Bering Sea. We had, I think, every survey available to us this year over the southern shelf. So it's a good year to have a good look at everything going on over the southern shelf. The same is not true for the northern Bering Sea. So I will have fewer slides for that for you when we get there. This is a figure that came after the end of the Bering Sea Integrated Ecosystem Research Project a number of years ago, and maybe folks are familiar with it, but it's a nice representation of how we think about how environmental and zooplankton dynamics drive pollock in the Bering Sea. So on the left-hand side in the blue, when it's cold, we have fatter, more lipid-rich copepods. That leads to fatter pollock, and we see higher overwinter survival, and the reverse of all of that is true under the warm conditions on the right. And so it's very easy to fall into thinking about the Bering Sea as either cold or warm. And I put this up to remind us that we're somewhere in the middle here on a transition. It's not cold and it's not warm. And so it really matters what any individual species thermal preferences are as we sit on this line between what the ecosystem might look like. This is another new contribution to the Bering Sea report. It also has a noteworthy. It is also now included in the Southern Bering Sea report card. This is the borealization index provided by Mike Litzow and others. And I include it here. It's a multivariate index. It's got 9 different time series included in it, both oceanographic and biological. And as all of those are boiled down to one time series on the right-hand side, just to demonstrate, you can see in the recent 14 to 21, the Bering Sea resembled a more boreal or warm ecosystem, and it has returned close to average. Just pointing out again, not cool, not reflective of a more Arctic community still in 2024. This is data on the cold pool over the shelf. The gray background in each of those maps is the standard bottom trawl grid, and then the blue colors are the different gradations of bottom temperature over the past 20 years. 2024 I've highlighted and blown up for you on the right-hand side. If the folks from the Groundfish Assessment Program provide this, they calculate the extent of the cold pool over the shelf based on a couple of different metrics. So if you just look at the sort of broadest definition of the cold pool, less than 2 degrees, the extent in 2024 was pretty average. I think it's about 12 degrees smaller than the cold pool last year. But what they pointed out was if you look at the coldest bottom waters, less than 0 and less than -1, 2024 looked more like a warm year over the shelf. So again, we're really close to those average conditions, not very cold in terms of definition of the cold pool. The other thing that really structured the Bering Sea this year were persistent storms. And for anybody who was out on the water, you know this. They started in the spring, they continued through the summer, they've persisted into the fall. So this figure here is from mooring M2 that's located over the middle domain of the southern shelf. And the heat map is the depth integrated temperature. The impact of storms you can see anywhere there's sort of a very clear vertical delineation in that heat map. So starting back in May, anywhere where you can see the color change vertically is a big storm event.
each of those storm events is mixing the upper water column. So typically, the reason the white dashed line is at 20 meters, the mixed layer depth in the Bering Sea is usually 20 meters. This year, because of those persistent storms, it was mixed deeper to about 30 meters by the end of the summer. What that meant is that the amount of heat content in the upper water column was mixed deeper. We got colder water mixed up to the surface from the bottom, and it made the surface waters look cooler. Although the heat content was the same as a warm year, it just got mixed deeper into the water. The other thing the storms did was mix nutrients up into the surface layer and allow for a good phytoplankton bloom in the fall. So this is about September 1st. This dark color on the right-hand side is evidence of a phytoplankton bloom. That's, again, about a month earlier than we tend to see a fall phytoplankton bloom in the Bering Sea. And this may be good news for sort of sustaining productivity of the ecosystem into the fall. We know those age 0 year classes need food before they go into winter. This might help sustain that. Time will tell as we look we see those age 1s next year. Oops. Okay. As I mentioned, we had, I think, every survey available to us this year, so several ecosystem surveys over the largely southern shelf this year. So in the table in the upper left, I'm showing the zooplankton community on 3 different surveys, one in the spring, one in the summer, and one in the fall. Those surveys tended to occur over the middle domain, and they really show that the zooplankton community there was dominated by small copepods. We also had the acoustic survey for euphausids over the southern shelf, and that showed, sort of similar to the ecosystem surveys, a low abundance of euphausids over the southern shelf in 2024. Jellyfish biomass, which I'm not showing, but those are predators of zooplankton, their biomass remained low. And seabird reproductive success we look at as an indicator of whether they're able to find these prey that they need before laying eggs, sort of mixed between the islands of St. George and St. Paul, higher on St. George, but from what I understand that the lower numbers on St. Paul, more so due to localized predation, I think by bald eagles, than necessarily reproductive success per se about what prey they could find. Okay, we also had a great opportunity to look at pollock in all of its stages this year. So this first map I'm showing you is from the larval survey that happens in May and samples the ichthyoplankton. This survey happens in even years with a couple of missed years since 2012. But in that time series, 2024 was the highest estimated abundance of age 0 pollock since the start of that time series, whether it was a warm or a cold year. Really high abundance this year of the larvae. And you can see over the shelf where they were on the map. We then had a late summer age 0 pollock survey basis out over the southern shelf. And that station map I'll point to here, I'm just focusing on the southern shelf portion of that survey. When they went back in the summer in that time series, which goes back to the early 2000s, low estimated abundances of age 0 by late summer. So I was curious as to where these fish went, if there were lots of ichthyoplankton in the spring, not a lot of age 0s in fall. And part of this may be just a limited spatial extent of sampling by the basis survey over that middle domain. We also this year on the right-hand side, and is also a noteworthy in the report, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game did a nearshore surface trawl survey in the inner domain. It was largely targeted at juvenile salmonids, but they did catch age 0 pollock. Age 0 pollock were their most abundant non-salmonid. It's not exactly apples to apples. One of these graphs is plotted in abundance and one is biomass, and the ADF&G survey has only happened once, so I don't have any context to put it in, but only to say maybe that the fish were in the inner domain and not as well sampled by the middle domain for basis. In the bottom trawl survey, as you know, just the standard grid went this year, not the Northern Bering Sea extension, but we looked at the diets from those adult pollock, and there were a couple of interesting trends that I thought worth pointing out to you. First of all, the most abundant percent of their diet was composed of copepods. If all I had looked at was the ecosystem survey of copepods, I told you those were small copepods, I wouldn't have thought they could be the biggest proportion of pollock diets. And again, largely that has to do with where these fish were. These fish were over the outer northern domain. Again, that ecosystem survey happened over the southern middle domain. So a mismatch in where that data came from. The other thing to note for pollock this year was pretty low abundances, in fact, since 2022 of cannibalism. And it's maybe would be common to think cannibalism would be high as that 2018 year class comes through, as age zeros were quite high. But looking at percent by weight, cannibalism was the lowest component of their diets this year. Okay, looking at a couple other patterns in the pelagic zone to see what's going on. One of the interesting trends that I noted across several different indicators is on an individual basis, the fish seem to be in poor condition, whereas on the population whole, their abundances are doing quite well. So pollock is a good example of that. On the left-hand side, I'm showing condition of 3 different age classes. So at the top are age zeros. Their energy densities have been below average since the start of that warm period in 2014, and they've not recovered. The top of the middle plot, I guess here, are age 1-2s from the bottom trawl survey. Their conditions have been declining since 2021. And for adult pollock on the bottom here, their conditions remain below average in 2024. All meanwhile, the biomass of the population increased 74% from last year to this year in the bottom trawl survey. That same pattern of poor condition but strong overall population was also seen in sockeye salmon, where their, again, energy densities have been below average in the last 2 surveys, 22 and 24, but their populations as a whole out of Bristol Bay staying above average since 2015. Okay, this is my last slide for the southern shelf, looking at the benthos. These are 2 of those gills I talked about at the beginning. The top ticker tape is the motile epifauna. This combination of organisms includes your brittle stars, sea cucumbers. It is also your crab stocks in one gild. And so I highlight this because we know the trends that have happened with crab, but if we look at the gild on a whole, they have been above average and remain above average in 2024. That biomass is buoyed by your echinoderms, which I think is noteworthy about what's happening in the benthos and what's available out there as prey to other things that live on the seafloor. So that brings us to the benthic forager biomass. That gild is largely your smallmouth flatfishes, so yellowfin, northern roxel, Alaska plaice. They've been below average and remained below average in 2024. Within that gild, I've put the biomass trends for any individual species are mixed, some up and some down, and their condition, if you look at their length weight residuals, also mixed since 2021, some positive, some negative. So no strong trends there, but just something I've been keeping my eye on as I watch sort of what's out there for epifauna and how those benthic forages are doing, because we don't have good indicators of infauna for the Bering Sea. And I'll pause in case there's questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to move to the northern Bering Sea. Not seeing any questions. Thank you. Oops, not that way. Okay. 2 trends that I wanted to highlight for the northern Bering Sea. The top ticker tape, again, comes from that new Shiny app that is specific to our management regions. And you can see we've had a steady increase in sea ice in the Bering Sea since those really low sea ice years in 2018 and 19. In addition to that steady increase in ice extent, we've had this step increase in ice thickness. So in 2021, this jump to above average ice thickness, albeit it's a shorter time series that we have available for ice thickness. And if you'll sort of follow along with me for a minute, here's how I think about ice thickness. Ice thickness is a proxy for how long that ice is over the shelf. It's residency time. How long it's over the shelf likely determines how much ice algae forms on the underside of that sea ice. That ice algae is the base of the productivity in the northern Bering Sea. So to me, when I see that step increase in ice thickness, I think that's likely an increase in residency, ice algae, and productivity in the northern Bering Sea region. So then we'll look at the zooplankton to see how that holds. And This is time series of the same zooplankton categories, but specific for the northern Bering Sea. And we see I'll start in the top left for large copepods, not immediately after seeing the step increase in thickness, but a few years later in 23 and 24, we see an uptick in large copepod abundances. We also see high abundances of small copepods, though they don't vary as much year to year. They're sort of always there in the northern Bering Sea. And then we'll continue going clockwise, an uptick in jellyfish. Those, again, are things that eat zooplankton, so if they're doing well, they're finding good food. But one of these things, not like the other, the euphausids, similar to the southern Bering Sea, very basically near zero abundance in the northern Bering Sea.
Dr. Seddon, a question, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Siddon, one of the things that we've heard fairly regularly from Indigenous knowledge holders is that not all sea ice is created equal. They've really talked about the changes over time, in particular that they've seen between ice that they used to be able to, that used to be the sort of the regular sea ice that had thickness was just one of the characteristics they talked about, versus some of the ice they're seeing now much thinner. And I'm just wondering if in your graph where you're showing kind of, in a way, sort of two different kinds of sea ice, from your understanding of the Indigenous knowledge about sea ice, does this graph that you've got here sort of line up with what you hear from Indigenous knowledge holders about different kinds of sea ice and sort of the changes in sea ice over time?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twite. I think in terms of the text that I have there, that ice thickness equals ice algae equals productivity, that is certainly informed from talking to community members, and my understanding is that would jive with how they think about sea ice. I haven't had the opportunity to sort of share the data, the sort of Western science of ice thickness to say, does this match? Like, did you see a step increase in 2021? So that I don't know. But in terms of thinking about what it means for the ecosystem, I think it seems quite aligned.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on that. I can't believe I had the same question as Mr. Twite, but I think something to pursue there is whether ice thickness and ice extent is the same as ice quality. How it had been provided to us in testimony was that the ice quality was declining, and it seemed to be more than just thickness. And so maybe that's a way to pursue it, and there's people here at this meeting that we could all pursue it with. So I hope that we take the time to do that. Just an idea, and that's not even a question. Thank you.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I appreciate the thought, though. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about, is there some combined metric of extent times thickness that would give us a new metric of, I don't know that it would be quality, but I agree with you. In presenting to the AP, there were lots of questions about storms as well that I'd like to pursue, how local community members think, what they think about when they think about storms. That is maybe something we could track that right now we're not. But so thank you. Okay. All right. And then all of the data points on this slide are derived from the Northern Bering Sea Surface Trawl Survey. Just to be clear, it is not from Bottom Trawl Survey because we didn't have one this year. So these are all trends from the Surface Trawl Survey, and just showing that while the pelagic productivity seems to have recovered and had some good years in the last, since at least 2023, the pelagic foragers and forage fish are maybe lagged in their response, but we see some mixed trends. Some things are up and some things are down in the pelagic. And then, as Dr. Ferris showed, the projections for the Bering Sea shelf with that expected transition to La Nina is continued cooler within a 1/4 degree of normal. If you can sort of squint in on the Bering Sea here, it's basically white through the 5-month projections into May of 2025, maybe a bit on the cool side. And then the great question, of course, is what will sea ice be this winter? And the answer is I don't know yet. It depends. It can go one way or the other. It is cooler. And so in some ways that makes me think we're in the ice growing season right now, October to December, and it is cooler. That should lead to more sea ice than we've seen in recent years. On the flip side, these fall storms have continued, and now those fall storms are now mixing relatively warmer water and disrupting that ice growth and might delay it. So it's kind of a trade-off now between temperature and storms, and we'll see what happens. The figure on the bottom there is from that Shiny app, downloaded ice as of December 1. I just grabbed the plot for the total Eastern Bering Sea, but you can see we are above at least last year at this time, and we'll see what happens with storms in the next couple months. And this is my summary slide. I won't read it for you. You can just have it as a reference. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Yes, Mr. Sukata.
Yes, through the chair, and thank you for the report. Going back to your slide of the one right prior to the temperature one, the pelagic productivity has been mixed, that slide. You say that fall juvenile chum abundance is at a record high in 2024. Is that fall seasonal, or is that the genetic fall chum salmon of Western Alaska?
Thank you through the chair, Mr. Sukata. This is and I hope I get this correct, this is the fall chum run at the Upper Yukon. And in the report, it speaks to the genetic analysis. They allocate this index based on genetics. They don't have the 2024 genetics in order to allocate this abundance. So they've, I think, projected for it on old abundances, but largely made up of Upper Yukon fall chum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seddon.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Yes,
Yeah.
Dr. Ortiz,
Thank you.
if you're ready.
Just checking. And just waiting for the presentation to show up here. Hi, thank you. It's great to see you, everybody, again. And before I thank all the contributors and my co-author, Mr. Twite, at the expense of oversimplifying, I did look into a little bit just for metabar coding so that you would have at least a general understanding. I'm not an expert. I actually just Wikipedia and, browsed around so that I could have a general answer. So in general, when you have a small section of a gene, you can actually barcode that specific gene when it's just for a single species. When you actually do that for a more general, for a gene that is more commonly existent in several species, then you could call that meta-barcoding, because it's actually looking at species composition, not just at one single species, but species composition in a sample. So it's much faster. And then, of course, the benefit of it is that then you can build reference databases against which you can run. So you can have the suite of species in a given place at a much faster rate once you have those reference databases, without having to actually look at the trawl or fish themselves. Of course, this depends on previously building those reference databases. So you do need the fish, the actual fish, at some point to check that the material and the DNA and what species they are from. But subsequently, you can actually just do it through the water sample and get that. So I hope that helps a little bit. And so far from the studies that I've been following as part of the cooperative of SECOS, the cooperative. Yeah, I'm completely blanking on the name of the institution I actually work for. Isn't that embarrassing? The Cooperative Institute for the Climate, Ocean, and Ecosystem Studies at UW. Current research that they've done and tests that they've done with Pollock and PCOT, actually, what you get from the eDNA samples and the indices of abundance based on the water samples from those actually seem to match pretty well those from the actual counts of fish abundance. So they seem to relate very well. And so that's really encouraging in terms of using eDNA, environmental DNA, reliably, both for as an index of abundance, as an index of distribution of the species, and then, of course, species composition. All right. And with that, I will stop embarrassing myself and just continue on with my actual report and thank my co-author, Stephanie Sador, and then, a suite of contributors with whom, as everybody has noted before me, we wouldn't be able to actually get this done. And it also includes lab processing, and some of these for the Aleutian Islands, because it's so late in the year. It's actually processing samples that were collected in September sometimes. So you can imagine the push that means. So huge thanks to the contributors. Oh my God. I had this issue before. I'm just going to try to get more oomph in my next arrow. Yes. Okay. So this is just a brief summary of the risk tables and the levels that we assign this year. And then on the right, you can see some of the thoughts from the ESR results and from the information that we have. There was a relaxation of the prolonged warming that we had seen, but it didn't, I was expecting, quite honestly, some improvement or some more improvement in some conditions given the lower temperatures, and that didn't quite happen. So I'll try to walk through some of these thoughts of why that didn't crystallize the way at least I thought it was going to crystallize. But first, just the risk tables. We have 2 stock assessments that remain at a level 2. So that's what the sustained level 2 refers to. It's not that they were increased this year, but that last year they were already at level 2, and that's for Pacific cod and Atca mackerel. And the rest of the stock assessments actually remain at a level 1, so no concerns. And here's the summary of why we are keeping that sustained level 2. Level 2 actually refers to several factors that are pointing into some unfavorable conditions, whether those are top-down or bottom-up, it doesn't matter. If there are several of them, then we increase that to a level of concern. It doesn't necessarily mean that it triggers management action, but it does mean that it's something that we want to keep an eye on because there might be potential issues further down the road. Not necessarily, but certainly something to keep an eye on. The other thing that I want to highlight is that we do take the life history and the timing for each species specifically when we assign whether these are unfavorable or favorable conditions. It's not just that because it's a warm winter that is unfavorable globally to everybody. It's unfavorable for Pacific cod because of the reduced thermal range for hatching eggs, 3 centigrades to 6 Celsius. That's only 3 degrees. So you have a warm winter during that hatching time, and that creates a problem. And for Atca mackerel, warm winter conditions is actually they're overwinter just as they're coming off from, little larvae and little juveniles, so that it's overwintering survival. It's not so much of an issue for rockfish, at least not at this level. Those are live bearers, and they actually are released in April. So I just want to point out that we do really try to take into account the species-specific evolutionary traits and life history when we actually think of these individual indicators and whether they are, in tandem, creating a concern or not. So on to the noteworthies. This year, I'm highlighting the decreasing school enrollment, and ADAC, actually the school at ADAC closed this year, which really comes as no surprise as the plant actually closed there. So that took away a lot of employment and a lot of people actually left the island. So the school did open this year, but there were just a few students, and so they eventually left, and so the school closed. Nikolsky had closed earlier in 2010. But, the point that I want to make here is that if you look at all the trends, all except for Acton are on the decreasing trend. And when we think about communities, it helps a lot if you actually make it clear what the goal about that community is. Because we use, or at least we've been using school enrollment as a measure of community vitality. What are the opportunities for families to stay in communities? And I guess the question would be here, is the current management fostering year-round opportunities so that families and people can stay long-term in those communities? So I highlight Unalaska specifically because Unalaska is the largest, where we have the largest port in the nation by volume. Now, if you close your eyes just for a second and think about that, just think about the largest port in the nation by volume. What kind of community do you picture? What comes to your mind? And does that fit Dutch Harbor on Alaska in general? Is that what you would expect and the trends that you've seen there? If it does, that's great. If it doesn't, is there something that can be done through management to foster going where you want to go? Or can you identify better goals of where you go? And if you have those goals, then we can actually find better indicators to inform that goal. Without that goal, it's very hard to actually find an indicator because I don't know what you are aiming for. But if you specify what you're aiming for, then it makes our work a lot easier. So I'm just going to leave it like that. I've received a lot of feedback that's very welcome, and we've been put in contact with the Department of Labor for the state, so we'll be meeting with them in January, but Shannon from the AP also recommended some people at UAF for out-migration information and things like that. So we are trying to, we will try to coach school enrollment and other indicators with, population trends so that we understand better what is behind the school enrollment, at least for the Aleutian Islands. But if you have any other information or any other, ideas or feedback, we would really welcome that and be happy to incorporate that into our future discussions.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball. Oh.
Maybe just a note, thank you, Dr. Ortiz. I think it's hard to look at this in isolation, and I realize you're just using it as one indicator, but to then tie it to whether our current management is providing year-round opportunities is a pretty difficult stretch for me without having any other context around the cost of living for families in these communities, the increases in energy costs in these communities, the national trends and the trends across Alaska that they're not limited to just rural or fishing communities. I'm sure you've seen a lot in the media about we continue to see migration outside of Alaska in over 15 years now, which we've never seen for that long. So I think in isolation, it's really hard to link it to fisheries management in the way that you might be asking us to. But if there's other context around it, maybe we can see what part we play, I guess. Especially in a place like Unalaska where we continue to have year-round opportunities, but there are still major challenges with living in such a remote, high-cost area.
Right. Through the chair. I appreciate that and thank you. And yes, we are trying to give additional information and to inform what is behind it. I am well aware of the falling birth rates and aging population. Those changes certainly impact the school enrollment. So we will try to figure out with the labor department, they handle all the demographics as well for the state of Alaska of how best to inform this. I will highlight though that, at least for the Aleutian Islands, these are communities that are highly dependent on fisheries, where fishing activity, if not the primary, is one of the primary activities. And that's why school enrollment has definitely stayed within the suite of indicators in the Aleutian Islands. You're right that it's a wider net when you actually extend it to the Bering Sea or maybe to the Gulf of Alaska. But yes, definitely we will be looking at the role of fisheries in those, the engagement in fisheries in those communities to see or to be better able to evaluate what drives these trends. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. And this is just a side note. I do agree with everything that Ms. Kimball said. And I also listened into the AP discussion. So a lot of it was surrounding that important context. Just a side note, the Nikolsky School did reopen this year with 10 students. So that'll be a change that you can make to your graph. And I can provide you some more information.
That's actually great news. That did not show up in the public database. But that's great news. It actually does take, once you close a school, it's actually hard to open it again. So it's actually great to hear that the one at Nikolsky was able to open again because it has been several years without without a school over there. So thank you for the update.
Thank you. I think we're ready to move on.
All right. Moving on, last year, I talked a little bit about changes in Pacific cod diets, and I showed the top plot, for several regions where oranges and reds denote invertebrates and blues denote fish and how they had decreased throughout the years, and the pink line denoting the amount of fish or amount of prey actually consumed by the predator, in this case Pacific cod, as a percentage of their weight. And you can see actually in the Western Aleutians that in the second plot I have pollock and Atka mackerel biomass. And there's a correspondence there between their abundance and the amount of fish in the peacock diets. And you'll see also that there's a correspondence also with the fish condition, where anytime when the amount of prey consumed is less than 1% of the predator weight, the condition falls below average. And then it may or may not correspond with actually the bottom temperature, whether it's warm or not. And that relationship seems to decay as you move towards the east. And so you sometimes find that even though there is fish available, the condition is still below average. So that tells us that it's not only the fish amount that has to be there, it's the availability of the fish to the predator, and then the quality of the prey, whether they are fat and high in lipids, or whether they are skinny and not very good prey. And so when you actually look at it through the entire chain from the east to the west, you can see these, geographic correspondences and how, just in general, the fish prey has not been really substituted in Pacific cod diet. And that's why we consider fish condition in this case, a detrimental factor, the fact that it is below the long-term average for so many consecutive years. In and of its own, skinny fish don't mean necessarily a bad thing. They're just, skinny. If they are surviving well, like in the case of POP or northern rockfish, that's fine. But when they are skinny and they are decreasing, then that becomes a problem, which is the case here with Pacific cod and similar with the Atka mackerel. Now, moving on to the assessment proper, I just want to highlight there that in the plot on the right, in the green circle, that's the North Pacific Index, showing that it has come down to average, whereas we had been having a weak Aleutian low, and now it's coming to average. What that means are stronger winds and winds in the given direction that are not as favorable for some of the species because it actually creates deeper mixing. And when you have this deeper mixing, it means that the mixed layer is deeper and the availability of some of the zooplankton, rather than being condensed at the top, are found throughout a bigger, thicker layer. And so that changes the availability of zooplankton for many species, seabirds included. And the storms and, storming conditions are also making it a little bit harder for seabirds, particularly in the western Aleutians, to reach some of their foraging locations. In terms of the temperature, as I said, it's definitely, if you look at the plots on the right, the black line, which denotes this year, is actually coming closer to the purple line, which is the long-term average. So if you look in general for spring onwards, particularly for the central and eastern Aleutian Islands, it's pretty similar. So that's actually the welcome reprieve that we see in temperatures. However, if you look at the very beginning of the plot there in winter, we still have warm winters. While they have not been in marine heat waves like in previous years, it still is enough to actually make it one of the 10 warmest winters in terms of sea surface temperature in the record from the 1900s, starting in the 1900s. So not marine heat wave status, but still warm compared to historical time series. And then, of course, for the Western Aleutians, as you can see on the bottom plot, those temperatures actually return to marine heat wave conditions starting late summer. As to bottom temperatures, you can see the plot on the left, the dots in purple, most of them are actually along the long-term average. And that is why I thought that fish condition would actually improve, because I thought that the energetic costs or the cost of living would lower for a lot of fish, and then they would actually be in better fish condition. But that didn't happen, as I'll show later on. For transport, which is what the eddy kinetic energy denotes, what we see is that it's all stayed pretty much near average, and it's around average currently. But the thing to note here is the correspondence with the Gulf of Alaska, because a paper that came recently in October showed that the Gulf of Alaska has had a weakening in the coastal circulation, and that the eddies have actually moved offshore, and that there has been increased upwelling. And these conditions have been actually attached or linked to warmer conditions. And you can see that in the bottom plot. You can see how there are no spikes for a long time, from 2012 onwards, except for a couple of years ago. Whereas this system used to have a lot more eddies, so a lot more transport, a lot more nutrients going through the passes, a lot more flux. And that has been definitely attenuated, not only impacting the eastern Aleutians, but also probably the Bering Sea, because that's a major pass of water from the Gulf of Alaska into the Bering Sea shelf. And as far as biophysical conditions, we've seen a loss of that biennial pattern in the large diatoms, and that's the plot on the top. We were able to see in previous year influence from pink salmon, and we don't see that now. And it's really not clear to me whether we've crossed the threshold in pink salmon abundance where it is now having multi-year effects. So I'll just leave it there for that relationship. In the rest in the middle, you'll see that bars going under the black line, and that means that the copepods have been below the average size for a really long time, for, again, since 2012 or so. So that's a long time for actually staying below, which makes us think that decrease in size is actually a real signal, and that it may be due partly because of the species that we are now finding in the PCR. They're not new species, they are the same species, but the ones that are smaller sized are the ones that are a little bit more abundant now, and hence they are driving the size of the overall community down. The implications for this are different effects for different fish. So a lot of times, the size of your mouth determines what you can eat. So little fish, larvae and juveniles, might be actually benefited by these smaller copepods. But once you are a little bit larger, you actually benefit from bigger zooplankton. So when you don't have those as many or as available, it might either hit or impact the survival of the older juveniles, or just change the availability of the prey in the system. And here's the fish condition that I was talking about. So if you see the bars go below the black line, then that means the fish condition is below average. And in particular, you'll see that for Pacific cod, northern rockfish, and POP, the fish condition has been below average for a long time, since 2012, actually. So that's quite a while. And for Atka mackerel, it used to be that we would actually see, at least in the western and central Aleutians, at good condition or above average for Atka mackerel. And this year, not even in the western or central Aleutians. So that was surprising, to be honest. The right side here was actually little pollock, and you can see that on the top upper right. They were as fat as can be on record. So we're very curious to see what they were eating. But that would, hopefully bring a strong age class, or at least, denote some good recruitment, hopefully, for pollock in the area. And now for pelagic forages and apex predators, I want to highlight here a correspondence with the Gulf of Alaska, where we now are seeing this dominance of more pelagic foragers in both systems, on a decrease in fish eating predators. So this has just continued throughout the Aleutian Islands. And while not necessarily having any data on it, I do remember last year, Mr. Twite asked whether the catches in the 60s and the 70s on POP could have had an impact. POP is a slow-growing species. And we saw the same high catches in the 1960s and 1970s in the Gulf of Alaska. So to me, at least, it doesn't seem far-fetched that this is also a recovery of POP that you're seeing throughout the entire extent of the area. And so it's, aside from anything else going with marine heat waves and anything else that you might be seeing in the Gulf of Alaska, this might just be the slow recovery of POP throughout the area from those extended fisheries. Mr. Twite, do you have a question? Oh, okay, sorry. You just, I'm sorry, you just look like. So on for seabirds, we actually use seabirds as an indicator of the foraging availability. So in the top left, you will see the reproductive success in the Western Aleutians and a lot of the arrows pointing down. And in the Eastern Aleutians, actually, the arrows pointing up. And this is part of the gradient that I was referring to, where in the West, we really saw a decline of the reproductive success and a decline in the, some of the species biomass and in the condition that we were seeing in past years. Whereas in the Eastern, we actually saw better conditions. And for the seabirds in particular, this is a consecutive trend from 2019 when the reproductive success has been average or above average, signifying or signaling actually good foraging conditions. So we would expect continued successful foraging grounds in the Eastern Aleutians. And you can see the difference in forage available in those pie charts there, with squid being really abundant in the Western Aleutians. But then in the Eastern Aleutians, what you find is capelin and pollock. And this gradient, we can also see it in stellar sea lions. And this is a trend that we've seen for several years now, actually, where they continue to decline in the Western Aleutians, and they continue to actually do well in the Eastern Aleutian, both pups and non-pups. And in the Central Aleutians, in the map over there, you can see that there are dashed lines in between those two solid lines. That's because there are 4 rookery complex areas in there, 2, 3, 4. And the gradient is really, you can really see the gradient of how the pups and non-pups are doing in just that area, because the ones on the westernmost areas are not doing well, and the ones on the easternmost areas are either stable or increasing. So that gradient is just extended when you look at the entire chain, but you can even see it just within the Central Aleutians. And almost lastly, for the main pelagic forages, I've shown this graph before, where I've shown how both rockfish, the POP and northern rockfish, have increased and surpassed Atka mackerel and pollock. And I'm just trying to show here what the significance is, or how you can interpret this information differently. So POP is increasing the area that it occupies. So it's overlapping more, and you can with other species, and you can see that in bycatch of several species, POP showing up a lot more with Atka mackerel. And then the mean lifespan, which might not necessarily mean anything to you, like off the top of your head, but this truly means that they are older fish. So the pie chart shows in blues pollock and Atka mackerel, which have an average mean lifespan of 17-year-old, 30 years old, versus rockfish, which live 88 years, 100 years. And so if you think of this as your stock portfolio for your retirement, that's kind of what you have here. Rockfish tend to be very stable. They grow slowly. They don't explode from one year to the next, but it's a steady increase or a steady decay. And that's what we've seen here, a steady increase. They won't explode like Atka mackerel. They won't go, have these huge recruitments, but they do bring a stability to the system, partly because of the place they live. They live in the deep, and so that that habitat doesn't change quite that much. So that allows them to stay very stable throughout their lifetime and with low mortality. And then we contrast that with salmon and pink salmon, which we've seen exploding, actually. This is particularly on the left, Eastern Kamchatka pink salmon. And you can see that at the beginning of the time series, the years of high abundance or high biomass used to be around 60 million tons. And the current high years are around 250, not million, sorry, 1,000 tons. And just to give you a perspective, the current estimate for peacock is 74,000 tons. So that's similar to what the high abundance of salmon used to be. Peacock at the beginning under the new model developed by Dr. Spice that you'll see tomorrow is 250,000 tons, which is what is now the high abundance of pink salmon. So that's just a relative scale for you to think of pink salmon, which we do not necessarily see any benefits directly in the ecosystem because it returns to Kamchatka. So a lot of that energy is actually exported back to the peninsula, to the Kamchatka Peninsula. And then a lot of it is not fished, or rather it's not fished. So it doesn't bring any benefit to the fisheries themselves. And lastly, just finishing up with the forecast for 2024, it is a La Nina year, but as you can see over there for the Western Aleutians, there's a little bit of pink. So that means that those warming conditions in winter are going to prevail and stick around for the Western Aleutians. So we don't expect any change or any reprieve from those conditions there. And with that, I finish, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Any further questions from council members? Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Dr. Ortiz, we've been year after year after year now, we're seeing what you described again this year in terms of it seems like that line between Central and Western Aleutians is a line between two pretty different trajectories, really, that's been very, very consistent. At what point do we stop thinking about all three as a single large marine ecosystem and start thinking about the Western Aleutians as a really different universe and maybe set different expectations for it?
Through the chair. What I try to give here is a comprehensive view of the entire chain. The geographic Eastern Aleutians are not included in the FMP, right? Because the north portion is part of the Bering Sea and the south portion is part of the Gulf of Alaska. But if you don't look at it jointly, then you'll never know. That area is sort of like an indicator of what is going up and down across, because that's the main exchange between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea, and otherwise you just completely miss that. The biogeographical division is really around Samalga Pass. So that's so that would include within the FMP 541, 542, and 543. While the most striking difference is east and west of Samalga Pass, you are right that even when you move even just, west of Samalga Pass, you still see that difference between the western. I'm going to refer to the NIMS statistical areas now, just to stay within the FMP. You still see that gradient between 541 and 543. Now, at what point do you set different expectations? I think that still needs a little bit more study, which have not been done for the Aleutian Islands. And I wish I could say that there's an integrated ecosystem study, on the horizon, but I don't think there is one. So I don't have a lot of answers in there, but I do know that the heat coming from the Western Bering Sea is increasing. I mean, that area is just heating up, and you can actually see it in the maps. If you actually look here, you see that red spot. Actually, it's more towards the west because a lot of it is actually coming from the western Bering Sea. It's not coming from the Gulf of Alaska. So a lot of the influence that we used to see, you know, coming from the Gulf of Alaska and then traveling west, this weakening of the gyre also and weakening of the coastal circulation also means that some of that transport from the Alaska stream that comes from Alaska, from the Gulf of Alaska, is weakening. So that means that the influence and how far it reaches up to all the way to the western oceans is decreasing, whereas you have this, heating element, or it changes in the western, actually reaching the western oceans. Some have kind of defined a biological or a biogeographical division, maybe somewhere either in Boulder or Amchitka, but it's not very strong. So I guess what I would recommend is just another analysis to evaluate, how strong those differences are and whether those are, at what point are they, just going in opposite trends. And then it would be a genetic analysis, I guess, to see, because if the fish are still mixing, then even if there is a strong difference in the environment, the fish are mixed, and so it doesn't make any difference on how you would manage it. You still want to manage the stock as a unit. Does that make sense? So it's a combination between whether the environmental conditions are really forcing a different genetic or a genetic differentiation in the stock and not just local differences. We've known about all along because we know for several species they have different diets and they have different sizes. For example, Atka mackerel is a little bit smaller in the western Aleutians than in the central Aleutians, but there's a difference between just local differences or sub-area differences and actually a different genetic stock. So I guess I would say the easiest would be without a ecosystem level analysis, just with the genetics. If it's still one genetic stock, then it's still managed as one stock. And I hope that makes sense. And in the management, you would just have to set different rules depending on how the biomass or growth in each area is going. Does that make sense?
It does. I'll confess I was also thinking a lot about stellar sea lions too, and that's just grumpiness on my part.
Okay. Okay, at the risk of being hated now by the entire Marine Mammal Lab and every follower of marine mammals. This is my personal opinion, not agency, not anybody else. The western stock, the WSP, so the entire western portion, is not decreasing. It's the western part. The increase in the eastern portion is actually enough to either keep it stable or slightly increasing. So that's a question that really falls on the MMPA. At what point do you consider the entire unit as opposed to the local rookery complex areas? I'm not even sure that that's within the direct jurisdiction of the council, actually, because it does have to go through the MMPA. So they would be the ones that make that call. At what point do they recognize, do they say, well, the new baseline is just lower, there's enough change in the ecosystem that we don't expect that stock to go back to where it was, or whether their studies point to no, this stock actually should go back. And I am in no better position to actually make that call, but I would say that that's really where the crux of that decision falls in, if any.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. We'll limit Mr. Twite's questions before we get you in any more trouble. Any further questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. And so one of your kind of primary conclusions or messages to us was this transition to a state where rockfish are really dominating.
Right.
And we had that same sort of message in the Gulf as well, where POP were suddenly at a higher level than Atka mackerel for the first time in a while. And it seemed like it was a trend that was continuing for a couple of years. And so, I mean, my simple question is it the same factors creating that situation for both the Gulf and the Aleutian Islands, or should I not try to link those two things?
Through the chair, I lied when I said that I would not show up my ignorance again. You just made that very blatant. In all honesty, I have not looked enough at the intricacies of the Gulf of Alaska to see if the driver is similar than in the Aleutian Islands. I mean, other than the commonality in the history of the fishery, and the relevance of other plankton eating species and the decay in fish eating species. I have not looked at the bulk of all of it, recognizing that the Gulf of Alaska also has regions, right? It has the Western, Central, and Eastern, or at the very least, Western and Eastern, and the trends are not necessarily the same in both. So I don't know to what extent, even when there is a biological boundary at Samalga Pass, whether, the POP. Okay, so let me back up. The reason Samalga Pass is such a strong boundary is because it's the first deep pass. Now that makes a lot of sense for whatever is above the depth of such pass. So, seagrass and sea otters and, a lot of foraging fish. But POP is a deep species. And so it's below that boundary, So for POP, it's not necessarily such a big difference when you go east and west of Samalga Pass. Does that kind of make sense? You have these, shallow, wider passes in the eastern Aleutians, and then you suddenly have like these way deeper, fast currents and narrower passes. And to the extent that you are in the water column in there, then that makes a difference whether you are east or west. But if you're down at the bottom, does it make a difference? Probably yes, because some things still float around and there's phytoplankton that, is moved, shifted up and down, and zooplankton, things like that. But for the adult population itself, it's, kind of stable. It doesn't change that much. So some of it actually might be just a gradient throughout the entire region. And then what you see the most differences on in the relative histories and responses in the ecosystem have a lot to do with that which is environmentally subjected to most changes, which I would say is, more or less between 0 and 200 meters. And we are talking, so when we are talking about species that are, 300 meters, 200 meters, that gradient is more likely to be feasible throughout the entire Aleutian Islands and Gulf.
Thank you. And I did follow that. I appreciate that response. I guess when I'm trying to relate this type of information to our process or our stakeholders or communities dependent on groundfish, I'm just trying to understand, are there, as it was described in the Gulf ESR, like, are there long-term trends changing the groundfish community that we should start to really be aware of? And so that's what I'm kind of looking for. And is this working across the Gulf throughout the Aleutians? And it seems like those two trends are very similar across the two. So I'm not looking for another response, but I just am trying to help relate the ESRs to kind of information that would help this process and fishermen. So
Through the chair, yes, and I guess without wanting to make a prediction, the stability of 100-year-old fish means that it's going to stick around for 100 years. They change very little. And if managed sustainably, then you wouldn't expect sudden changes in there. Their life history is a lot more resilient to some of the changes. For example, they are live bearers. So the eggs are not swishing around. They are not subjected to environmental change because they are, for the most part, inside the females. And when they are released, they are already little fish. So that's a lot of the mortality that goes on in fish. Granted, they might actually not release as many live fish as the other fish spawn, as compared to the number of eggs spawned. So there's a trade-off there. But certainly the life history of deep dwellers or deep species are resilient to changes because their environment changes a lot less. And to the extent that we have not necessarily seen those changes extend so deep down. So we've seen blobs of warm temperature midwater, 200 meters, 100 meters, deeper mixed layers. But it's less so at the 300 level meter. By the same token, if there is a threshold, these species, because they tend to live in very stable environments, would probably have a less flexibility to change if there's a sudden change at that level. But rockfish in general, because they have such a long lifespan, they have genetically a library that is worth 100 years of environmental change. And that's their strength. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
So I think it's a good time to break for the day. A reminder that there's a presentation on the program changes to odds in 2025 at 5:30 in the AP room. And we will be coming back and reconvening our discussions on C1 at 8:30 in the morning. For council members, we'll be meeting here at 8 a.m. for an executive session. So thank you and have a good evening.
Yeah.